And welcome into the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us on trade deadline day. It is finally here. We're going to see a flurry of activity today. Multiple teams that are in contention expected to make multiple deals. The Yankees are expected to make not one, but two, maybe even three trades today. Same thing with the Baltimore Orioles. It's going to be a wild one. So we appreciate you coming here, making us your home for MLB trade deadline coverage. Appreciate you joining us once again. JG, appreciate you coming in. It was a crazy trade last night. Kikuchi going to the Houston Astros for what most consider an incredible return. When we logged off last night, the only player we knew about was Blas going the other way. Well, it looks like 3 players in total go to Toronto in return for Kikuchi, who has not pitched well in about a month. And boy, Toronto did well in that one. Luperfido was really the one Astros fans were hoping they would hold on to. Ultimately, he goes in that deal as well. If it was just a one-for-one deal with Blas for Kikuchi, I thought that would have been a fairly reasonable trade. Lots of control, of course, for Blas, but I thought for a rental, you need to give up something of value, and prices are a little bit higher, it seems like, on the market, but boy, did they overpay. You look at what the Rangers gave up in Michael Lorenzen, I would argue is having a better season so far than Kikuchi, and they only got one outside the top 30 prospect, a reliever, who's having a great year, don't get me wrong, but boy, did the Astros overpay for Kikuchi. Pedro Leon was indeed called up. Welcome in, Paul. Appreciate you guys joining us. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. We are expecting quite a few people to join our live during deadline day. So if you guys want to see some of your messages be noticed a little bit easier anyway, because we are expecting quite a few people today, feel free if you want. We do have super chats available. That way we'll be sure to answer your comment or question. But that's always an option for you. You can always support us with a super chat as well. But let's get into it. Alrighty, Paul. Good comment there anyway. Giants start moving Soler and Luke Jackson to make room for Luciano to DH. Well, the Giants recognize properly that they are not going to win the World Series this year. We knew that probably a few weeks ago, honestly. I had some doubts as to whether or not Farhan Zaidi would really do that, though, if he would sell. Or if he'd try to push his chips to the center, try to snake one of those final wild card spots and say, hey, look, in a down year, I can still get this team to a postseason series. Farhan Zaidi has really failed in that job to bring in top-level talent via free agency. You look at the Manny Machados, the Bryce Harpers of the world, the Aaron Judges, the Carlos Correas, the Xander Bogaerts. It's a very lengthy list that he's missed on in free agency. His backup plan, for the most part, has failed each and every time. Michael Conforto, Haniger, Snell, of course, for the early parts of this year, looks pretty good over his last 4 starts. I would expect them to try to get off of that money before it goes negative again. But seems like there are 6 teams in the market for Snell. They make the trade for Robbie Ray, getting off of one of their bad decisions in Haniger, bringing in Robbie Ray, and they have a good 1, 2, 3 at the top when they're healthy and when they're pitching right. And that being, I can't remember his name. Logan Webb, that's his name. Logan Webb, anyway. With Robbie Ray and Blake Snell, would have been a great 1, 2, 3 in any postseason series, but ultimately they just don't have anybody in that lineup that really strikes fear into anyone, and that's kind of their issue right now. You mentioned there that they traded away Soler and Jackson to the Braves, who are trying to get the band back together from 2021, where they won the World Series with Acuna out. It'd be surprising if they're able to do so again. You look at the talent that's already off of that roster. Strider, of course, not able to pitch this year due to injury. Fried is in his final year. Sale has been a nice step up for them, but they're missing Ronald Acuna. Their offense hasn't been as good. They're not nearly as deep as they used to be, and they don't have the prospects that they used to have to deal from to be able to get some of those big-time trades done. That's why they had to take on the full salary of Soler and still give up some pieces in return. Overall, I still like the move for Atlanta. It really solves some of their issues going into the deadline here. But does it make them a favorite in the National League? By no means. We're still looking at the Phillies and the Dodgers running away with the National League. And if one of these other teams can surprise them in a series, then maybe we have something to discuss. But right now, I would say the Braves are a distant 3rd, 4th, however you want to stack it up in the NL World Series picture. I wish they would fire him and hire Kim Ng. She is a beast who knows how to build a team. I would agree with you there. I really like Kim Ng. She did a great job with the Marlins, even with her hands being tied. It's been absolutely fantastic to see what she was able to develop. You look at the pitching. That's the biggest reason why the Marlins are even close to where they are, or where they were currently, is if they had had some health anyway. That pitching was still looking good. A team like the Giants, I think, would benefit from having her in there. Now, as to whether or not she'd be able to lure top-flight free agents remains to be seen. She's never really done it in the past. But that would be my one caveat there, is I would go for a GM that, one, has success and a track record of alluring the top-flight free agents, because that's the part they've really failed at for the last 4 or 5 years under Zaidi's leadership. But that's one of the things to keep an eye on out there in San Francisco. We'll start, though, today with the New York Yankees. They made the acquisition of Jazz Chisholm already, and it looks like they're adding some relief help, so maybe a corner infielder and a back-end starter. There was some heavy rumors last night about Jack Flaherty going to the Yankees and possibly Nestor Cortez then being turned around and traded if they were able to get a pitcher like Flaherty. If they were to get a pitcher like Flaherty, I'm not sure he starts a postseason series or postseason game for them, but I do think he'd be a significant upgrade over Cortez, which would be the reason why they would ultimately move him. I wonder, though, if this could bite them in the rear end like it did with the Jordan Montgomery deal, where they thought Montgomery wouldn't be able to pitch in a postseason series, so they decided to offload him and bring in a player who could play in a postseason series for them in Harrison Bader. Hopefully they get a better return than what they did for Jordan Montgomery the last time, if that route does indeed happen. They're also looking at an 8th inning guy, maybe a 9th inning guy like Tanner Scott from the Marlins. Price is extraordinarily high for him, according to multiple reports out there. You look at the price of what big-time relievers have already gone for. Carlos Estevez probably has the biggest return so far out of any player, any single player trade so far. We have yet to see a top 100 prospect being traded. I wonder if Tanner Scott is finally the guy that's able to break that barrier. John, what's up, brother? Happy trade deadline. Let's go O's. All right, welcome in. I'm hoping that we see a lot of activity specifically from your Orioles. I would like to see them add at least one late-inning reliever. Tanner Scott, the Yankees and Orioles are competing for him along with the LA Dodgers. I would expect one of those 3 teams to ultimately walk out of the deadline with him. I would also like to see them add one more hitter and one more starting pitcher. Do I think they'll address all 3? I do not. I think starting pitcher is probably the biggest impact outside of a reliever right now. And so if they just go with the arms, I think that'd be a good deadline just to kind of finish up what they've done so far. But I would like to see them add a late inning reliever. And rumors are out there right now about Skobal, about Crochet, Flaherty. I'd really like to see them add one of those options. How long will I be live for? Multiple lives or one long live? One very, very long live. I've done this a few times in the past. I think I've done this, 3 years in a row now? Maybe 4? With the MLB trade deadline doing a live. We're 7 hours and 50 minutes away from the deadline. Ticking clock on MLB Network anyway, keeping us updated there. We saw the first trade happen yesterday around 9 o'clock with Lorenzen going from the Rangers to the Royals. I'm hoping we see a trade here early that gets things started here on trade deadline day, and then it doesn't stop all the way up until the deadline. I really like that it's actually a little bit later than what it usually is, or at least it had been when I was younger. Hopefully we see more deals in between. So guys like Kevin Pillar can get moved, Garcia from the Angels, Anderson from the Angels. That's just one team that they could trade 3, Rengifo 4 pieces anyway. You look at a team like the White Sox, they still have a number of pieces that they could move. The belief out there right now is that they move on from Garrett Crochet. The comments from the GM last night kind of crystallizing it that they've seen the best of what they're going to get out of Garrett Crochet, and they're ready to turn the page. I think Chris Getz was a little miffed about the way Crochet handled the last 48 hours with his negotiations through the media. Really didn't appreciate that, both as an executive for the team and as a former player, and he said as much in the dugout before last night's game. I would put it almost 100% certainty that Crochet gets moved. Now, there are some teams that were put off by Crochet's comments. What that means is that there are still some teams in there, and those teams, most notably the Orioles, the Dodgers, and the Yankees, are all expected to be in that market along with the New York Mets. So we'll see what happens there. Your O's need to try to prize Snell and Doval for my Giants. Well, I think Snell would be a great consolation prize if they don't get Skobal. I would say for me, Snell has performed at a little bit higher level over the last 4 starts than what Garrett Crochet has. You also wonder about injuries with both of those starting pitchers. As far as Doval, I think he would be a great get for any team out there. I think the price for him is going to be high, especially after you saw the return for a guy like Jason Adam, Lucas Erceg, I don't know. The 8th inning setup guy from the Oakland A's. I'm expecting him to be traded today. There are multiple teams heavy into his market as well. If Mason Miller had not punched a table and broken his hand, his non-pitching hand, I would expect the Oakland A's anyway to move off of him as well because of how high prices are right now for relievers specifically. And they could have gotten a really nice package in return for him. Probably would have gotten at least 1, maybe 2 top 100 prospects for the Oakland A's to really get going. They need some starting pitching prospects there, so I would expect them to at least try to discuss a few of their relievers. Sounds like they might move 3 of them ultimately today, not including Miller. Then, of course, the market will shift to Brent Rooker. Texas Rangers have some considerable interest there. I wonder if they move him, though, because the A's have already said publicly they're really hesitant to move him because of the strides that the team has made offensively, most notably him and Butler. are the driving forces in that team offensively, and I think they'd like to hold on to him. He's got 3 years of control left after this one, and it'd be a little bit of a surprise at this point if they move him, but hey, deadlines make trades, and they might be overwhelmed by a trade. Rangers right now are looking for a bat. I was playing with the trade simulator last night, just thinking about who they could bring in that would make a difference. And I had mentioned Yandy Diaz in the past, but Nathaniel Lowe has been on a tear the last 2 months. Significantly better player at this point right now than Yandy Diaz, so he's not going to take at bats away from Lowe. Could he be a DH on this team? Sure, but then you're taking at bats away from Josh Smith or Josh Young, both of which need to be in your lineup every single day. I don't see Diaz as a significant improvement over either of those players, at least this season. And so I'm not sure Diaz is the right guy. Also, Evan Grant, the Texas Rangers reporter, said that they're hesitant to take on money for next year. What does that mean? Diaz is making $8 to $12 million, I think, next year, somewhere in that category. They are hesitant to take on money, especially considering how hamstrung they were this year because of the money they had already committed. So they're looking to try to save a little bit of money. They're going to have a ton of free agents after the season. Max Scherzer, of course, looks like Eovaldi's probably going to be able to hit that vesting option, so he will likely be back. But spending money on a position where you already have Nathaniel Lowe set at first base, and then bringing in another guy at first base or DH when you already have some options there that you can utilize. Duran is one of them. Smith is another. Young is another one. They're going to have tons of options to be able to plug and play at that DH spot already. I don't see Diaz as a significant improvement enough for them to warrant a big-time trade for him, especially when you consider the dollars involved. So I'm with Evan Grant on that one. I don't see Yandy Diaz being the guy. Unless there's some type of salary retention by the Rays, which I doubt. I don't see them ultimately ending up with him. Now, there are a number of teams still in the market for Diaz, most notably the Pittsburgh Pirates, and you guessed it, the Houston Astros. Now, as bad as it would be for Texas to lose to a division rival for a player that they're looking to bring in, Yandy Diaz, I think they would rather hold on to their roster right now, let Houston do what they did yesterday, overpay for Kikuchi, overpay for a guy like Diaz, and then just see where the chips fall after the season. Right now, this is probably the last best chance for the Astros to win the World Series. We've covered that at length over the last couple of days. You guys can check out our previous videos on that one. But for the Astros, they bring in Kikuchi. They paid a significant price for him. I'm not sure he makes their team overall better. I think it gives them some innings for sure. But I wonder just how much better of a pitcher he was over Bloss, how much better of a pitcher he was to lose Luperfido as well as a prospect. And then you look at Yandy Diaz, what his price might be, because he's probably the best first baseman on the market right now, outside of Vlad Guerrero Jr. It does seem like the Blue Jays are willing to discuss more names. They have yet to specifically mention Vlad Guerrero Jr. as one of the names they're discussing, but the Mariners are certainly in that market for Guerrero as well. Honestly, I think Turner is going to be their first baseman unless they add a guy like Guerrero to that team. But should be a crazy day when it comes to some trades, especially in the AL East and the AL West. Welcome in, Anthony. Welcome back once again. Do you think the Marlins can get anything of substance in return for Trevor Rogers during the deadline? And are there any updates yet on Tanner Scott? No updates yet. Still multiple teams interested, pretty much where we were, say, 24 hours ago. As far as what they could get for Trevor Rogers, I would expect them to get a very similar package to what the Kikuchi market was or the Michael Lorenzen market was. Eric Fedde, to me, was a better pitcher than both Kikuchi and Michael Lorenzen. Ultimately, he went for a song. Prices are all over the place when it comes to starting pitching. Relievers are a lot higher price right now, and those are a little bit more predictable. That Trevor Rogers deal, though, could be all over the place. JG, Paredes over prospects. I would agree with that one for the Cubs. They were looking for some stability at third base, and they got it with Paredes. Kikuchi's return really makes me want the Mets to sell. The Mets aren't selling. They might, deal one of their players here or there, but right now they're pretty much set with their roster. They're looking for somebody to take over the innings. They're hoping Senga would be able to take, but ultimately he made one start this season and is ultimately back on the shelf. And they're ultimately looking for a starter. Kikuchi is one of the names they've been connected to, as well as Jack Flaherty. But I don't think the Mets will ultimately sell. They could, do a little bit of buying and selling. I'd be surprised, though, if they ultimately moved off of some of their pieces. Morosi tweets out there that while they exceeded expectations with the Kikuchi trade, they're listening on multiple players. A couple of relievers, Chad Green, Trevor Rogers, and then infielder IKF, Isaiah Kiner Falafa. None of those are going to get significant prices. Green might be the best return out of all those guys. But Richards struggled in July. Part of the reason why his price is going to be a little bit diminished. But as we've said multiple times now, relievers' prices right now are at an all-time high. Let's go ahead and update our Twitter feed here. Got a baseball one here for you guys. The Soler deal they're talking about, as well as Grant Holmes, his start last night. Andy Ibanez could be sold from the Tigers, or sold anyway, to Boston. Seeing if anything else is happening over the last few minutes. Doesn't look like it. 9:18 right now, Central Time. We should see, hopefully, a couple of deals here before the 10 o'clock hour. Thoughts on the trade? The Orioles get Trevor Rogers and Tanner Scott. Miami gets Jackson Holliday. Not happening. I would put it this way. The only way Jackson Holliday would even be on the move would be if they got both Tarek Skubal and Jack Flaherty. There's no way he's moving, is my point. Now, there's plenty of other prospects that O's could move, and I would definitely argue that Rogers and Scott, while Scott is probably the best reliever left on the market, neither of those players would equal half of the return of what Skubal would get. There's no way you're getting Jackson Holliday. Sorry. Appreciate you, Nick. Thank you. Had to get it trimmed up, a little bit warm down here in Texas anyway, so wanted to cool off. Let's go ahead and go over to MLB trade rumors, see if anything else is popping there. It is early still. Red Sox looking for a right-handed infielder. Okay. Come on, where's some trades, guys? In case you guys missed it last night, Jack Flaherty was pulled from his start along with Bloss, both due to trade-related reasons. One player who's seen his name bandied about a few days now is Jameson Taillon of the Cubs. Ultimately, he took the ball and was punished for it, honestly. Giving up, three homers, something like that, in his start against the Reds. Just did not go great, and you kind of have to feel for the guy. You got to believe that he had the trade deadline on his mind first and foremost. Cubs could look to offload his salary and possibly fill his spot in the rotation from within here after the deadline. But the trade they made for Paredes was made for not just this year, but for the next couple of years thereafter. Taillon, they could save the money right now, have a very similar pitcher in there that they already have in their system, and then look to invest that money they had in Taillon elsewhere in free agency. You look at the Toronto Blue Jays, they're looking very similarly at Chris Bassett, the way they may move him, trying to offload some money so that they can invest in free agency to kind of save their jobs, if you will, up there in Toronto as well. We've talked quite a bit about Toronto needing to make some moves over the next year or so because that front office is all on expiring deals after this coming season. They basically have a season and a half left on their deal. They're trying to show that they can compete and win the division in the AL East and ultimately be a World Series contending team. They've been nothing but disappointing, though, for the past 3 years. This year was no different. They just continued to struggle more so than they have in recent years and ultimately have decided to sell. They've done a nice job. The Rays have really written the book, though, on how to sell. If I'm the Toronto Blue Jays, though, I probably would have gotten a trade for Vlad Guerrero Jr. by now and really drove up his market in the month leading up to the deadline. Ultimately, they have not. They really haven't put him out there. Not to say that they couldn't ultimately trade him, because I know the Mariners have been in there every single day talking about it with Toronto. But we'll see, ultimately if they move off of Vlad Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette, I would have thought coming into the year might have commanded a heck of a price and still might, but is having a down year, injury-riddled year, and ultimately they're not going to move him at the deadline. His price is so depressed compared to where it was at the end of last season. Anthony, this is according to Yahoo Sports and Baseball America, that the Tigers and White Sox, both teams, were never going to trade Crochet and Skubal respectively. I don't think that that's the case anymore, though. I think Crochet basically has soured on the front office there for the White Sox. I think he is out the door for Crochet. Now, Skubal, on the other hand, though, I still think could be the frontline piece of that rotation for Detroit going into next season. That's why I think that they're really going to have to discuss things with the Orioles and the Dodgers. And if they aren't bowled over by a trade here, there's no reason for them to make it. So, Skubal, I think, is a less likelihood of changing teams. John Paul Morosi believes that there's a greater chance that Skubal moves. he is a little bit more connected to the Tigers, but I think it's more speculation there, strictly because those two teams have been talking about that type of trade nonstop for basically the last 2 or 3 days, and I just don't see Scoball really moving yet. Um, I could be surprised, but that's what we're hoping for on deadline day. We want some surprise trades. He definitely would probably command the biggest return of any player on the market at this deadline season. Trade package that I just gave you is based off of what the Angels got. Estevez was a top 10 prospect and a top 15 prospect. As far as that goes, Anthony, we're talking about a top 10, top 15 organizational prospect. We're not talking about 15 in the sport. Jackson Holliday qualifies as that. Nobody in the top 100 has really moved. Now, there are some cases where guys outside of the top 20 of a team's prospect rankings before the season really elevated their stock during the season. That's what we saw with the Carlos Estevez deal there. Two guys that were outside of the top 20 in the Phillies rankings before the season are now ranked 5 and 7 or 5 and 12, something like that. And that's kind of the return that you're seeing for Estevez. But that's within a one team's prospect pool, prospect rankings. Jackson Holliday is at the very tip top of the entire sport, let alone the Orioles. So it's not going to happen for Jackson Holliday. I still think a decent package could happen for Scott. I put it at a better than likely chance that it's going to be a significant package in return for Scott because of prices being so high. But I doubt they stack both of those players together, Rogers and Scott. I think they would like to trade both separately to maximize the return. That's usually what you see here at the deadline. The rare case of combining assets like what the White Sox did in the 3-team deal with the Dodgers and Cardinals is a rare case. It's the exception, not the rule. JRP, what's your thoughts on James McCann staying in the game after getting in the face yesterday? Wow, that was incredible. If you watch the clip anyway, he took it literally right off the side of the nose, broke his nose. His eye was all swollen up from all the damage. You could tell his nose was bent. He had to change jerseys because of how much had leaked onto his jersey anyway. Gets the Iron Man award for me for yesterday at least, but honestly, I probably would have taken myself out of the game just to make sure that I don't injure myself further, unless there's a cage or something he was going to put on his helmet. Now, as a catcher, of course, you're wearing the face mask anyway, so there wasn't really a risk there. But when you dig back into the box, I don't know. It's just a very big risk the way he did it, but incredible the toughness that he showed to stay in the game. I think he's probably going to miss a little bit of time here with a broken nose. They might ultimately keep him on the active roster and put a cage on his mask or on his helmet, but we shall see. JG, what would the Orioles trade Holliday for Scoball? I don't think they'd trade Holliday for pretty much anybody, and I don't blame him. Holliday is really the future of that team, along with Rutschman and Henderson. That's really the core of what you've built up. That's the identity of the Orioles, is the position player group that you have. Now, if you trade from that position player group, I would be looking towards more guys that are outside of that core group there. Hurstead, Cowser, Westberg are all seemingly perfect fits on that Orioles team as well, but they need some starting pitching, and they're probably going to have to part with at least one of those guys. They have a plethora of great young position player prospects as well in the minors, and we shall see, if they ultimately move any of those other guys. But for me, Holliday would be untouchable, even in the discussions for Scoball. Anthony, can we do a trade value simulator for Scott first and then Rogers? Sure, yeah, we can do that one here in just a moment. Paul, hit the like and help our guy out. Thank you. Appreciate that, Paul. Really does help when you guys hit that like button. Got 35 of you guys with us, and it's 9:30 in the morning. So it's going to be a long day. Hopefully we see a plethora of trades today and have some fun with it. Justin, welcome in. First time I've seen you in the comment section, so appreciate you for joining us. Do you think the D-backs will get Robert? I'm guessing you're referring to Luis Robert. Robert, anyway, depending on who you discuss or who you talk to as far as how you pronounce it. But do they need a center fielder? I don't think so. For the D-backs, there was some worry that last night that when Christian Walker came out of the game in the fourth inning and was replaced in the lineup, there was some worry that it was for trade-related reasons. It ultimately, of course, was not. But for them, for me, what the Diamondbacks need to do is try to offload that Jordan Montgomery contract. Had another tough start yesterday, giving up 5 runs in the first inning. to the lowly Washington Nationals. And I say lowly because they just traded Lane Thomas, and the guy they bring up, Luke Call, comes up and hits a 3-run home run in the first inning, making it a 5-run first inning against Montgomery. Montgomery did well to kind of get them through 4, but 9 hits, 3 walks, 6 earned runs. Just not a great start, and it's been more of the same for Montgomery this season. They have enough starters right now that they should be able to weather any loss that might be perceived by losing Montgomery. I would try to offload that contract because of how high prices are for relievers. Maybe somebody will bite down on Montgomery because of his performance last year in the postseason. Maybe a change of scenery is necessary, but I don't think you'll find a taker, but that's what I would be trying to do today if I'm the Diamondbacks. Do you think Miami can get a significant return for a guy like Brian De La Cruz? I'll put it this way. The Marlins are really talking about everybody in their bullpen right now. Expectation is they probably move off of 3 of those relievers, not named Tanner Scott. I would be surprised if they don't move multiple relievers today. They were hoping to trade some of their starting pitchers this year if they hadn't been injured or have had better performance, if they struggled this year, which they ultimately did. But they're injured, they haven't performed well, and the prices aren't going to be very high for guys who can't even perform this year. So ultimately, they're left with the relievers that they can trade. Maybe a guy like Jake Berger could find his way out the door. The Yankees could use a corner infielder. Jazz Chisholm was fantastic last night, hitting 2 home runs, one of them with Aaron Judge's bat. He really seems to fit really well right now with that Yankees team. He's been fantastic. Do you think the O's trade Mountcastle? His name has come up, but I think them trading Austin Hayes really solidified their lineup and how they want to utilize it. They could move Mountcastle in the right deal for a starting pitcher, but I don't think they'll have to do that. I think they'll go more with the minor leaguers if they do it that way. And so I think Mountcastle survives the deadline with the Orioles. What was the last reliever you can remember getting a significant return where the team who traded him got multiple top 10 prospects? I'm guessing you're referring to top 10 of a team because top 10 in the sport has never happened. Biggest return ever for a reliever probably would be Aroldis Chapman from the Yankees, getting the number 2 prospect in the entire sport in Gleyber Torres. He was on an expiring deal. Ultimately, he ended up back in New York. Cubs were trying to break the curse, but that's probably the biggest return we've ever seen for a relief pitcher. You're hoping for something like that, I suppose, if you're the Marlins, for Scott anyway, but I don't think there's any way you're getting close to what the Yankees ultimately got for Chapman. I think GMs are a lot more savvy about that. Now, they still could get a great trade, a great haul in return for him, but they ain't getting a top 10 player in the sport as a prospect anyway for a closer there. So I don't care if he was Aroldis Chapman in his prime. There's no way those prices would be legitimate today. Gleyber Torres, if they had to do it all over again, the Cubs would not have made that deal, and they may not have won the World Series as a result. Ultimately, the deal was made. They won the World Series, but those prices are no longer being paid. Now, you're still seeing significant returns for relievers like Estevez, but we're talking about multiple top 10 guys in a team's top 10 rankings, not in the entire sport's top 10 rankings. So just kind of clearly differentiate between the two. Who is your best fit, in your honest opinion, for Scott? I am looking at the Yankees and maybe the Brewers. Brewers, no. They're not going to pay the price that's necessary for him. They've already got multiple late-inning relievers. They might add some more back-end options, likely from the LA Angels, who have multiple veteran relief pitchers that could be a nice fit there with Milwaukee. But as far as where I think he goes, I would expect either the Yankees or Orioles. I think it's very likely those two go. Heyman just told the White Sox, or was just reported that the White Sox told the Yankees they don't match up for a trade. Makes some sense. I mean, Crochet was probably the one option that they would really be looking at from the White Sox anyway. But Crochet's market probably is better aligned with the Baltimore Orioles and with the LA Dodgers. I don't think the Yankees would have been willing to give up the pieces necessary to get Crochet anyway. Meanwhile, the Dodgers are all in this year. Orioles are darn near close to all in, but they need relief help first and foremost, and then they need to add another starter. Reliever first priority for me, kind of a 1A, 1B for me if I'm an Orioles fan. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight, or today anyway. Make sure you guys hit the like and subscribe if you haven't already. Got 35 of you guys with us at 9:30 in the morning. If you guys would hit that subscribe, it really does help us out, so thank you in advance. But let's check out trade values here. Go to the simulator. Let's go over to Twitter first just to see if anything else is happening. Marlins could trade multiple relievers. We just talked about that one. Yankees and Astros are among the teams considering Yandy Diaz. Pirates maybe have an outside chance. Yankees would be an interesting fit. They need a corner infielder. Diaz would obviously fit the first base spot for them, but I would say the Astros would be the team that would be hardest after Diaz, especially if they can't get a guy like Vlad Guerrero Jr., which I don't think he will be moved at this point, unless it's to the Seattle Mariners, because the Mariners might be willing to overpay for him. Are you hearing reports that Miami might trade Jake Burger during the deadline? Because I follow Greg on Twitter, and he's a Marlins reporter, and here he's not hearing anything about Burger. There has been multiple reports out there. Heyman and Morosi, I believe, tweeted about it a couple of days ago about the possibility of Burger being of interest to teams. Not necessarily that the Marlins are floating him, but he doesn't really fit what they were looking for offensively. He certainly gave them a nice boon when he first was acquired by the Marlins, but I think they've seen the best of what they're going to get out of Burger. He hasn't really elevated the ceiling of that team offensively the way they had hoped. And so getting what they can for him at the deadline makes some sense if they get a decent trade package. What I mean by that is there's enough trade pieces out there. On the pitching side, prices are very high. There's even fewer hitting pieces out there that could make a difference on somebody's chances to win a World Series or win a wild card spot. Burger could command a decent price on the market if they truly put him on the market, but remains to be seen if they move him. But there's no specific team that's been connected aside from like the New York Yankees, who again need first base, third base help. Burger would fit that role perfectly. If they don't trade Scott, the guy I see Miami trading is Nardi, because they can probably get a good return for him. 3 years of control, young at 25. Like I said, they're looking to trade multiple relievers. Nardi would make some sense. Scott, of course, definitely going to go here at the deadline. The best closer available. The second best closer that was available up till yesterday was Kyle Finnegan, but he got shellacked by the Diamondbacks, gave up 5 runs, and it just hasn't been a good week for Finnegan. And we shall see what type of package he ultimately gets. The Nationals did great by the Hunter Harvey trade. They're hoping to do a little bit better with the Kyle Finnegan deal. His performance, though, this week I think is going to depress his value just a little bit to where it might ultimately be a less of a return than what they got for Hunter Harvey. I'm also watching the A's for relievers here to see what might be available for teams that are looking for some relief help. They have 3 relievers that are expected to be moved today. 3 veterans, and that does not include Miller. If they move Miller, probably the biggest difference maker that somebody could add here at the deadline in the bullpen would be a guy like Mason Miller. If Miller isn't moved, then Scott is clearly the best available. Look at those numbers. Just watching MLB Network, and Yusei Kikuchi, first 10 starts, 2.64 ERA, fielding independent pitching, 2.62. Kikuchi over his last 12, 6.58, fielding independent pitching, 4.5, and it just doesn't look good. Now his numbers obviously should come back to the mean a little bit here, but he has not pitched well, especially over the last 3 weeks. Has an ERA over 7, just a crazy return. It still befuddles me what they were able to get in return for an expiring contract for a starting pitcher who has not pitched well up to the deadline. Just wow. With relievers, when it comes to trading them, is it recently biased on their last performance with a team can get in return for them? To some degree, primarily because bullpens are always up and down. They'll have a couple of good months, and then they'll have a bad week or 2 or 3. It's just the way things go. They'll have one great year and then another bad year. But most recent performances do weigh a little bit more heavily in those discussions, especially if there's not any comparable pieces out, or if there's multiple comparable pieces out there. For instance, if you're a 7th, 8th inning setup guy and your most recent 3 or 4 outings have not gone well, price for you is probably going to drop. Meanwhile, the other players who have continue to maintain their level of performance, probably see a boost in their return because of you having performed a little bit more poorly. As far as, if you're a player that's like Tanner Scott, or if you're like Mason Miller, even if you struggle for your last 2 or 3 outings, they're still looking at your overall body of work because nobody really compares to what you're able to do. And the price for you might not drop nearly as much as it would for players who have comparable pieces out there on the market. So, let's see here. Trade deadline, 7.5 hours away. A lot of chatter this morning about Crochet. Heyman, hearing Trevor Rogers' market is heating up, continues to be a real seller's market as anticipated. Makes some sense. We just talked about the Marlins quite a bit. Let's kind of wrap up our discussion on them. Just want to look at the value of those two players. We mentioned Berger, value of around 11. Nardi, you mentioned, 15.4. Luzardo has his name bandied about a little bit, but injury and poor performance as well. His value is at 15.2. I don't expect him to be moved. And then there's Tanner Scott, 5.5. Should command a decent price, even greater than what that is. We've seen that happen quite a few times so far at the deadline. I'm expecting a significantly better return there. At the end of the day, who do you believe gets Tanner Scott? My belief all along has been between the New York Yankees and Baltimore Orioles. If Mason Miller hadn't punched the table, I would have believed that the Dodgers probably would have entered the market for Mason Miller, but the Orioles and Yankees would have also been there. To answer your question, though, who do I think gets him? Right now, I'd have to lean more towards the Orioles because they have a greater need back there with Kimbrel as their closer, especially if Miller's off the table. I think he probably has the biggest impact, and they have the biggest need for another closer-type option in their 8th, 9th inning role if Kimbrel is unable to hold things down. So, if I'm picking a team right now for Scott, I would say the Orioles. Remains to be seen if they put their chips in the basket of the Tarek Skubal deal, though, and then go a little cheaper for a reliever. But should be a fascinating deadline either way for the Orioles. They should be acquiring multiple pieces here today. Pitching and more pitching is the name of the game for the Baltimore Orioles. For the Yankees, they're looking both at starting pitching and relief pitching in addition to a corner infielder. They've been connected to pretty much everybody that's on the market. They're no longer in there for Garrett Crochet, that one coming from John Heyman. So we'll see where Crochet ultimately ends up. But sounds like it's going to be either the Baltimore Orioles or the Los Angeles Dodgers. Alrighty, we are, 9:45 right now. Let me go ahead and pose a question to you guys. Who do you guys think is the first guy that comes off the board here? We had our first trade about 9 o'clock yesterday with Michael Lorenzen going to the Kansas City Royals. Who do you think is the first trade of the day? We saw some trades late into the night last night. Trust me, I was up all night anyway. Got a little bit of a head cold anyway, but we are here. Ken Rosenthal. Awesome. I love that one. I'm not sure if that's the real Ken Rosenthal, but that's awesome. That is fantastic. Anyway, sorry, that just made my day. But, yes, I'm curious as to who you guys think is going to be the first guy off the board. To me, it seems like the market might be held up a little bit by Garrett Crochet, the Tarek Skubals, the Jack Flahertys of the world. So my guess, if I'm picking who's the first trade of the day, is going to be one of those starting pitchers. Hitters, of course, aren't being held up quite as much by that same market, but there isn't that many great hitters on the market this year. Looking at Brent Rooker might be one of them, Yandy Diaz, etc. Vlad Guerrero, Kevin Pillar. Those are names to keep an eye out for, but I think those names are moved closer towards the deadline than it is right now. I think the first one that goes off the board could be a guy like Garrett Crochet, just because they may have to get a deal done, worked out with the contract, those types of things, and that could be something that we could see here. Sorry, everybody was predicting Fetty to the Cardinals, and ultimately it happened way less than what I thought he would ultimately get on the open market, or what the return would be for him. JRP, I say Flaherty. He does seem like the most readily available. Was pulled from his start last night, to kind of respectfully pulled from his start, so that he could keep his mind right. It was kind of a courtesy tip of the hat by the Tigers to Flaherty for what they knew was going to be a trade today. As far as what type of return could he get, I think he's probably the best rental on the market right now. And for that reason, I think his price probably continues to climb as we get closer to the deadline. So I think for that reason, he probably is held out to probably 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Right now, I would still be leaning towards Crochet being the guy that gets this logjam freed up. As far as relievers, who could be the first one off the board, I'm going to go with some of these 8th inning setup guys. Lucas Erkitz, if they decide to move it, or Eckerts, or whatever his name is, from the Oakland A's. I think he would be a great person to get this thing going. Return should be hefty. And the A's really haven't done anything as far as selling so far. They have multiple pieces to move out of that bullpen. If you believe that the front office there, that they don't want to move on from a guy like Brent Rooker or a Mason Miller, then maybe they start moving things here early and capitalize on a slow to start market so far today. Welcome in, Woo. What are your LA Angels trade predictions? Well, first, what do they have available? Luis Rengifo. They have, of course, Garcia, Moore, Strickland out of the bullpen, Ward as an outfielder, and Pilar. I would say Pilar is very likely moved. There is some belief out there that the Orioles could do a trade of Christian Pache to the Angels in exchange for Pilar, maybe a prospect going that way as well. I think that would probably be the easiest one to eyeball right now. I don't think they want to keep Pache on their roster going into a postseason series. I don't think he adds anything to that roster, whereas Pilar, veteran, having a good year offensively, still brings the same type of speed and defensive versatility that Pache would bring. I think that would be a great get for the Orioles. Kind of a small trade, but really would elevate their team at the deadline. And if Mullins continues to struggle like he has the last couple of years, Pilar could easily fit in that center field spot if Mullins, doesn't hit very well in the second half. But that's kind of where I would start my discussions for the Angels. They also have Anderson in the starting rotation to move as well. Some believe they could move on from Griffin Canning. I don't believe so. I think Anderson's probably the only one that moves, just because I think his price might be high enough that they get a significant enough return to make it worth their while. Not every team is going to trade every player just because it's the trade deadline. They need an incentive, a reason why to do it. They're not just going to shuffle deck chairs for the heck of doing so. So we shall see, what trades ultimately come to fruition. Canning, I think, would be moving of the deck chairs. Anderson, I think, would get enough in return where it'd be worth them doing a deal. Anthony, do you think the Orioles will be hesitant with Scott because they had him last time before he went to Miami and his pitching stats in Baltimore were horrendous? I don't think that would affect them at all. I think they're looking for anybody who could help them in their bullpen. I think they believe he's a different pitcher now than he was when he was with them. But I think that the Baltimore Orioles need to add a leading reliever. He's the best one on the market, not named Mason Miller, and he would be the best fit for what they need here at the deadline. Do you believe the Astros overpay for the pitcher from Toronto? Absolutely. Oh my goodness. We thought last night when we went off the air that Bloss was the only player in return for Kikuchi, and so we said, it's pretty much a one-for-one deal, not a bad return overall. Really like the return, though, for Toronto, getting 5 years plus of control for Bloss in exchange for a guy who's not pitched well for the last 3 weeks or for the last 3 months. Over a 7 ERA for the past 3 weeks, 6.5 over for the last 12 starts, and a nice return is Bloss. That wasn't the only pieces they got. They got Lou Perfido, another good, young, controllable player, outfielder who's already got a taste of the major leagues, probably going to finish the season on the major league roster. Both of those players immediately fit needs for that Toronto Blue Jays team, and now it solves a hole for them going into the offseason to where they can spend bigger free agent dollars on some of their bigger targets. But as far as an overpay, abso-freaking-lutely. I usually don't like to be that definitive, but my goodness, it just has not looked good the way the Astros overpaid for Kikuchi. Now, this is the last real World Series run, I believe, that the Astros have in them. And why do I say that? You look at all the needs that they're going to have over the next 2 years. all the guys that are hitting free agency. I do expect they'll be able to retain 2, maybe 3 of those guys, but they're not bringing back every single one of them. Ownership there has never really paid top of the market prices for any of their own guys. Looking at Garrett Cole, Justin Verlander, Carlos Correa, George Springer. Those guys all end up walking to other teams. Now, they brought back Verlander, but they got the Mets to pay down quite a bit of that deal in order for them to be able to stomach having him back on their roster at a reasonable price. Now, for the Astros, are they going to be able to retain 2 of those guys? 3 of those guys? For me, I would try to retain 3 of them. I would try to get Valdez to headline my rotation. He's going to be a free agent here in the next year or so. Same thing with Alvarez and then Tucker. Those would be the 3 I try to retain. Bregman might be on the way out the door this offseason. They spent some money, oddly, on Josh Hader, who did not pitch well last night. Ended up giving up the 3-run home run that cost them the game against the Pittsburgh Pirates. But they overpaid for Kikuchi. Understandably, they believe this is the final year that they could contend for a World Series, so I get the reason for the overpay, but you still can't do quite that much. I think they could have gotten another starting pitcher of even better quality for what they gave up. Even just having Bloss, I think probably would have been a better piece for them going into the second half. Sure, he doesn't have the experience that Kikuchi does. Kikuchi is a model of consistency as far as being able to pitch this year. And I guess they were worried with a rookie that might not be the case. They still need a first baseman. There are still plenty of needs the Astros need to address. Brew Crew, do you think the Brewers are done? Maybe they try to get another arm for the bullpen. I'm not sure that they necessarily need another quote-unquote arm for the bullpen. I would say somebody that could fit into that rotation or come out of that bullpen would be what the Brewers would be looking for today. I think if they end today with what they already have on their roster, I think they'd be happy with what they've already done. Frankie Montas fills a need for them in that rotation, getting him from the Cincinnati Reds. A good return, by the way, for another expiring contract for Frankie Montas. They get Joey Wimmer. I think that's going to be a great piece for the Reds going forward. Another great position player prospect, but they need to get more consistency out of the starting pitching and out of that bullpen. We shall see if the Reds are a force to be reckoned with next year, but right now, Brewers trying to hold on to the NL Central lead and get to another postseason series. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and refresh our page here just to see if anything else is happening. Getting the band back together like that. Mets are also in the market for Trevor Rogers. Could be a nice fit there. Morosi says the Angels starting pitcher Tyler Anderson is one name to watch today. He is one of the most consistent starters in MLB this season, even though he does not post gaudy strikeout numbers. He's under contract, $13 million next year, very reasonable figure. I view him and John Gray very similarly. I thought John Gray might have been available here at the deadline. Rangers could have offloaded a little bit of salary, really capitalized on a seller's market. Ultimately, Rangers are going to have to hold on to him. He's going to be out for a month with a groin strain. Probably going to come out of the bullpen when he does return from injury. Now, as far as Tyler Anderson goes, I think he'd be a great fit with a number of teams out there that are chasing some starting pitching. I've connected him with the Astros a few times now. I think he'd also be a great fit on a team like the Orioles if they miss out on Flaherty, if they miss out on Crochet, if they miss out on Scoball. I think that would be kind of the number 4 option for the Orioles. Mets would be another nice option there as they try to fill the hole left by Kodai Senga, who they were hoping would be available for the second half of the year. Yankees need a third baseman, bullpen arm, and starter. I couldn't agree more there, Sub-Zero. We've mentioned a few times now that they are looking for a late inning reliever. There have been some shaky moments anyway out of their late inning relief. Adding a guy like Scott might be the fit there. But like I said, maybe a guy like Ursig from the Oakland A's would be a great 8th inning guy for them to be able to acquire. Lots of control, 29 years old. And they're really not going to have to pay him much for several years. He would be a great fit there, I would imagine. I think he would be the type of arm that would fit well in that market as well. As far as a third base, first base option, they're supposedly discussing Yandy Diaz of the Tampa Bay Rays. And then starter, Jack Flaherty seemed like the one they were really trying to get last night. That's why Jack Flaherty was ultimately pulled from his start before he even got there. And then as far as Nestor Cortez, if they add a significant starter, he might be on the way out, much like the Jordan Montgomery trade of a few years ago. Welcome in, Fernando. Appreciate you guys joining us. Almost 10 o'clock. We were hoping to see a trade here around the 9 o'clock hour like we saw yesterday with Michael Lorenzen going from the Rangers to the Royals in exchange for Walter Pennington. So far, we have yet to see a trade. There were some trades late into the night last night. Might be why GMs are just kind of reassessing things right now, especially when you consider the money that the Braves took on to bring back Jorge Soler. Fernando, good morning. I'm back for the third year in a row. This channel is the best MLB trade deadline. Thank you, my friend. We do appreciate you. We try to give you guys the best coverage, keep you guys up to date. I know it's very hard to track all of these different Twitter accounts. We keep track of that for you. We also keep up with the MLB trade rumors, and we're watching MLB Network. We ain't missing a dang thing. And so make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. We're going to keep you guys updated up to the minute, every single minute, up in through the deadline. So make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you for the boost there, Fernando. And you guys, if you guys want to support the channel, you're always welcome to submit a question, super chat. I know as we get more and more people joining, it's only 9:53. We've got 45 people in here right now, and it's going to get crazier and crazier. So I might not be able to get every single comment as we get more and more people in here. I think last year we had a high of like 250 people in here at the deadline. So make sure you guys, if you guys want to get your comment read and answered, submit those super chats. We'll make sure to see those a lot easier, because that chat's going to get wild towards the end of the day. When is the deadline time? 7 hours, 6 minutes, and 32 seconds from now. So we're looking, what is that, 5 o'clock Central, 6 Eastern. Should be a great day trade-wise. There are so many pieces that have already moved here at the deadline that there are going to be so many more that are available. We talked about the Angels, just the pieces that they have to trade. Looking at Anderson out of their rotation, Rengifo, Ward, Pilar, Garcia, Strickland, Moore. That's a lot of pieces just on one team that could move. The White Sox still have some more pieces that they could offload. Guys like Paul DeJong, who they've been exclusively advertising for the New York Yankees. It's been blatant how they've been using him, trying to get the Yankees to bite down on him. They've been playing him at third base. Hey, you need a third base, first base guy? Yankees, here's your guy, Paul DeJong. We've been playing him there. He can handle the position. Pretty obvious what the White Sox were trying to do with him. They also have a couple more relievers that they could offload here. So should be an active deadline for them. They still have Crochet, and then Robert is not expected to be moved according to multiple reports out there. I believe it when I see it. It's difficult for him to stay healthy and to continue to perform. I would find it now being the best time for them to be able to offload his deal, be able to offload that talent, because now might be the only time that he's healthy, one, and two, performing at a rate that might be able to generate a decent return for them. So I'm not buying all the reports out there that saying, oh, it's unlikely that Robert is dealed. Sure, it might be less than 50% that he's traded, but I'm not putting it at less than 10. I would say a Robert deal probably is around the 30, 40, 45% range right now, because they need to get that. They need to get the most they can for his talent. He's probably the most talented position player that they could trade here at the deadline. They already offloaded Kopech and Pham and Fedde. Really surprised Fedde didn't command a higher price, but boy oh boy, Cardinals really snaked one there. But should be a very fascinating deadline. Rangers, of course, looking for another bat. They're going to have a roster crunch issue as well. I thought an easy one would have been them offloading the deal of John Gray, saving them some money. They already traded a guy like Michael Lorenzen, but they still need to offload one or two more pieces off of that 25 active man roster and off of the 40 man. So they need to, worry about those types of issues, because they're going to have more guys coming off of the 60-day IL, guys like Evan Carter, guys like Tyler Mahle, guys like Jacob deGrom. Those are guys that are going to be on the active roster at some point down the stretch here. Mahle probably a week away. I would say he probably takes over the spot in the rotation for John Gray right after the deadline, so expect him to be up. They already have 3 long relievers in their bullpen right now with Bradford, Urena, and Dunning. Maybe Dunning would be another guy they'd be interested in moving, because they don't really like his quote-unquote stuff. They love the stuff of a guy like Andrew Heaney, and so maybe they try to clear off a roster spot by moving a guy like Dunning. He's been great for Texas. Dr. Kevin Meester, the guy pretty much every major injury goes to. If you tear your UCL or whatever, you go to see Dr. Kevin Meester. He's the team doctor for the Texas Rangers. He was boosting up Bradford and Dunning as 2 of the best cases out there for saving your elbow, for saving your arm from unnecessary torque and saying that Dunning, I think Dunning is probably more likely to stay healthy at this point. Bradford, both of those guys just came off of the injured list, but they didn't have long-term injuries like they were worried about with Max Scherzer, like they had with Jacob deGrom. And if you're looking for somebody who can eat some innings, both of those guys are able to do so. I think Dunning would be the guy that the Rangers would hope to move on from. Teams that need some back-end starters could look at Dunning and say, hey, he could easily eat some innings. You look at the return for Kikuchi, Dunning would easily be able to get that on the open market, in my estimation. Just shocking how much the Astros gave up. I know I've mentioned it a few times now, but boy, oh boy, did the Astros overpay for Kikuchi. All right, let's check out Twitter one more time, see if anything else is going on. Darius Vines DFA'd after last night's game. Other moves will be made once Soler and Jackson arrive. They recalled Bryce Elder as well. Mets in on Rogers. Okay. Let's refresh this one more time. Go over to the rumors page. Nothing new there. Okay. All right. What I want to talk about real quick is the top 100 prospects in the game. The reason why not one of these guys has been moved in a trade yet. You look at some of these top-end players, guys like Jackson Holiday, 1-1, best overall prospect in the game. If you guys think you're getting him for a guy like Scott or a guy like Rogers, combine them both together and you think you're getting the number one prospect in the sport, sorry, Anthony, it's not going to happen. I think if you're looking for a trade when you haven't even traded one of the top 100 yet, I think you're looking more in the range of the 50, 60, 70, 80 mark. We saw Lesko be moved anyway by the San Diego Padres. That's a midseason, or was a Lesko anyway was moved from the Padres to the Rays, I believe, in that Adam deal. Let's see here. Yep. It was after the trade, though, that he was put into that top 100. Let's see here. I want to look up the Orioles, guys. That's the main one I was wanting to show you guys. Okay. So the Orioles really have three guys in the top 15 that they could deal here at the deadline. If they're looking for a guy like Scoball, I think that would be the only one they would be willing to give up Basayo and Mayo for, or one or the other. I don't think there's any way they give up Jackson Holiday. But looking at what the Orioles could do here, let's go ahead and look at their top 30 real quick as well, just so you guys can see the rest of their prospect base. There it is. Okay. All right, names that have been floated out there for Scoball, Basayo, Mayo as well. Norby, Beavers have all been mentioned. Cade Povich has been mentioned as well. Johnson's been mentioned a few times. Wagner's been mentioned a couple of times. Those are the names that are on the market, at least from the Baltimore Orioles side of things. If you're willing to take on those pieces and think that's a big enough return for Tarek Scoball or a Garrett Crochet or a Jack Flaherty, remains to be seen. But those are at least the prospects that we could see move, some of the bigger prospects that we could see move today. Your question, Sub-Zero. How many top 100 prospects do the Yankees have? If the Yankees make one more big trade, could you see the Yankees trading Spencer Jones? Jones has seen his value come down a little bit. I think the Yankees are still very hesitant to trade him. I think the only way they would have traded him would have been for a guy like Garrett Crochet. I don't think they have the pieces to get a guy like Scoball. And so for that reason, I think Spencer Jones ultimately finishes the season in a Yankees uniform. As far as Dominguez, same kind of thing. I don't think the value is there for them to be able to move on from him because there's not really the return for either of those two pieces that the Yankees would be hoping for. Welcome in, Philip Gomez. Dodgers doing anything. Dodgers already made a trade yesterday, bringing in Rosario. They also brought in Kopech and Edman as well. Good acquisitions overall. I think the Dodgers are still looking big game, though, for that rotation. Most notably, Garrett Crochet, probably the biggest piece that they're looking to acquire here at the deadline. They're also said to be looking for some more position player talent as well. So what that could be, some people are wildly speculating that it could be Vlad Guerrero Jr. playing it. They could move him over to third base since they already have a first baseman in Freeman and Ohtani as DH. I don't see that happening, but I think they're looking primarily to add to their starting rotation here today. I think they'll try to walk out of here with at least one starter, and they'll try to add one more reliever as well. Welcome in, Alfonso. Appreciate you joining us once again. That time of year 2, exactly. We've done this a few years now anyway, doing a live with you guys. We started at about 9 o'clock this morning. We're about an hour into our live right now. Deadline is 5 o'clock Central, 6 East. 6 hours, 57 minutes until the deadline. And we're still waiting for the first trade of the day. We saw some late night trades and some big money changing hands, Giants and Braves. Probably the reason for the holdup on the market right now as the industry tries to reset themselves, especially after the overpay by Houston to bring in Kikuchi. I imagine that really drove up the price for guys like Jack Flaherty. The return that the Astros gave up for Kikuchi honestly would have been what I would have expected, similar trade value at least for Jack Flaherty. Now, they probably could have gotten a pinch more out of it, but the value honestly isn't too far off. And if that's what Kikuchi is going for, you can bet that the Tigers are going, hey, we want more. So step up your offers a little bit more because of what we're seeing go for rental pitchers. We want more for Jack Flaherty, who's probably the best rental this year available. MLB Network talking about Tanner Scott being available. Sounds like he's the one big piece in the bullpen that's kind of holding things up a little bit there. Crochet on the starting pitching side. And so hopefully we see one of those two pieces moved here shortly and kind of free things up. Usually the final 3 or 4 hours of the deadline is when we start to see some activity. In years past, deadline was around 3 o'clock, so around 10, 11 is when when the hot stove would get really hot. This year it's at 5 o'clock, a little bit of a slower start to today, but it's only 10 o'clock, and I'm still expecting quite a busy day as far as trades. As I mentioned, the Angels have 6 or 7 pieces they can move, White Sox 3 or 4, Marlins 3 or 4, and that's just from a couple of different sellers. Then there's some teams that are buyers that could sell off some pieces as well as they face a roster crunch issue. Welcome in, Nick. Can we get a bold prediction out of you? Ooh, okay. Bold prediction. Bold prediction. Okay, this isn't the prediction, but I would say if Skobal is traded, I would say the Orioles are the team that gets him. Now, for the prediction, I believe we're going to see some names that are traded that we weren't necessarily expecting. We've talked about names like Chris Bassett, who could be available, Blake Snell, etc. I would say the Orioles for sure walk away from the deadline today with at least one bullpen arm and a starter. But as far as a bold prediction, just because of how much it's been talked down, my bold prediction is going to be Vlad Guerrero Jr. ultimately winds up with the Seattle Mariners. I think that Turner probably fits best as their DH, and they'll put Vlad Guerrero there at first base. Mariners seem desperate to push that thing across the finish line. They've added multiple pieces already. I think the finishing piece to their offensive rebuild would be Vlad Guerrero Jr., and they have the pieces and the wherewithal to get a deal done. Just a matter of whether or not Toronto is willing to accept that they need to move on from Vlad Guerrero Jr., especially considering the return that they could get for him. So my bold prediction, Guerrero goes to the Mariners. I don't think Skobal ultimately gets moved, at least at this point. I think the odds of that happening are around probably 10 to 20%, a little bit higher than I would have said yesterday, because it's still being discussed. Crochet, I think, ultimately does get moved today. That's not really a bold prediction at this point. There was some thought process out there that they would hold on to him past the deadline. I think that's completely out the door now after the comments made by Crochet and his agent and by the GM of the team, Chris Getz, last night after the game, or in the dugout before the game for the White Sox, basically ripping how Crochet handled that whole thing. It seems like the White Sox are ready to turn the page there, so not a bold prediction, but Crochet will be moved elsewhere at the deadline. Bold prediction, Cubs trade Jameson Taillon. If I'm the ownership group of the Cubs, that's exactly what I want. I believe Taillon's had a good year, not a great year. I think there's pieces already on my roster who could fill his spot in the rotation, pitch to a similar level of success. Maybe not to a sub-3 or a 3.5, but maybe a 3.75 ERA, something like that would be plausible for a fill-in for Taillon. But Taillon's money, I think, is the biggest reason why I would do it, because then you could invest that money in free agency after the year. and get a very similar pitcher that you don't necessarily believe has negative money attached to him going forward. If Tyone backslides again in the second half, remains to be seen, but getting out from underneath that contract when last year it was perceived as a bad one would be a great thing for the Chicago Cubs. Let's go ahead and go back over to Twitter, see if anything else is happening at the moment. Doesn't look like it yet. Still waiting for our first big trade of the day. John, my bold prediction, how about Crochet and Robert to the Orioles? That would be a big one. They are in the market for another outfielder. They've been connected to Pilar. I'm not sure they would be willing to give up the prospects necessary to get both of those guys, but I do think Crochet is more likely. Now, that is a bold prediction to say both go to the Orioles, so that would qualify as bold, my friend. But we are 6 hours, 52 minutes from the deadline. If you guys wouldn't mind hitting that like on the video, really does help us out, and subscribe. Really does help us when you do that. We've gained quite a few subscribers over the last few days. We've done multiple lives each day leading up to the deadline, and then today we're going to be live from about 9 o'clock this morning. We're already an hour 10 in, all the way through the deadline till probably 45 minutes after, breaking down every single rumor, trade, headline, DFA, start, all those kinds of things. We're going to bring it all to you guys, keep you guys updated. We're going to keep track of Twitter for you. We're going to keep track of the network. We're going to keep track of MLB trade rumors. We're not going to let you guys miss anything out there. So make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. It's going to take just a second, catch our breath, settle, and hopefully when I get back here in literally about 60 seconds, we have some news to discuss. But appreciate you guys joining us, and welcome to the Upside. And welcome back to MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys making some time for us here on trade deadline day. Had some great activity yesterday and late into the night. Probably the reason why we're not seeing any too big of trades yet. Hopefully we get some activity here before the noon hour. But should be a great day for some trades. A lot of pieces that have still not been moved yet. And there's still so many holes on a lot of these contenders out there as they try to load up in the arms race to win a World Series. So we'll see what happens today. Let us know in the comments section who you guys are keeping an eye out for. Garrett Crochet from the White Sox, Skobal from the Tigers. Are you guys watching the hitting market, looking at a guy like Vlad Guerrero Jr. from the Toronto Blue Jays? Let us know what you guys are hoping to see today. What's your favorite team looking for? Where would you like to see some of these big names go? And ultimately, who do you guys think is going to win the MLB trade deadline? Now, not every winner here at the deadline ultimately makes it to the World Series or even to the postseason. So keep that in mind. Just because your team might, perform the best on trade deadline day means nothing for how it performs on the field. All they can do is hope to set up their team for the best success that they can. And hopefully each team performs well here at the deadline and sets their team up for some success. We should see a flurry of activity, I'm hoping, over the final 3 or 4 hours up to the deadline. I'm hoping we get another trade here shortly. Paul, Chapman would look great in pinstripes. As a third baseman going into the offseason, I would have thought maybe he'd been a great third baseman for them. Ultimately, though, I think the Giants overpaid for him. I think anybody who did get him was going to overpay for him, honestly, though. I don't think Chapman's going anywhere, though. I don't think his offense warrants a trade. I think and his defense is no longer the pinnacle of great defense at third base. That's backslid a little bit. He's still a good defender, but it's no longer something that you're actively looking to trade for. And so I think the Giants are just going to be stuck with Chapman. One of the many moves that they've made, questionable moves anyway, out there in San Francisco under Farhan Zaidi's leadership. I know I've been talking about this for the better part of a year now, but Zaidi I'm expecting to be let go here within the next couple of weeks. I like that he decided that they need to sell here at the deadline. I actually appreciate that as a baseball guy, realizing that they're not going to win the series, that they're very unlikely to make it to the wild card, and realizing that he needs to do what's best for that team. And so instead of trying to save his job and make a push for the wild card and say, hey, look, if we only had one more season, he could have done all those things. We've seen that from GMs in the past. He did the right thing, in my estimation, by saying, hey, this ain't working. We need to sell, and if I lose my job, I lose my job. I think that's where Zaidi's at right now. We mentioned earlier, Paul, about Kim Ng possibly being a GM replacement there. I think she would be a great fit there, but I would look for somebody who has a track record of bringing in top-flight free agents because that's really been the one bugaboo for them. They've developed a certain amount of talent, sure, but the free agent market's really where they've struggled, and bringing in the pieces that they want to bring in, their plan A option, not their plan C, D, E, or F, like they've had to do the last several off seasons, I think is paramount for that ownership group. This offseason, it's going to be all about Juan Soto, so it's going to be all about bringing in Juan Soto or whoever they view as the top flight free agent target for them this offseason. Alfonso, with it being a seller's market, do you think the Halos move on from Detmers? I don't think so. I think Detmers is probably more of a shuffling of the deck chairs type of a move. I think the more likely one is Tyler Anderson moving on. Thank you, John. Really appreciate that. First super chat of the day. We will try to keep it up today. We've been live for an hour 15. Unfortunately, I was up most of the night with a head cold, so hopefully it doesn't sideline me as we get closer to the deadline. 6 hours, 45 minutes left. As a one-man band here, I'm not like the network where, hey, I have my 1 hour talk show with commercial breaks in between, with other guests coming in to talk. It's literally one guy keeping it all straight for you guys right here. So we appreciate that support. And if you guys want to, subscribe, William, I saw you just subscribed. Thank you for that. Certainly does help us out as well. You guys are more than welcome to do so if you guys are interested. Paul, he's a 4.5 WAR guy. He's been hot. I'm still not trading for Chapman. I get he's a decent third baseman, but to me, there's not a team out there that needs a third baseman desperately enough to take on the money on that deal, and I'm not expecting offense to really continue to be anywhere good for what Matt Chapman's done. He had a good month last year and then was a sub-200 hitter the rest of the way. This year, I'm expecting more of a similar type of a streaky type hitter, and, we'll see what happens. But for me, Chapman, I think, was a poor decision to bring him in. They needed somebody for that third base spot. I would just given him less money. That would have been my only issue with that one. So, I appreciate that one, John. Thank you for that super chat. Oh, no, you're good, dude. Anything is better. Look, I don't want you guys feeling like you have to feel obligated to do anything. Any support that I get really goes a long way. I know I've been doing a lot of lives the last 3 or 4 days. I'll put it this way. The return on viewership when I do these lives is around $1 or $2 a day. So that's more than double what I was already getting doing these lives. So that's more than enough, John. Thank you so much for helping out. It really does go a long way. It's been a long year. If you guys want to check out our Twitter, you can look back our ways anyway and see all the difficulties we've had this year to keep it where we're at, and excited about the possibilities of where we're yet to go. So we're looking to keep this thing growing. And John, that only helps us continue in that direction. So we appreciate all the support you guys give us. Thank you guys for subscribing, liking the video. It really does help. Let's go ahead and flip it over to Twitter here in just a moment. But make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Just going to take a minute to catch our breath here, and we'll get into some of those tweets. And welcome back from our 30-second commercial break anyway. Appreciate you guys joining us, making some time for us on trade deadline day. Got 40 plus of you guys with us right now. Been holding pretty strong at that. We've seen that hold pretty strong throughout trade deadlines in the past. We cover every single major sports trade deadline, whether it be MLB, which is what we're doing today, the NHL, the NBA, and the NFL trade deadline. And so usually we see something similar. Right now, around 40 viewers and change. As we get closer to the deadline, that number is going to balloon. So if you guys want to make sure We answer your comment. Do what John just did. Submit a super chat as we get more and more people in here, and we'll try to answer every single one of your comments, questions, as we can. So appreciate those of you who have joined us here today. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. So let's go ahead and update the Twitter feed here and just see if anything else is happening. Hopefully we get to see some activity here this morning. Mets in on Trevor Rogers. Mets are looking for a starting pitcher. They supposedly touched base on Garrett Crochet as well. But with Kodai Senga going down, a pitcher they were really counting on for the second half, they really built up his return to that rotation. And ultimately, he got one start, had a major calf strain, and ultimately is going to be out at least through the rest of the regular season. He could return for the postseason. They haven't ruled that one out yet. JRP, will the Rangers be sellers this year? Great question. I know there was a lot of rumors heading up to the deadline about the Rangers. Would they sell? If they did, all the rivals out there were really hoping to go to Texas and be like, hey, I want Eovaldi, I want Scherzer, I want Kirby Yates, who's arguably been the best closer in the sport this year. They want David Robertson. They could use Jose Leclerc, who's on a heater right now. They could use Nathaniel Lowe, who's also on a 2-month heater right now. Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, I don't think would have been available, but I'm sure there would at least have been a call or two in a seller's market. They have, 10, 11 starting pitchers that they could put out there. The Rangers would have been a great team for a lot of contenders out there to try to scoop up some pieces from a team that just won the World Series less than 365 days ago. Thank you, Paul. Really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. But to answer your question, JRP, will the Rangers be sellers? No, they will not. Now, they might do a little bit of buying and selling, but to say they're strictly a seller only right now, I think would be inaccurate. They already made the acquisition of Carson Kelly. They needed to upgrade their backup catcher spot. Kisner had been terrible as an offensive piece this year. They optioned him down. Best thing that they're going to get here at the deadline is going to be able to get healthy. And it looks like those pieces are finally coming. Josh Young going to be in the lineup today. This will be his first start since the first month of the season, first week of the season. He looked like he was knocking the cover off the ball early this year. I think he only played 4 games, but he looked like the MVP of the league during those 4 games. Rangers are hoping they get half of that from Josh Young when he returns here. He was very excited. You saw last night in his return to Texas. He was the first guy out of the dugout celebrating with every single player on that Rangers team. When they got a base hit, when they scored a run, any of those, when they got a productive out, he was the first guy out of the dugout to congratulate them. Hey, great job. Young is excited to be back on this roster, and he's injected a little bit of juice, I believe, into that lineup. My question is, do Chris Young and the ownership group there and the front office group there believe they need another offensive piece? I think there is a spot for them to have a left fielder, first base, DH type option that could take some at-bats down the stretch here. Jankowski, I think, could see the writing on the wall. I looked at the numbers yesterday, late last night after we got off the air. Leody Taveras has been bad this year. Maybe bringing back, when they do get him back anyway from the IL, the 60-day IL, Evan Carter could take over the spot for Leody Taveras, or they shift over Wyatt Langford until he's ready to come back. Robbie Grossman's probably been their 4th best offensive weapon this year. They really have something cooking, at least as far as those pieces are concerned. I think they still could use one more bat because that offense has not been up to what they expected to this year. So as far as to answer the question, will they be sellers? No, but they might offload 1 or 2 pieces in a roster crunch issue more than anything else. But they are technically, in my mind, a buyer here at the deadline. Nick, everybody watching this, liking this video, Michael puts out great content and does it for the love of the game. Couldn't agree more. I mean, we're talking about, $1 for a live that had 70 people in it yesterday? I was like, all right, so be it. We did a 2-hour-long live and got $1 for it. So you guys that put out the super chats today, Paul, thank you for that 5. Same thing there. John, really appreciate the support. It goes a long way. We are based here in Texas, so I know you guys know my favorite team. I try not to hide it. Is the Texas Rangers. I believe national media that hides their favorite team does a little bit of a disservice to the fan base. I try to keep it honest with you guys. I know Robert Flores of MLB Network does that as well. He lets you guys know the Astros are his team. But there's a lot of broadcasters out there that say things that might be positive or negative about a certain player, and you can tell there's a slant there about them being a Yankee fan or a Met fan or a Dodger fan or a Cardinals fan or whatever the case may be, and they don't fess up to it and say that, hey, this is coming from rose-colored glasses for this fan base, or this is coming from a fan base who doesn't want to see this player do as well in other markets. You saw, for instance, the New York media absolutely crucified Jacob deGrom when he went to Texas, saying, he's not a leader. He doesn't want to hang around the team. He doesn't help the young guys. What's he done since he's been in Texas? He got injured, absolutely, and the media was absolutely correct. The injury issues with Jacob deGrom were significant. But to question his abilities as a leader, he's been there every single step of the way for the Texas Rangers. He injured himself, multiple times last year, and ultimately in June or July was out for the rest of the year. He did nothing but hang around that clubhouse, help those young guys develop. Bradford specifically out of that Rangers bullpen and into that starting rotation enough this year. And then you see him still hanging around the last couple of months. He's there every single day, flying with the team. He's not sitting back on some beach saying, I'm not healthy, so I guess I might as well not even be around. There's no need for me to be there. No, he's getting paid, $40-something million, $37 million. It is a lot of money. I guess the national media would say is the least you could expect is him to hang around. Well, he's absolutely the leader that the Rangers were hoping he would be. Absolutely, they would want him on the field. They want him to be healthy. But those national media types out there that don't necessarily disclose their bias, but you can still see it in their analysis, those are the guys that I have a little bit of a bone to pick with sometimes. So I try to keep it honest with you guys. Hey, Rangers fan, obviously you guys can see that through some of the arguments I make and how much I cover the Rangers, because that's the team I really know very well, both at the major league level and the minor league level. But, I try to let you guys be aware of that up front. So try to keep everything honest with you guys, and I appreciate the support that you guys clearly seem to enjoy the content, and so we're going to try to keep it going for you guys. Joel Sherman talking right now with Chris Russo on MLB Network. No news yet as far as a trade, but we're going to go ahead and update again, just see if anything is happening. Really waiting for the first trade of the day. Roster move, Chris Davinsky. We mentioned his name a couple of times the last couple of days anyway. Davinsky has been outrighted to AAA Tacoma. The reason why we mentioned Davinsky anyway was because of Michael Kopech. Michael Kopech I thought was probably the best pitcher to be moved at the deadline, not a starter or closer. I thought they would use him in a multi-inning role out there with the Dodgers once they acquired him. They could move him to closer if Phillips continues to struggle. But for me, think back to the years where they had Andrew Miller, where you had Chris Davinsky, the multi-inning reliever who really took over a playoff series, bridged it from the 4th, 5th inning to the 7th, 8th inning for those late inning setup guys. That's really where I see Michael Kopech here at this deadline. So the original guy that did that, one of the original guys, Chris Davinsky, ultimately off of the 40-man roster for the Mariners. Tough break for him, but hats off to him for really setting up that type of reliever. Rangers have 3 of those guys right now on their active roster: Urena, Dunning, and Bradford. Once they get healthy for the postseason, I'm guessing John Gray goes back there as well. But that multi-inning relief role is a lot more valuable now than it ever has been. I would argue maybe in the late 2015, 2016 range. Probably the peak of its value, but it's right there still today. Especially when we're seeing starters go shorter and shorter in games. Michael Kopech should be able to be a difference maker for the Dodgers in a postseason series. Dodgers still looking for some starting pitching, though. Crochet is one of the names they've been talking about. Flaherty they've been connected with as well. They're big game hunting. Snell has been another name they've been connected to as well. Appreciate you guys joining us. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Got a few super chats already today. Thank you guys for the support. Really does help us out. I noticed we've gained probably 3 or 4 subscribers now since we started, so thank you guys for subscribing as well. We're hitting up to that 50 viewer mark. I told you guys the later we get into this, the more viewers we're going to get. So as we get later into this, the more comments you're going to see. So if you guys want to make sure your comments are answered, please feel free to super chat. We'll make sure to answer every single one of your comments, questions, etc. if you put them into a super chat, especially when we get closer to the deadline. We'll probably get north of 200 people into this live, and that chat is going to go crazy. So to make sure if you guys want that comment answered, please feel free to go ahead and do those super chats. It does help us out quite a bit. That's one way you can support us here at the Upside. As I said, these lives, they pay a little bit here and there, but when you guys do those super chats, it really goes a long way. So just want to say hats off to you guys for donating and supporting our channel. Really helps us out. So thank you guys very much. Let's head over to MLB trade rumors, just see if anything else is happening at the moment, and then we'll get into some of the names that are out there. Nothing yet. Okay. Top 50 names that are out there according to MLB trade rumors coming into the trade deadline. 1, Jack Flaherty. They expect him to be moved, most notably. I would say that the certainty of him being moved is 100% right now. Jack Flaherty, I think, knew that was going to happen as well. That's why his mind might not necessarily have been with it yesterday. That's why they pulled him from the start last night. Good move on the Tigers. Hats off to the organization for making that decision. Meanwhile, the Cubs had the same opportunity with Jameson Taillon. You could clearly see the trade talk was affecting him. Gave up multiple home runs in that one. Got roughed up a little bit, but you could tell the trade talks were having some effect on him. Kind of hard not to be when you're, is this the last pitch I ever throw for this team? I signed here, long-term deal. I thought I'd be finishing, this contract out here. I wanted to finish my career here. All those kinds of thoughts enter in, and not just, hey, how do I get this batter out? And so, a good move for the Tigers, letting Flaherty take a day. And just, kind of come to grips with the fact that he's going to be moved and not have to go to the mound worrying about how to get outs and still having all that on his mind. Cubs could have taken a page out of the Tigers' playbook on that one. But Flaherty, I do expect to go. He's the top rental on the market. Crochet, I expect to go as well. Probably the top pitcher that I believe for sure will be traded. There is still some belief that Skubal could be traded as well. Snell could be entering the chat as well for them, or for the Giants. But Crochet, you wonder about the innings that he's pitched already, the inability to pitch deep into games, especially over the last month as well. But Crochet, I do think, should be able to find a trade partner. It looks like Chris Getz, the GM there, is ready to move on from Crochet, especially after he and his agent basically took it to the media, their negotiations, etc., as far as what they were looking for. And I think Getz is pretty much done with him. Welcome in, Sarah. Appreciate you joining us once again. Slow on the news, absolutely. So far it has been slow, but I think that's primarily due to the late night trades we saw and the nature of those trades. The overpay by the Astros for Kikuchi is one reason why I think we're having a little bit of a slow start today. And 2, the money that was sent in the deal from the Giants to the Braves. Braves basically taking on all of the contract of Soler, getting the band back together, if you will. But those are some industry-shaping type of trades. Welcome in, Tom. Welcome in, welcome in. Is Snell a top option for the Orioles? I believe he is. I believe Skubal is probably their 1A, Crochet their 1B, Snell probably their 1C, and then Anderson probably their last option there. But I think those 3 would make a significant improvement for that rotation going into a postseason series. I would say that the biggest impact, of course, being Skubal. Snell has been pitched well over over his last 4 starts. A .75 ERA over the last 24 innings, in roughly the same amount of innings in his first 6 starts, pitched very poorly. So, Giants are very happy to see the improvement. Way overpay by the Astros. Yes, we've discussed that quite a bit. The Astros, when we left the air last night, we thought the return for Kikuchi was just Bloss, and we said, still a tough trade for the Astros here, giving up 5 years of control for Bloss, but prices are high, understandable that they might have overpaid a little bit by giving up a controllable starter. Ultimately, the trade was for 3 assets instead of just 1, and significant overpay, I think, would be an understatement. Astros clearly overpaid for Kikuchi, a guy who has a 7 ERA over his last 3 starts, ERA over 6.5 in his last 12. Innings are what you're getting here. Blas, I think, was a better pitcher, at least so far this year, especially over his last 12 starts anyway, but Looper Fido was a tough piece to lose if you're an Astro fan. Kyle, Gleyber Torres for Yandy Diaz today. Rays would not have any interest in Torres, first and foremost. Diaz might make some sense for the Yankees, of course, but I suppose if you're trying to save a roster spot, maybe move Torres out in that deal as well. But it's going to include some prospects going back to Tampa Bay. That's going to be what the Rays are really looking for. They're not looking for Gleyber Torres to play second base for them. That's what they got Christopher Morel for. His natural position is second base, and so that's where they're going to put him. Torres, I think, would just throw a wrench into things, to put it mildly. Diaz, though, I think is on the radar for the Yankees, as he is for the Pirates and for the Astros. Sarah, I still can't believe Mo fleeced the Dodgers and White Sox. I'm with you there. I mean, boy, oh boy, I guess the industry is just really down on the ability of Eric Fedde to take the ball in a postseason series. But to me, he was the best of the 3 pitchers that we saw moved. We saw Michael Lorenzen. We saw Kikuchi be moved yesterday. To me, Eric Fedde was the better option of all of those three, and ultimately he goes for the least of all three of those. Just really surprising that the White Sox didn't get more for him, and that the market didn't dictate a higher price for him as well. But Mozeliak really did a great job getting not one but two holes filled on that roster. I think they still need to add one more bullpen piece. They're so young back there as well. We saw it in the game with the Rangers last night. A lot of inexperience back there for some of their younger guys, and getting somebody who has some experience, an eighth inning setup guy, I think would be a great get for the Cardinals just to kind of wrap up their deadline. Carlson seems to be available from the Cardinals as well. But welcome in here to the Upside. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. We're going to keep you guys updated on all the latest from the MLB trade deadline. We're watching the network for you guys. We got Twitter open. We got MLB trade rumors. We're not going to miss a single rumor for you guys. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe. Follow us over on X at UpsideSN. And we'll keep you guys up to date on all the latest from MLB trade deadline. This, I believe, is our 4th year of doing so. So make sure you guys stick around. Our community right now is around 55 people. Wow. Watching at the moment. So appreciate those of you who have made an effort to join us here 10:30 Central, 11:30 East, and it's going to be a crazy day as far as trades. I'm expecting at least 15 trades today, possibly in the neighborhood of 20, maybe even more than that. Palante did well last night, yes, but it's the pitch count essentially is what cost him from pitching deeper into that game. Tom, would the Orioles rather have Webb from the Giants? I don't think Webb would be available from the Giants. I know the Giants are looking to sell, but I think they're looking to sell big-time contracts first, free up some money for the offseason, so that if Zaidi does keep his job, they can make another trip into free agency and see if they can capitalize it. What I mean by that is Blake Snell, they could try to offload the money. They just offloaded the money of Jorge Soler. They're looking at Michael Conforto as well. Conforto has interest from the New York Mets. Seems like a natural fit there. I wonder if Starling Marte is really ever going to get back to the level we expected for him when he signed that deal. We knew the second half of that deal would not look great, but boy, it has not looked great at all over the last year. Chris Bassett is expected to start tonight currently for the Blue Jays. I would expect him to be moved as well in kind of a cost-saving move. But for the Giants, they're not moving Webb. I would expect them to move on from guys like Snell, maybe Robbie Ray, who had a decent, well, I say decent. He threw a no-hitter through 5 innings against the LA Dodgers, walked in a run in his first inning, but that's just him kind of knocking off the rust. And I think there's a trade out there if they decide to move on from Robbie Ray, that somebody might take on the full boat of that salary, because Robbie Ray is a true competitor, and I think he would make a difference in somebody's postseason hopes. I don't think that there's a likelihood that he moves over Snell. I think they'd be happy to offload one or both of them, but I think Snell is the more likely to move out of the two. Isn't our bats last night? It was definitely our bullpen. Yeah, bullpen was the issue, and that's why I think that the Cardinals need to add a relief pitcher. Great and informative show, Tom. Thank you. Appreciate that. We try to keep you guys updated. Let's go ahead and head back over to the rumors page just to see if we're getting any trades yet. There's the news about Davinsky there. Let's update our Twitter page here. Andy Martino tweets, prices for even depth pitching continue to be extremely high. The huge return for Kikuchi further complicates Mets and Yankees' goals for today. Makes some sense. I told you guys the trades that we saw late last night are probably the biggest reason why we haven't seen a trade yet. We went live for you guys at about 9 o'clock this morning because we saw the first trade of the day yesterday, Michael Lorenzen going from Texas to Kansas City around 9 o'clock. So we figured, hey, an 8-hour plus long live should be plenty of time, be able to catch the first trade of the day. Well, the trades last night, Kikuchi being one of them, the Soler trade being another, those I think have really kind of thrown a wrench into prices here at the deadline, but I do expect trades to start kicking off here shortly. There's so many names that have to move, so many big names that have yet to move as well on the pitching front, that I expect the trades to get going here. I'm honestly expecting one here before the 11 o'clock hour. So kind of keep your eyes peeled for what may happen. Let me clear this notification real quick. Refresh the page. Alrighty. So, in case you guys are new here to the Upside, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. We're going to keep you guys updated on all the latest from Twitter. We got baseball, all the different accounts that you guys get all your great information from Twitter or X anyway. We're going to keep you guys updated there. We're also got the network on. We're going to keep you guys updated if anything happens on there. We also have MLB trade rumors. You don't have to go anywhere. All you have to do, follow the stream here, hit that like and subscribe, and we'll keep you guys updated for you and let you guys know of the latest from the MLB trade deadline. Just going to stretch our legs here for about 30 seconds with our quote-unquote commercial break, and we'll be back in 30 seconds. Thank you guys for joining us, and we'll see you in just a moment. And welcome into the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us on trade deadline day. That's right, Major League Baseball's trade deadline is here, and there are a ton of names that have yet to go. We'll start with Garrett Crochet. That's probably where the market begins today. Garrett Crochet, of course, is going to command a healthy price on the market, I do believe. As far as what it could ultimately take, I believe the Orioles and the Dodgers are the only two teams who have the prospect wherewithal and the ability to get a long-term contract done, because that's what Garrett Crochet wants. It sounds like the Yankees have already been told that they're no longer in the running. That coming from John Heyman, they were told that a couple of days ago. Mets had also kicked the tires on Crochet, but as that tweet we just read from Andy Martino said, prices from last night are no longer the prices what they are today. Kikuchi's return has boosted the prices across the industry, it sounds like, and then we saw the trade of Jorge Soler. All that money left on that deal being eaten entirely by the Atlanta Braves. They did something similar a couple of years ago with Raisel Iglesias from the LA Angels. So those two trades late last night have kind of reset the market a little bit. That's kind of the reason for the slow start today. Appreciate you guys joining us today. We're about 40 viewers right now. We're going to continue to gain more as we get later in the day. We've gained a couple of super chats already. Thank you, Paul and John. Really does help us out when you support our channel. If you guys want to support our channel, send us a super chat. Or if you guys, as we get busier this evening and into the later hours towards the trade deadline, this chat is going to go crazy. If you guys want to make sure your comment is answered, your question is answered, feel free to go ahead and do a super chat. It really does support our channel as well. So thank you for those of you who have already done so. And if you guys want to do so, please feel free to send one of those super chats. It really does go a long way in supporting our channel. We've gained a few subscribers today already in the last week. I think we've gained in the neighborhood of 50 subscribers. So really do appreciate those of you who have joined us here at the Upside. Welcome in Scarlet and Blue. Giants are being run by goofballs. Wow. Okay, so I told you guys in the offseason I was expecting Farhan Zaidi to essentially lose his job right after the trade deadline because they haven't been able to lure the top flight free agents. I wouldn't say that Zaidi's a goofball. I think he's a very analytical mind and thought he could do better than just spending at the top of the market, holding true to his price that he had set for Machado, holding true to his price that he set originally for a guy like Bryce Harper. But they really have nobody in the middle of that lineup that strikes fear into any team out there. Ramos, their best hitter this year, is really the only name in there besides a Chapman, a Conforto, Soler before he got dealt that could have made an impact on a team. And none of those guys are Corey Seagers or a Bryce Harper or Aaron Judge. And that's really the difference between where the Giants are now and where they should have been. But I don't think they're run by goofballs. Like I said, Zaidi's a very analytical mind, a very serious person. But I do think he's missed the boat and ultimately will lose his job because he was unable to bring in that top flight free agent because he held too true to his price that he had set on some free agents out there. Ryan, welcome in. I don't want to see my Nico leave on my Cubbies. What are your thoughts? I don't think Horner's going anywhere. I would have loved to have him when the Rangers were going through their rebuild. As you guys know, I'm a Rangers fan. I was a big proponent of the Rangers trying to sell some pieces a few years ago when the Cubs were trying to compete for a World Series, or at least for a playoff spot. I thought Nico Horner would have been a great get for the Texas Rangers back then. I love him as a performer on the field. Is he a Corey Seager level player? No. But he's still a very productive player. I think he's a great fit in that lineup and for that Chicago Cub team. And so for your Cubbies, I don't think they're going to trade Nico Horner. I do think there's a reasonable chance they move on from some of their bigger contracts. Looking at Jameson Taillon in that starting rotation, probably be one name they're looking to move. And then Cody Bellinger. I think if they can get somebody to take on that money, they would love to offload that salary, but he is not going anywhere as far as I'm concerned. Scarlet Blue, is it more cutting payroll for the Giants, or did they get a good return? Seems like cost savings only. They did get a nice piece back in return in Matzik, but the return for them is really offloading the salary of Soler. It's more about cutting payroll, and that's what I think Snell is going to be. It sounds like they're looking for a bigger return than what Kikuchi got, and hard to blame him. I mean, a 7.5 ERA gets you 3 good prospects. That's a shocking trade for Houston to be able to make, and it's really thrown a wrench in things. Snell's price has gone up, Flaherty's price has gone up, and that's why we're seeing a little bit of a slow start to the day here as far as trades. But to answer your question there, it's more about cost savings there for the Giants with that Soler trade. Again, reminds me a lot of the Raisel Iglesias trade that the Braves made a few years ago, where they basically took on all of the salary for Iglesias when he wasn't necessarily living up to that salary, and so they didn't have to give up a whole lot. Soler, I don't think even if they had paid it down, would have returned a whole lot on investment as well. But they solve an issue on that Braves team. They add one more bat with the loss of Acuna. I think this does take them out of the market for another outfielder. I think they're pretty much set with what they've got right now. They could add another starting pitcher before it's all said and done, but I think their shopping is all set now as far as relievers and an outfield bat. I think we're looking more at starters only for the Atlanta Braves. But appreciate you guys joining us. Let's go ahead and update our Twitter page here once again just to see if anything else is happening. Appreciate that, my man. Last question. Do you see Sia getting dumped today? I love him, and I think he could be our DH with Morel gone now. That's one name I was actually looking at last night. As I said, I was trying to look for a name the Texas Rangers could use that would make a difference offensively for them. Seiyu Suzuki, I really liked when he came over originally. I think he's still got some more potential in that bat. I'm not sure the Cubs are the right market for him. I think he's kind of struggled because of the market, and I think going to another team might allow him to free up a little bit some of the talent that he has. I think he was a little bit on pins and needles trying to prove himself in his first year, but you can see the talent is there. It's just a matter of whether or not it translates to the field. And so far we've seen some of that talent come through, but I think he would even agree that he hasn't performed quite to the level he thought he would when he first came over. To answer your question as far as do I think he gets dumped, I don't think he gets dumped. I was looking at what a trade would ultimately take for the Rangers to be able to bring him in. I'm not sure he's that big of an improvement as well for what the Rangers would be looking for him to do. I think he'd be a good fit as a left field DH option. Remember, I was talking earlier about the Leody Taveras has been a poor piece out there in center. Maybe they move off of him, bring in Langford and Carter to play center, and then you bring in a guy like Seiyu Suzuki to play left or DH or whatever the case may be. But they have to find at-bats right now for Josh Young. They have to find at-bats for Ezekiel Duran. And I'm not sure how big of an improvement Suzuki is over either of those two players. I heard the Giants would be willing to trade Webb and possibly Duvall for 2 top prospects from the Orioles to play shortstop and first base. Webb, I don't think, is going to move anywhere. I don't think anybody would be willing to pony up the price that's necessary for the Giants to say yes. That being said, I'm sure if they offered Jackson Holliday and a couple of other pieces, of course, they'd be willing to discuss it. I don't think the Orioles would be willing to do so, though. As far as the Duvall part of it, it's a reliever. Relief prices are really high heading into this weekend, or into the trade deadline. I would have said Duvall probably stays with the Giants. But with the prices being so high, maybe they try to capitalize on his market right now and see if they can get another overpay out there on the market. Jamie Fernando, how do you feel about Tommy Edman to the Dodgers? I didn't like the trade. I like the trade primarily for Michael Kopech. Edman really hasn't played much this year at all. I think it's another depth piece, but I think Rosario is going to play over him. I think he was a little unnecessary once they made the deal for Rosario, and so I'm not sure how much he really contributes to the Dodgers this year. That being said, that trade to me was all about Michael Kopech and just getting a decent player to kind of take a bench role for them. Is I think what the Tommy Edman part of that deal was. shocked that the Cardinals basically only gave up him, and Fetty and Pham ultimately go to the Cardinals, and Tommy Edman really the only piece going from the Cardinals to the Dodgers. Just a surprising trade, to say the least. Athletics Urseg has been really nasty profile on Savant. I hope my Royals get him. Well, Harvey is out. They paid a significant price for him. Ursig, okay. I guess that's how we'll pronounce it. Ground and Pound, welcome back in. But I think he will command a decent price on the open market. I say decent. I think he's going to get a heck of a price. 29 years old. 4 or 5 years of control left. Significant return, or significant control on that pitcher as well. I think you're looking probably at like a Jason Adam type return. 3 top 15 prospects for one organization. Royals, that would be a heck of a price for them to pay to be able to bring him in. I think there are other options out there that they could go after that could fill a very similar type of a role without giving up the pieces necessary in an Ursig trade. But I really like his numbers. I really like his development that he's gone through this year. And he's really emerged as one of the top relievers in the game. Mason Miller, of course, the best of the 2 Oakland relievers. But Ursig, I think, is going to be right there with Mason Miller as far as, one of the top prices here at the deadline for a reliever. Tanner Scott as well. Mason Miller remains to be seen if they move him because of the injury after punching that table, but we shall see. Got 40 of you guys with us right now. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Really appreciate that. William, thank you for subscribing. Let's go ahead and update our Twitter one more time. Let me go ahead and pull it up on the screen for you guys. John Heyman says, Snell trade chances seem more remote now after San Francisco paired payroll elsewhere. Team has great starting pitchers. Snell, batting averages last 4 starts, .104, and has a shot to be, has a shot. Okay, so the team has a shot. Okay. I still would try to offload that salary if I'm the Giants, primarily because you're still going to be able to get a decent return, I believe, for Snell based off of his return, or based off of his performance over his last 4 starts, 24 innings, .75 ERA. And when you have a team that he just came from in the San Diego Padres interested in him, I think that tells the rest of the market, hey, this guy is back to being the Blake Snell that we saw last year when the NL Cy Young. So go ahead and feel free to try to get him on your team. I think they should be able to get better than what Kikuchi got for the Blue Jays. The question is, what kind of return could it be? That salary is still significant, so there's only a few teams out there who might be willing to take on that level of payroll, and remains to be seen who that could be. But Snell, I still think has a decent chance to be traded, even though John Heyman throwing a little bit of cold water on that one. Tanner Scott continues to get the most buzz out there, but the Marlins still have multiple other relievers out there on the market as well. Soler and Jackson are expected to arrive in Atlanta today. Rays have won 2 in a row, so they'll probably trade the rest of their team today. Okay, Anthony. He's always good for some sarcasm. We haven't really discussed them too much. Oh, another one from Feinstein. Suggests the Giants won't trade Blake Snell today, but given the demand for pitching and lack of supply, a deal still can't be ruled out. One chance puts the chances of a Snell deal at 25%. I'd probably say it's more closer to 40%, just because of how high prices are, and the return could be worth it for the Giants to offload his salary. Anthony, with the years of control the Marlins have for Nardi, being that he's only 25, for Miami has 3 years of control plus arbitration for a 4th-year player. They should be able to get a decent return for Nardi. I think his value on MLB or on baseball trade value is around 15 and change. That equates to probably a couple of top 15, top 20 prospects for a team. And players, you see what the return was for Carlos Estevez. I would say a very similar return for Scott is expected. Nardi probably a little bit less than that, but still going to be a hefty price. Seems like the Braves are going to let Ozuna leave now with Soler coming in. I don't know about that. Ozuna's been their best offensive player, and in a year where the rest of their team has really struggled offensively, I think Ozuna is definitely going to be staying there. I mean, we've seen surprises happen before. That would be what I would consider a big-time shock if that were to happen. I was telling you guys earlier, I was looking for what would be a big-time surprise here at the deadline. Skubal being a trade would be probably one of the biggest surprises here at the deadline. if the Braves were to move on from Ozuna just because they brought in Soler, especially considering the fact that Acuna's out for the year, and the fact that he's been their best offensive weapon this year, that would constitute an absolute surprise. Chances of that happening, I would put at less than 1%, but I think Ozuna is not going anywhere. I think the odds of that happening are really low. I think the Braves need all the offense they can get with Acuna out. Anthony, what can the Marlins get in return for Nardi? Like I said, probably a couple of top 15 prospects for a team. A similar return for what Estevez got, maybe a little bit less. Ryan, were you shocked by Paredes' move to the Cubs? I was by the team. The reasoning for it makes sense. Other teams that try to do a little bit of buying here at the deadline when they are considered a normal seller usually do it for players that have control. Paredes fits that mold, so it makes sense that the Cubs would have had interest in Paredes. They lock up a position of need that's been a revolving door for them for the last 3 years. But was I shocked by Paredes to the Cubs? Honestly, yes. I thought the Astros had really been in there for him. I thought he was the better fit for them long term, especially considering Bregman going to hit free agency and likely go elsewhere in the offseason. I thought that would have been a great replacement there at first base for this season, and next year he flexes over to third. I thought the Astros were written all over it for Paredes. The Mariners were in there supposedly, as were the Pirates, who need offense as well. They were looking for an improvement over Rowdy Tellez at first base, and still are. That's why they're in the market for Yandy Diaz as well. But Paredes to the Cubs, I did not have on my bingo board. Ozuna is a free agent after the season. Well, yeah, but still, you're looking at the offense for the Braves, who's been underperforming. Albies is out right now. Acuna, of course, out for the year. Strider out for the year. At a certain point, you need productive offensive pieces in a year where your offense is not performing nearly as well as in previous years. And so Ozuna really solves some of their issues that they have right now. Tom, don't agree with Heyman. Any contender that is looking to win the World Series can take on Snell's salary. Absolutely. I think the argument John Heyman was making, though, is that they've offloaded some salary already here at the deadline, and because of that, they might not be as inclined to trade a guy like Blake Snell, because now they have more financial flexibility. I think that was the argument Heyman was making. Now, I disagree with him on that premise, because I think the market for Blake Snell is not about just offloading salary at this point for the Giants. Not only is it about that, but it's also about what they could now get. I think that they're going to be inspired by the return Kikuchi got for the Blue Jays and say, hey, if that's what you get for Kikuchi and our guy is getting $30 million next year, maybe we can offload this salary, reinvest it in free agency next year, designate that towards a guy like Juan Soto, and really get the ball rolling next year. But I do disagree with Heyman there as well, from the standpoint that Snell still could command a decent return on the market without the Giants having to eat any of that salary. Giants didn't have to eat any of the salary for Soler either. And so just resetting some of the salary there, sending out Michael Conforto as well, I think would be in the best interest of the Giants long term. So let's see what happens. Let's go ahead and update this page again just to see if anything else is happening at the moment. Heyman says Yankees are interested in Yandy, Rengifo, Scott, Fairbanks, Finnegan, Ursig, and many others. But it's an extreme seller's market at the moment. Pen and infield versatility seem to be the focus. Can't rule out starters, but prices are very high. Understandably so. Again, all about that Kikuchi return. I think that just threw a wrench in everybody's plan. I think what we're going to see is an elevated price now for a lot of the starters that are left on the market. Most notably, Jack Flaherty is probably going to see a nice increase in his return that the Tigers could have gotten for him. But looking at what the Yankees are looking for, I believe they do walk out of the deadline here with at least one reliever and at least one corner infield option. Now, as far as starters, market is a little high right now. I think the market is still adapting to the Kikuchi trade, but I think the best news for other teams out there is that there is a deadline, so prices could come back down again a little bit here as we get closer to the deadline, with more and more teams deciding, hey, we have an expiring contract, we need to get what we can for this deal, and so we'll go ahead and take the best offer we can. I do still think it'll be a higher price than what it would have been before the trade of Kikuchi yesterday, but trades should still be made. It's almost 11 o'clock. We were hoping to see our first trade of the day by now. Have yet to see one. We saw a couple of trades by this time yesterday, But I think those trades we saw last night are still having a big impact on the market. But we are seeing more and more names discussed right now. And it tells me there's more activity behind the scenes right now than there was, say, a couple of hours ago. Tom, Snell has a player option after the season to leave. Yes, he does, but I think he's probably going to pick it up if he struggles in the second half. So only 4 good starts. I think he'll probably have a better second half. He is generally a better second half performer. But he was looking for a long-term deal this offseason, didn't get it, had to settle for a 1-and-1 contract with the Giants. Giants could look to offload this deal because if he regresses, then they're stuck with another $30 million on the books next year. They still have a good 1-2-3 with Webb, Snell, and Ray at the top of that rotation, and another good prospect could be their number 4 guy. But for me, offloading the salary of Snell would really reset their books even further than what the Soler deal made. Conforto going to the Mets also would be another nice move for them to offload some salary to really be a big spender in free agency this offseason. Ryan, does Cody Bellinger being reactivated play a huge part in him getting traded today as he's back healthy? No. Honestly, I don't think he goes anywhere. I think the salary's too great. The option years are troublesome. If he does well, he's obviously getting opt out. If he doesn't perform well, that salary's an albatross. I just don't think there's enough incentive for a team to trade for a Cody Bellinger. Ground and pound Bellinger, not worth a contract, something like $27-30 million a year. I think it's $30 million a year, honestly. But Bellinger, I think, is a good player when healthy. Is he worth the contract that he signed? There was rumors about that already before the season, if he was even worth it. I would argue that he wasn't worth that level of contract. Now, he was looking for that big 8-year, $160 million deal. Ultimately settled for the 1 year an option and another option type of contract. Got more money out of it year over year that way. But I think for a team looking to acquire Cody Bellinger, that contract is a bit of an albatross for a player who has some injury concerns and doesn't necessarily move the needle for a team if he's not able to stay healthy and on the field. Does Harry Ford get traded? Good question. There aren't a lot of offensive options out there on the market. Could he get moved? Sure. Does he 100% get moved today? I don't think so. I think the chances of him getting moved are probably less than 50% at this point. But, I would say the odds of him getting moved are more likely than Bellinger. I'll put it that way. Fernando, I wish Belly could come back home to L.A. LA is looking for stars, and they do show the propensity to take on big-time salaries, even with them being into the tax and spending ridiculous amounts of money this offseason. $1.1 billion, I think, is what they ultimately spent on Ohtani, Yamamoto, Glasnow, etc. I think Bellinger would kind of fit that same type of a mold as far as, them going after a star that could make a difference for them in a postseason. Bellinger did help them for a significant period of time, really struggled in his final 3 years there out in LA, and found a home anyway recently in Chicago, but I don't think that salary is really palatable for any team, even the LA Dodgers. I think he ultimately stays in Chicago. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. It is the 11 o'clock hour. I am a little surprised we have yet to see a trade right now. MLB Network about to turn things over to MLB Now. Love Brian Kenny and his show. The show for quote-unquote the thinking fan. But I think all of us are thinking at this point. I don't think anybody in the industry is a by-the-gut kind of a fan anymore. They realize analytics are here and they're here to stay. They can see how splits between a right-handed hitter and a left-handed hitter, right-handed pitcher, left-handed pitcher affect things. And so people are a lot more cognizant of it now than they would have been, say, 20 years ago. But should be a fascinating end of the deadline day today. Like I said, I'm expecting between 15 and 20 trades minimum here at the deadline. Angels have 5 or 6, 7 pieces that they could move alone. Oakland has at least 3 I expect them to trade today. White Sox have another 3 I'm expecting them to move today. The Marlins have 3 more that I'm expecting them to move. Blue Jays have 4 pieces I'm expecting them to take calls on today. Hopefully we get some trades. I mean, it's been a slow first 2 hours since we've been live with you guys, but hopefully we start to see some activity. We are seeing more names being talked about, so hopefully that bodes well for some trades happening here shortly. So according to Mark Feinsand, so these are some of the names on the market for relievers who could command a decent return. Tanner Scott, of course, probably the best closer. Kyle Finnegan has struggled in his last week or so with the Washington Nationals, but should still get a decent trade. Same with Dylan Floro. He's available. Pete Fairbanks, available from the Rays. Luis Garcia, good eighth-inning guy from the Angels. Maybe a team like the Orioles goes after him if they miss on Scott. Brebia has really struggled over his last 3 or 4 outings. Was good for about 2 months before that, though, so maybe a team will use him as a 5th-inning, 6th-inning reliever. Ursig, I think, is right there with Garcia, is probably the best 7th, 8th-inning guys that are on the market right now. And then Cincinnati has a couple of relievers they're looking to that they could move off of as well, Sims and Farmer. That coming from Mark Feinsand. Let's see here. Finnegan has his name out there quite a bit. Of course, he blew the game last night against the Diamondbacks. Not exactly the best way to go into a deadline. Go ahead and update our pages here. In case you guys are new here, we're covering the MLB trade deadline for you guys. We got it open to Twitter, checking every single one of the feeds that you might be interested in here at the deadline. We're also got MLB trade rumors. Anything that pops off, we will keep you guys updated. Then, of course, we have the network on the TV as well. It is a fairly slow start to the deadline, but I'm hoping here we see some trades. I was hoping we'd see one before 11, but still has not happened. There's so many names that have to be moved. I wonder if Garrett Crochet is the piece that is moved first. I would expect the Orioles to be most heavy in there along with the Dodgers for him. So appreciate you guys joining us. It's going to take a few seconds to step away, take a breath, and we'll be back in just a few moments. And welcome back to the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us on MLB Trade Deadline Day. Yet to see a trade yet today, but we should see some activity here within the next hour. It does seem like rumors are indeed picking up. At least the national media out there is starting to throw a whole bunch more names out there on the open market and discussing some of those names out there as well. The trades last night that we saw for Kikuchi and Soler, I think really threw a wrench in the deadline here today, resetting the table for at least guys like Jack Flaherty, Blake Snell, players of that ilk. I think really were impacted by the return the Blue Jays got for Kikuchi and by Jorge Soler and his entire contract being taken on by the Atlanta Braves. We've gotten a few super chats today. Thank you, Paul and John. Appreciate those of you who have already sent us some super chats. We are expecting quite a few people to join us as we get closer to the deadline. So make sure as we get closer, as that comment section starts to pop off, to make sure if you want your comment or question answered, please feel free to submit a super chat. Or if you just want to support the channel, it really does go a long way. Gained quite a few subscribers as well. William, thank you for subscribing during our live today. We gained quite a few likes already on the video, but if you're new here, make sure you guys hit that like as well. JRP, Are you surprised there are no trades yet? Slightly surprised, primarily because we saw the first trade happen at 9 o'clock yesterday. There are so many names that have to be moved today. I figured we could get some of the bigger names in the morning so that they could kind of clear out this logjam a little bit. That's usually the way things happen. Once you get the first one, then you get a little bit of a domino effect kind of happening. We saw that happen around Thursday, Friday, when the trade market really started heating up, and then we saw a bunch of trades over the last, 72 hours. Today, a little bit slower of a start because, again, those crazy trades we saw last night for Kikuchi and Soler. Astros way overpaid for Kikuchi. I would be shocked if they aren't already experiencing some buyer's remorse. But here at the Upside, we got the Twitter open for you guys, keeping track of every single one of those national reporters out there. That way you guys don't miss a single rumor or headline. Same thing with MLBTradeRumors.com. We're keeping you guys updated there, watching the network. If anything does pop off, if anything does happen live, we will make sure to have it for you guys here. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. It really does help us out. And let's get into the deadline. Alrighty, so this is one of the sites I'm keeping track of for you guys. That way you don't miss a single thing out there. The trade we saw yesterday that kind of was the bigger surprise for me was the one Eric Fetty to the St. Louis Cardinals along with Tommy Pham. Ultimately, the Cardinals only gave up two pieces. One, Tommy Edman, and the other one, Oliver Gonzalez, goes to the White Sox there as well. Ultimately, I thought Eric Fetty would command a bigger price. You look at what Michael Lorenzen went for on the market. You look at what the return was for Kikuchi. To say that Eric Fetty is worse than both of those, absolutely not fathomable. I understand that he hadn't really proved himself up to this year, that you wondered if he'd fit into a playoff rotation. Clearly, the Cardinals believe he does. I think he easily slots in as their number 2 or 3 starter in a postseason series. But for me, Eric Fetty's performed significantly better than Kikuchi and Michael Lorenzen. Lorenzen's return was a 26-year-old relief pitcher outside of the top 30 prospects who was having a great year, great strikeout numbers. Rangers were more looking to offload a guy off of their active roster. I think that in an ideal world, they would have liked to bring in somebody who was off of the 40-man roster as well. Ultimately, they stick with Walter Pennington as the return. Now, the other trade that we saw was Kikuchi getting 3 prospects in return from the Houston Astros for a guy who has an ERA over 6.5 for the last 3 months. His first 10 starts of the year, he had a 2 and change ERA. His last 12 starts, an ERA over 6 and change, and especially over his last 3, an ERA over 7.5. Not exactly a guy that instills confidence that he's going to be the guy that's going to keep our ship on the right track if I'm a Houston Astros fan. Now, he is very durable. He's shown the ability to take the ball every day or every 5th day and be able to perform. Now, the level of performance has been a little bit concerning, and that's what we just referenced there. When we went off the air last night, the return was expected to be just Bloss, and I thought that was a fairly even trade, a little bit of an overpay, and that was when we thought the return was just one piece. Not only did they get Bloss with 5 years of control as a starting pitcher who's already gotten his feet wet at the major league level and shown some success, and, by the way, pitched better than Kikuchi over the last month. But not only do they get him, they also got Lou Burfido. I think he's going to turn out to be a very good piece for the Blue Jays down the stretch here as well. I think he's going to be on the major league roster the rest of the year. They got another piece out of it as well. I believe the number 9 prospect or 8 prospect out of the Astro system. Just a massive overpay. MLB Now is discussing the overpay that the Astros did here. Will Wagner, the third baseman, was the third piece in that deal. Just absolutely shocking return for the Blue Jays for a guy who has an ERA, like I said, over 7 in his last 3 starts. Welcome in, Big Bink. Hey, what have you thought of the deadline so far? I think I've really been impressed with the number of trades that we've seen up until today. I was surprised how many moves we've already seen. Usually at the deadline, when there's not too many big names out there, which, to be honest, this deadline doesn't have the same Max Scherzers or Trey Turners available or Juan Soto's available. there isn't that level of player available. The best one that you could point to would be a guy like Tarek Skubal, but he's not expected to be moved. I don't think there's a trade on the market this year that rivals any of those types of trades that we've seen in the past. By the way, we still haven't seen a top 100 prospect be traded, at least before the season began. Lesko was the only prospect that I've seen that actually is in the top 100 right now that has been moved, and that was in the Jason Adam trade. Now, I'm not saying there won't be top 100 prospects moved. There will be, and I'm expecting the Garrett Crochet trade. There for sure will be. Jack Flaherty could return a top 100 guy. Skubal will probably return at least 2 top 100 guys as well if he is moved. But as far as my thoughts on the deadline, I've really liked what we've seen up until today. Hopefully we get to see more activity, though, in the next few hours. I am expecting significant amount of trades today. I'm expecting a minimum of 15 to 20 trades. We could see an upwards of 30 trades today. Now remember, the reason why I think that is because the deadline isn't at 2 or 3 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock, so we still have 6 hours to go, 5 hours and 47 minutes until the deadline. And I do think we'll get a Garrett Crochet deal here in the next 45 minutes or so to kind of start the logjam freeing up a little bit. Now, the market seems to be coming to grips with what the prices were last night with for Kikuchi and Soler. And so hopefully the market starts to get rolling here as well. I'm wondering what the Braves will do today. Well, they did a great job last night bringing in a reliever and a outfielder, a bat. They needed to add to that offense a little bit. But now for the Braves, to kind of answer your question, they need some starting pitching. They're looking at somebody like a Garrett Crochet was the biggest name that I've heard connected with them. But I would expect them to end up with more of a mid-tier starter or back end of the rotation starter. I'm not expecting them to be in the market at all for Tarek Skubal. I don't think they have the assets to be able to bring him in anyway. But let's go ahead and update our Twitter feed and just see if anything else is happening at the moment. Let's see here. This is coming from Brian McTaggart, who is a reporter for the Houston Astros. Dana Brown, the GM there for Houston, says about the deal to bring in Kikuchi. In order to get a major league starter with that type of arm, you're going to have to give up some pretty good players that hurt. Sure. That's kind of the front office speak for, hey, we overpaid for a guy we realize is going to help us, but probably not to the level that's worth what they're giving up. They overpaid. It's just, I guarantee you they have buyer's remorse right now because that price and the price for Soler is going to drive up the price for literally every starter out there. The Soler trade is going to drive up the price, I believe, for Diaz. Just really surprising the deals that we saw at the very end of the day last night. Now, usually you see something like that closer to the deadline for panic type of moves. We still have a full day, at least at that time, until the deadline. Right now, we still have 6 hours to go before the deadline. I'm curious, what big trades we have. That's a good one there, Bink. The Braves could be in on Crochet, but I also like Tyler Anderson work. That was the other name we mentioned earlier. I love the idea of Tyler Anderson being available for any number of teams today. I'm looking at the Orioles if they miss on any of their top 3 targets. Looking at the Braves if they miss on Crochet or Flaherty. I don't think Anderson would go to the Yankees, even though they're looking for a starter. I don't think he represents a significant improvement over Cortez. Twins are said to be looking for some starting pitching. Maybe they go to the route of Tyler Anderson, but that salary might be the deterrent for them. I'd expect them to go more to the Rockies with Cal Quantrill, Gomber, etc. to try to save some money. That seems to be the name of the game this year, is to save money up there in Minnesota. Ryan, to get to some trades to go past the deadline. That's exactly why we're going to be live for you guys through the deadline for about 30 to 45 minutes after the deadline. So usually the deadline, okay, so to kind of give you guys an explanation of how this works. The deadline is at 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock East. If you have already placed the trade call, meaning both sides have already agreed to the deal, medicals are agreed to, all that kind of thing, you're just in line to let the league know of the trade. Then the trade can still go through even after the deadline, but the call has to already be placed. Now, we've seen in the past, like 20 years ago, there was fax machines that they would use for these trades, and so sometimes you'd find one that's sitting on the fax machine 3 hours after the deadline. These ain't those days. You don't have to wait that long, but usually up to about 30 to 45 minutes is what the trade queue ultimately turns out to be. Same thing in the NHL, same thing in the NBA, same thing in the NFL. Once you're in that trade queue, you can still get that deal to go through as long as that call was placed before the deadline. So I am expecting a heavy amount of trades today. Like I said, 15 to 20 minimum. We could see upwards of 30 trades before the end of the day. Big Bink, I do like Kikuchi, but that overpay and his last few starts are worrying. I would say worrying is the nice way of putting it. I like Kikuchi. Love that he went out there, took the ball for them when he probably had the deadline on his mind, like Tyone did yesterday, like Flaherty would have if he had made the start. So I suppose I could give him a little bit of a reprieve in his last outing, but that's still a 7.5 ERA over his last 3 or 4 starts. That's still a 6.5 ERA over his last 12. Not a great arm as far as the ability to get outs and avoid runs. Run prevention is the name of the game when you're not a number 1 or number 2 starter. Giving innings is probably the thing that Astros really liked most about Kikuchi here. I guess they didn't believe that Bloss could get the job done, or worried that a rookie would have some regression in the second half, or the dog days of summer would affect him a little bit more. But I'd say Kikuchi is already having things affect him. So, I don't know. I think it's still a big overpay by the Astros, and we'll see what the rest of the market says for the rest of the rentals that are on the market. Ryan, would you like a Mark Leiter Jr.? He was one name that was talked about a few times over the last week or so. They did retool their bullpen a little bit, bringing in Nate Pearson, who was ejected from his game, his first ever game with the Cubs anyway, after plunking a Cincinnati Red player in the face. Counsell was ejected as well. But I'm not necessarily sure that they're going to trade off some relievers now. I think they're more looking to offload salary, which is why I think Bellinger is probably their best, what their number 1 priority is going to be, to try to offload that one. I don't think they'll be able to. So I think their backup route will be Jamison Tyone. I think they should be able to get a nice trade for him on the market. Speaking of Tyone, I think the contract will keep him away from people, guys, so they will look at it for a cheaper route. I don't think so. I think the prices are so high right now for some pitching that teams might say, hey, we'll take on the money, give you a decent prospect return because of how high prices are for guys like Flaherty, guys like Snell, etc. Tyone might be able to be had for a cheaper price. Another name in that same ilk is Chris Bassett, who starts tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays. I don't think he makes that start. I think he does get dealt here before the deadline. Something to kind of keep an eye on. Cardinals still looking to add to their bullpen, coming from MLB trade rumors. We've mentioned that one a few times. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Like I said, we're probably going to have the most up-to-date information out of any source that you're going to be looking at today. We got all the different Twitter accounts covered for you. We're watching the MLB trade rumors. We're watching the MLB network. If there's a big-time trade coming, we're going to hear about it and then give it to you first. So make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. This is the 4th year we're doing the MLB trade deadline. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Follow us on X at UpsideSN to be notified when we do go live. Appreciate those of you who have already sent a few super chats. We're at 35 right now. Again, a little bit of a slow start to the trade deadline. I think is accounting for that at the moment, but we should start to see some activity soon. I mean, I am waiting at this point. We saw the first trade yesterday happen about 9 o'clock with Michael Lorenzen going to the Royals, but we should start to see a healthy number of names being moved here in the next couple of hours. I'm expecting we get half of the trades we get today between now and 3 o'clock, and then the other half probably between 3 and 5. So we should see a healthy day as far as trade amount, number of trades total, and hopefully we get one relatively soon to kick things off. All right, and I also see the Braves looking for a utility man since Ozzie Albies went down with that fractured wrist. We mentioned yesterday that Gleyber Torres was unhappy with the idea that he would be playing third base, or asked to be playing third base by his manager Aaron Boone. Understandable. He's in a walk year. He wants to prove his value, etc. Show that he's a second baseman, all that kind of thing. I get it. But a team asked you to do something that did not do him any favors in the media by saying what he said publicly. But it also could mean that they could have traded him to a team like Atlanta. I think with Jazz performing well at third base last night, I think that alleviates the concerns of Torres being asked to play third. And so I think for right now, Torres stays with the New York Yankees. But I agree with you there. Braves are going to be looking for a utility guy, second base, third base type that can play all over the diamond. They do have a couple of guys on that roster already. They brought in Whit Merrifield, instantly got injured. So I think they're looking for another player in that same ilk. Lorenzen would have been a nice fit in Atlanta. I would have agreed with you there. I think he'd have been a great number 4 or 5 starter for them down the stretch here. Let's go ahead and update one more time. I have a feeling we're about to get a trade. It's been too quiet over the last half hour. We saw a lot of headlines as far as reporters getting their talking points out about a half hour ago. That tells me a lot of things were happening behind the scenes. Names were being tossed around, and that's what the national media was really focusing on. It's been quiet ever since, and that tells me we could be seeing a trade happen here shortly. Nick, I wonder if the Yankees would make a trade with the Mets. Torres would be a cool fit given his relationship with Mendoza. I don't think Torres is going anywhere, honestly, at this point. As far as a trade between the Yankees and Mets, cats and dogs, I guess, would be the best comment I could give you. Could that happen? Sure. Do I think it's likely? No. Let's go ahead and update one more time. Like I said, I think there's a trade coming. Check out our rumors page here. Cardinals still looking to add to bullpen. Before we get into too much of the trade candidates out there, let's kind of reset the clock for everybody where the standings are at going into the deadline. Orioles, of course, lead the AL East half game over the Yankees. Yankees are finally steadying themselves after looking like the Chicago White Sox for the better part of a month. Right now, they're 4.5 up in the wild card, and it's going to be a 2-team race, I believe, for the division. I think the other team obviously goes to the wild card. Red Sox right now are a game out of the wild card, but they're also buying here at the deadline. They already made the move for Danny Jansen and for James Paxton. So the Red Sox, I think, are going to be right there for the wild card. Same thing with the Rays. Even though they've traded off so many pieces, 6-4 in their last 10. They're 1-2 of their last 2 games as well. Only 3.5 back of the wild card. I think they're also going to be a competitive team down the stretch there. But they are still a seller. Same thing with the Jays. AL Central, Guardians, Twins, Royals, all buyers, all currently in playoff positioning. I think that's going to be about the case until the end of the season. Tigers have been, basically announced they're a seller. Same thing as the White Sox. AL West, Astros blew a game last night. Josh Hader giving up a 3-run home run in the 9th. Pittsburgh winning in Paul Skeens' start there. Skeens, though, was in line for the loss when he left the game. Pittsburgh getting enough offense to overcome that bullpen. More of a bullpen game last night for the Astros, and that bullpen failed them once again this year. Mariners 4-6 in their last 10. Their starting pitching is starting to falter a little bit. It's a long season. You're going to have starts like that every year, every few times from a starter. Probably Gilbert's worst start in a long time, possibly in his career. But their offense is significantly better. I'm expecting them to do significantly better in the second half offensively, especially once they get Crawford and Rodriguez back. Rangers, they're 6 games back in the wild card, 3.5 in the division. That's a far cry from where they were, say, a month ago, where they were in the range of 10 games back in the division. Mariners have really backslid and really opened the door for this division to go all the way down to the deadline, or all the way down to the end of the season. All 3 teams are going to be buyers here at the deadline. Astros making the move for Kikuchi. I think they still have one more trade for a first baseman in them. Same thing with the Mariners. They've added a bunch of pieces already. I still think there's another trade in there for a reliever and for a first baseman if they go that route. Angels are a clear seller. As I mentioned, they have 7 pieces they could possibly move here at the deadline. I'd expect them to probably move 4, maybe 5 of those guys. Bink, if you're Atlanta, you can't just be having Bryce Elder go every 4th, 5th day at a 6.5 ERA and a 164 whip. Well, he was an all-star last year. I suppose they're hoping for some positive regression, if you will. But I agree there. They need to get another starter there in Atlanta. They're very thin on that front. They need somebody to come in there like a Kikuchi. I thought would have been a nice fit at that number 5 spot in that rotation. I didn't think would cost a whole lot. And like we saw with the Astros, that price was through the roof. So understandable why they didn't get him. On the NL side of things, best team in baseball so far has been the Philadelphia Phillies, 65-41. They lead that division. I think they're going to run away with it, honestly. Braves did the move last night to bring in Soler. I still think they need to add a starter to really solidify themselves as a wild card team, and then you never know once you get to the postseason. Mets, I think, are solidified themselves as a wild card team as well. They're going to be right there all the way through the deadline, and up to the end of the regular season. I think they still need to add another starter. If they don't, then I think they could miss the postseason. Nationals have declared themselves a seller. They have Finnegan and Floro that they could move off of. Marlins are also a seller. They already traded their best asset in Luis Arraez. Offensively, they could still move on from Jake Berger. And then from the pitching staff standpoint, they could move a guy who's injured and underperforming in Jesus Luzardo, or a guy like Trevor Rogers, who's a decent starting pitcher. Rogers would be a good fit for Atlanta, by the way. But for me, the Marlins are mainly going to be focusing on that bullpen, moving Scott and maybe 2 or 3 other arms out of that bullpen. In addition to Scott, seems like every single reliever in there, bullpen is drawing some level of interest. I'm expecting a big sell day for the Marlins there. NL Central, we saw the Brewers make their acquisition last night to stabilize their rotation, bringing in Frankie Montas. Losing Joey Wimmer, though, in the deal to Cincinnati is going to hurt in the long run, especially for an expiring contract in Montas. Now, of course, they could re-sign him. I don't think he would cost a whole heck of a lot if they did decide to re-sign him. Montas has pitched well, and so if he pitches well in the second half, maybe they would have found themselves something there at the deadline that could be a future asset if they extend him. Pirates have leapfrogged the Cardinals, at least for the time being. Tied in the standings anyway, 7 games back in the division. Pirates, though, they're very top-heavy in that rotation. They still need some more offense. They were in there for Paredes. They're in there currently for Diaz. They need some offense. If they don't get offense, I think they're clearly outside of the playoff picture looking in. Right now, I'd probably lean to them missing the playoffs, even if they add somebody. But remains to be seen who they get. If they would have gotten Paredes, I thought they would have been right there for one of those wild card spots. Cardinals, great trade bringing in Fedde and Pham. Great deal for them overall, only giving up Tommy Edman and Oliver Gonzalez. Just a great masterclass in Mozeliak. Fedde just was not valued in this market. I thought he was probably the most valuable out of the 3 pitchers that we saw traded yesterday in Kikuchi, Lorenzen, and Fedde. Fedde has had the best year, but ultimately it looks like other teams didn't value him as much as I do. Even Montas was traded for more in my mind than what Eric Fedde was. You look at Joey Wimmer's got 4 or 5 years left of control, and they also got cash in that deal as well. Just unbelievable. Just the way that they were able to get their starting pitcher, Eric Fedde, who's going to be able to start a postseason game for them, whereas a team like the Houston Astros overpaid through the nose and then some for Kikuchi, who has a 7+ ERA for basically the last month, a 6.5 ERA for basically the last 3 months. So we shall see what happens the rest of the way here at the deadline. Reds already made their move, trading away Frankie Montas. They have a couple of relievers that they are looking to move as well. Buck Farmer and Lucas Sims. Maybe they move on from Diaz, but that would be the shocking move there. Cubs could look to move on from Jameson Taillon. That's what I'd be looking for if I'm a Cubs fan. NL West, Dodgers, of course, running away with things in the NL West. I'm expecting them to add at least one more significant starting pitcher. As far as the Padres, they're also in the market for some starting pitching. They're only 6.5 back. I don't think they'll overtake the Dodgers by any means, but they have really performed well this year. They sold off Juan Soto, bringing back King. They brought in Arraez, brought in Cease. GM of the offseason and GM of the season, A.J. Preller. Just a masterclass in saving money and still maintaining a relevant roster and being able to compete for a division crown. That lineup, rotation anyway, once they get everybody healthy, is right up there with anybody on the NL side. You look at the Dodgers, I still think they have a leg up over them. I think the Phillies as well. I think it's one of those 2 teams to lose right now for the World Series. But the Padres and the Braves are right there. Both of those teams have significant expectations this year. We'll see if they can live up to them. Diamondbacks, they already made their acquisition, bringing in A.J. Puck. I think the best case scenario for them today would be to move off of the contract of Jordan Montgomery. After giving up 5 runs in the first inning, 6 runs overall over 4 innings last night, 9 hits, 3 walks. He just doesn't look like himself, but we saw the performance that he gave last year. He could be a difference maker for a team if he's able to straighten things out. And if not, at least the Diamondbacks would be able to offload the salary. That would be a tough ask for a team to take on that salary, though he's shown no signs of being the pitcher that he was last year. Giants, they've declared themselves to be a seller. According to Heyman, it seems like they might want to hold back on the reins a little bit on selling off pieces like Snell. But for me, prices are so high they would be crazy not to capitalize on the opportunity to, one, offload more salary in Conforto, Snell, Ray, if they have the opportunity, etc. They need to offload more salary so that they can invest more in free agency this offseason. They're going to be in there for Juan Soto. Freeing up every single dollar should help in their pursuit of him. But the Giants, as of right now, are sellers. Rockies have pretty much traded everything of value aside from Quantrill on that roster right now. But keeping an eye on MLB Network, John Heyman speaking right now, saying nothing is happening, at least at the moment, but they are hearing quite a few things behind the scenes, names being tossed around, and we could finally see the dam break here very soon. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Got 40 plus of you guys with us right now. As I mentioned, once we finally have that first trade of the day, we're going to see that viewership go through the roof, especially as we get to the final 2 hours of the trade deadline. So, if you guys want to make sure that your comments, your questions are answered, feel free to send us a super chat, or if you just want to support the channel. It really does help us. I know we got a couple of those already today, one from John and one from Paul. Thank you very much. It really does help us out. We told you guys earlier how the viewership here is nice and everything. It helps us out, gives us like $1 or so if we do like an hour live with like 40 viewers. But when you guys send the super chat, it really goes a long way to supporting us. Kind of a two-man operation here, me in front of the camera, and then I got the brains behind the operation helping us as well, sharing us on social media out there. You can follow us on X at UpsideSN as well, and helping us as well, keeping us hydrated, making sure I don't fall face first on the keyboard in front of you guys. So really hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I know a lot of you guys enjoy the content and have said so as much in the comments. Really is quite a boon for me, at least, when I see those comments. It really does help us out. And hopefully we have a great and busy trade deadline. All right, Bink. But from what I'm seeing, the Braves have been pursuing Crochet for a couple of days and really want him as their number one target. I think he is their number one target. I think Anderson probably the more gettable, though, of those two. Fernando, did I miss anything? Had a 10-minute meeting. No, you did not, unfortunately. We still have yet to see a trade today. The trades that we saw last night for Kikuchi and Soler really threw a wrench in plans, but about an hour ago we saw names start to be thrown around quite a bit. But as far as the trades today, I'm expecting Crochet could be one of the first trades we see of the day. They're showing Jazz Chisholm playing third base for the Yankees last night. He played it very well, had a couple of home runs in that one as well. He looked every bit the piece that the Yankees were needing here at the deadline in the game last night. Braves and White Sox conversation has included Luis Robert and Crochet, but Luis is off the board as he should. I don't know that the Braves would be able to acquire him anyway at this point. They have so many outfielders on their roster after the trade for Soler. We shall see if there's any other big trades that the Braves make, but I do think starting pitching is the big need for them. Welcome in, Ryan. This is a digital thing here, so I don't know about that one. Mr. Walterman, got a sick name? Okay. All right, Ryan. Come on now. All right. Let's see here. Some news from the Reds from Mark Feinsand. Reds will be getting back Emilio Pagan and Ian Jabot back from the IL soon, so they'll need to make room on the roster for them. Sims, Farmer, Centilon, and Jacob Junis are among those out of minor league options, so any could potentially be on the move today. I would not be surprised if they quickly pivoted on Jacob Junis, who they just acquired in that deal for Frankie Montas. Reliever prices are through the roof, and if they don't see him as a fit for them long term, maybe they move off of him. But the two names we heard at the beginning of the day were Lucas Sims and Buck Farmer. Emilio Pagan has had his best trades in the past, or has seen his name in trades in the past. He could be another name that could be available, but we shall see. Ryan, do you think the Rangers? Who do you think the Rangers get? I was looking at our schedule from the 28th to the end of the year. It's against the Angels, A's, White Sox, and terrible teams. I think the Mariners will choke. Mariners have done a great job improving their offense. I think it's too early to tell if they'll choke or not, but they were very pitching dominant out of that rotation. The bullpen has been better as of late, but struggled in the first half as well. But as far as what the Rangers could get, I would say they're looking for a reliever and a bat as well. I think the bat is probably their biggest priority right now. It's just a matter of whether or not the bat is a big enough impact to make it worth their time to trade it. For instance, a guy like Brent Rooker, I think is probably the biggest bet for the Rangers to be able to acquire here at the deadline. Yandy Diaz would have made some sense, but I'm with Evan Grant, the reporter for the for the Dallas Morning News, follows the Texas Rangers, says that the impediment for the Rangers acquiring Diaz is the money on Diaz's contract next year. Not that he wouldn't be worth it, but that it's more dollars that they would have to spend on a position where they already have an answer at Nathaniel Lowe. Now, there's been some talk that maybe Nathaniel Lowe might not be the long-term answer, but he's been nothing short of fantastic for Texas for the better part of 2 months. He's been their best offensive weapon outside of Josh Smith. Wyatt Langford struggled over the last month. Garcia can't get out of his own way. There's a lot of questions around that offense as to, how much juice are they going to continue to have. They need to have at bats at least for Duran and Young as well, who are getting back from injury. They looked good last night, but Diaz, again, the money there really doesn't make sense for them to acquire him at a position where they already have a solution in Nathaniel Lowe. That's why Brent Rooker could play left field DH for them. Maybe move over Wyatt Langford to center, Evan Carter as well to center, maybe giving them kind of a good athletic outfield there in center. Tavares has not hit the way they had hoped for him to hit whenever they came into the year. Still got some decent value, but there's no team out there that I think would be interested in bringing him on this year. After this year, we could see a deal for Leody Tavares. Welcome in, Ant. Appreciate you joining us. Listen to this Goat Talk Baseball. Thank you, my friend. Ryan, I really appreciate that. Alrighty. Bink, it's been a bunch of front offices talking, I guess, so far. Yes, it is. Teams are finally starting to get moving as far as the names that are being talked about, at least according to reports about an hour ago. Like I said, I'm hoping to see a trade here soon. That way it kind of opens up the logjam. I think the pitcher that's holding up the logjam on the pitching side, Garrett Crochet. Hitters and relievers, I don't think there's really anybody holding it up except for maybe Tanner Scott out of Miami. Ant, I'm a Braves fan. Can you please help me understand why we need pitching? It's to be the best in MLB. I need to help to see it. Okay. You're very thin. You don't have the prospect capital you did, say, 3-4 years ago. You're already without Spencer Strider. You have a question mark with Reyes. Sounds like they avoided a big-time injury with him. Fried is in the last year of his deal, but you really don't have anybody beyond that. Bryce Elder was in the minors, 6 ERA right now. They don't really have any plug-and-play options with a sub-4 ERA that they can plug into that rotation and at least decrease the workload on some of their top-level starters so they can make sure that they're healthy and fresh for a postseason series. They're going to have an uphill battle to climb once they get to the postseason, so making sure those arms are at their very, very best in a postseason series is what the doctor ordered for them. Max Fried probably starts one of the games. Chris Sale probably starts another one in the postseason. Ronaldo Lopez, as good as he was in the first half, could show some signs of regression in the second half because, again, he was a reliever for the last couple of years. He did come up as a starter in the Nationals and White Sox organizations. Ultimately, though, he's been a reliever the last couple of years. He was stretched out as a starter this year and has performed well. But how long can you expect that level of performance, especially in the second half, when he hasn't thrown this many innings in years? So to answer your question, why do they need some starting pitching? Lack of depth and injury risk. They need to mitigate those issues. That's why I thought Kikuchi would have been a great fit. Obviously, the price was through the roof. Not a great fit once you see the return for Kikuchi. But another starting pitcher of that ilk that can come in there, eat some innings, maybe start a game 4 for you in a playoff series might be the best case scenario for you at the deadline. Crochet would probably start game 2 or 3 in a playoff series, with Fried getting game 1, Sale getting game 2. Alrighty, hear me out. Cubs and Taylor Ward. They did trade Christopher Morel. They have Pete Crow Armstrong in center. Suzuki they could flex to DH. If they do that, they could get Ward. Ward has been struggling the last month or so. If they do add a bat, outfield is probably where it would go. I'm not sure Ward would be the piece for them, but hey, it wouldn't cost them a whole lot to be able to bring him in. Ryan, Rangers don't have a full-time DH, and Heaney and Scherzer off the books. Well, I think Scherzer probably is going to come back next year. I think he's going to probably get a $20 to $30 million contract next year to stay with the Texas Rangers. Heaney, the Rangers absolutely love his stuff. We've mentioned that a few times now about how the Rangers really like stuff when they get to the postseason. That's why you see guys like Dunning go to the bullpen, not pitch a whole lot, not even get a start in the postseason when they were the best pitcher for the Rangers in the second half last year outside of Max Scherzer. They ultimately didn't even give him a game to start. A guy like Andrew Heaney, though, who had struggled at multiple points last year, was given a start, multiple games starts last year in the postseason and in the World Series. I just don't see them, really getting off of those two pitchers. I think they'll really want to bring both of those guys back. And we saw this year the injury risks that they had with DeGrom, Molly, Gray, Dunning, Bradford. All those guys were on the injured list. Scherzer was at one point. They needed multiple starters, and I think they'll like to get both of those guys back. I get your point, though. The Rangers don't have a full-time DH, but they're going to have to put some of those regular players, Smith, Young, Duran, Lowe, Langford, Carter when he comes back. Some of those guys are going to be needing at-bats at the DH spot. So Brent Rooker, if they do bring him in, I would expect them to try to offload somebody off of that Major League roster. Duran probably being the piece that would go to the Athletics in return. I'm not sure if I would do that, but that would be kind of the starting point of a trade between the two teams. So more money freed up. Ryan, I agree there that there will be some money freed up next year, but they have so much money already allocated to next year. They have a number of pieces coming off the books. They're expecting Eovaldi to have his option vest, so he should still be on the roster. But like I said, I'm expecting them to bring back Heaney and Scherzer. But we'll see where we're at. They still have to negotiate long-term or an extension anyway with Robertson and Yates after the year as well. If the Rangers sold, they could have gotten a king's ransom for Eovaldi, Yates, and Robertson. Absolutely. Rangers, I believe, if they were going to sell at the deadline, probably would have done even better than the Tampa Bay Rays and what they've been able to acquire. You look at what they could have sold here at the deadline, just in starting pitchers alone. Michael Lorenzen's already out the door. They could have sold on John Gray, Andrew Heaney, Nate Eovaldi, Max Scherzer. That's 5 arms they could have traded out of their rotation currently. Then you also have Dane Dunning that you could have moved on from because it doesn't seem like they believe in him a whole heck of a lot, at least from Bruce Bochy and Chris Young's perspective. So that's just the starters. In the bullpen, Kirby Yates, arguably the best closer this year. David Robertson, 8th inning setup guy, basically had a great run earlier this year. Back-to-back games came on, struck out Betts, Freeman, and Ohtani, all 3 of them in back-to-back games, really demonstrated his value. Last night enters the game, 7th inning, bases loaded, nobody out, only 1 run comes across, and he's done that multiple times this year. Mark Feinsand tweeted out that he had a nickname as Houdini. That was in response to Evan Grant of the Dallas Morning News saying he should change his last name to Blaine, basically saying he's a magician to get out of these tough situations. They would have commanded a very significant price as well at the deadline, in addition to Jose Leclerc, who's pitching lights out right now out of that bullpen. So we're talking, 10 pieces at just the pitchers right now that we've talked about? Then you go to the hitting side of things. They could have looked to move on from Nathaniel Lowe. They could have looked to move on from Adolis Garcia. They could have tried to trade the peak of Josh Smith. Leody Taveras could have had a nice price out there before the deadline as well, because center field is always in a position of need. But they would have been the team that would have commanded the most significant trade return on the market right now. So I get that comment there, Ryan, but right now Rangers are in buy mode. They are not selling here at the deadline. Julian, appreciate you joining us here at the Upside. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. We're going to keep you guys updated here at the deadline. Keep you guys updated every single Twitter page that's out there. We're following it for you. That way you guys don't miss any of the latest. We're watching MLB Network and following MLB trade rumors. If there's any rumor out there, you're going to hear it here first, and we're going to keep you guys updated all the way through the deadline. Dump Leody. I think in the offseason, they very likely could move on from Leody Taveras to open up playing time for Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford, especially if they acquire a guy like Brent Rooker who could play left field, or Ezekiel Duran who could also play left field for them as well. Welcome in Steve Shapiro. Appreciate you joining us. What do you think the Orioles do? Talked about them quite a bit already. I think they absolutely have to add a back-end reliever. Tanner Scott, I think, is probably the biggest name they could add, or a Mason Miller. But to me, they need to add somebody because Craig Kimbrell looks like he's faltering at a significantly high rate right now. And so getting a guy in there who can be a closer, solve their issues there, even though they have a history with Scott, I think he would still be the best piece on the market outside of Mason Miller, who I don't think gets moved at the deadline after injuring his hand. Bink, Bryce Elder for me is someone who can be involved in a deal for a starter if he makes it to his start tonight. Okay, so he's not going to, if he's traded, obviously he's not going to make it through the deadline and start for the Braves today. So just to kind of clear that one up. But Elder's down year this year, but was an all-star last year. Like I said, is number 5, 6 starter at best right now for the Braves. That's why they need to bring in some depth. But I don't try to move off of Elder, though, if I bring in some more depth. You still need to add depth by trading away depth to bring in other depth. Doesn't do anything for you if you're the Braves. It's a washing. You might get a better piece as far as one that's performing better, but you haven't improved your depth by trading away one of your starting options. Ryan, Molly, and DeGrom will be back soon. I think DeGrom is September 1st. That's exactly what we've been talking about for the better part of a month. DeGrom being closer to a September 1st call-up. Meanwhile, Molly, I think, immediately comes up after the deadline and probably takes John Gray's place in the rotation, especially with 3 long relievers in the bullpen. They should be fine and set up for success with those guys back there. Bink, I thought Rooker was heading to Atlanta, but the Soler deal took that out of the equation. I think Rooker is almost off the market entirely. It seems like the A's are happy with the progress they've made offensively. Now, the one thing they have to worry about, though, is regression of that offense and the fact that they haven't really progressed as far as starting pitching. They have nobody coming in the minors. That's why I thought trading a guy like Rooker, who's an incredibly high strikeout rate, having a career year, older prospect, or older piece anyway on their team, maybe now would be the best time to trade him because his value is probably as high as it's ever going to get right now, and they could probably get a good starting pitching prospect for him. Thank you for subscribing, Julian. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Really does help us out. Got about 35 viewers. If you're new here, hit that subscribe like Julian. It really does help us out. And hit that like button on the video as well. Kurt, welcome in. The Mets get Scott and Scobel. You'd like for the Mets to get Scott and Scobel. There's no way the Mets are getting Tarek Skubal. As far as Scott, that could be a piece for them. They've tried to rebuild that bullpen on the fly. They've already added multiple pieces to that bullpen. I don't think they'd be able to outbid other teams for him, so I don't think they get either one of those. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not going to add to that bullpen a little bit more or even add a bat. I still think they'd like to add 1 or 2 more pieces. The Mets do like to be very active at the deadline, so we shall see what they ultimately get, but I would rule out Scobal and Scott for the Mets, but those would be some great pieces if they were to get them, no doubt about it there. Ryan, if you had to give one honest prediction without even looking at the schedule, who do you think would win the AL West? Well, you mentioned a funny note earlier about the Rangers schedule in September. They do have one of the weaker schedules left among all the teams. However, their next month of games, though, is all against 500 teams or better. That's the tough stretch. September is where they're going to make up ground more than anything else. They've struggled against teams that are above 500, but they haven't been healthy as well. So, this is really the opportunity for Texas to take the division if they want it in the second half. They're really going to gain ground in September. If I had to, earmark this race right now, 3.5 games back for Texas, and they're still probably the most complete team out of those 3, I'd still probably say Texas takes the division. Houston, they make the acquisition of Kikuchi. They need to add a first baseman. If they get a guy like Diaz in there, I think that makes them right up there with the Texas Rangers to win the division. For the Mariners, I think it's too early to see what this offense looks like in Seattle with all the pieces that they've added, and they still may add more like a Vlad Guerrero Jr. So the Mariners, they're led by their starting pitching. Bullpen has been a little bit spotty here and there, but that starting pitching is going to be where it's about for the Seattle Mariners, and I would argue that their starting pitching, as good as it's been, when the Rangers are healthy, the Rangers have a better rotation, and they're finally getting healthy. You're talking about a 1-2-3 of DeGrom as your 1, Scherzer as your 2, Eovaldi as your 3, Molly as your 4, Heaney as your 5, and then you still have a plethora of other arms, John Gray, Dunning, Urena, Bradford that you can plug in if somebody's not having the greatest day. That would be a great situation for Texas if all those guys can stay healthy. Health has been the big question mark, and they haven't had a healthy rotation all year. Astros could argue the same thing, that they've missed multiple starters for at multiple times this year so far, and they've been affected quite a bit in their rotation. But I would say right now the Rangers probably win the AL West if they're able to get all their pieces back and healthy, even without making an acquisition of a bat or a reliever here at the deadline. And then I'd probably say it's between the Astros and Mariners for that wild card spot. I think the third team in that group probably misses the postseason. Bink, if you're the Twins, you need to make a move fast. Absolutely, they need to add some starting pitching. We've mentioned Cal Quantrill might be a nice fit there. Ryan, Royce Lewis staying healthy would be the biggest move that they could make. Well, Royce Lewis and his health is a big question mark. When he's healthy, he certainly elevates that team quite a bit. Imagine the Sacramento A's win the World Series next year. Not happening, but I get your point. Sell out a 12,000 seat stadium games. No, not happening. Bink, Marlins closing in on a trade for Trevor Rogers. According to Craig Mish, hopefully we finally get the first trade of the day. Alrighty, let's see here. We mentioned the stuff about the Reds. Let's go back over to MLB trade rumors. We might finally be getting our first trade of the day. Marlins and Trevor Rogers. Probably the best starter that they're going to trade here at the deadline. Kind of surprised I don't have Craig Mish on here. Let me put him in my lists. There we go. Let's go back over to our baseball list and see if he's in there. That would be funny. Skowball to the Rangers for Kisner and Ornelas. Not going to happen ever. Rangers already have enough starting pitching. In fact, they're looking to offload some of it. They did just show it on MLB Network, yes. See if I can pull it up for you guys here. There it is. This one from Craig Mish. Marlins appear to be closing in on a trade for left-handed pitcher Trevor Rogers, with several teams still pushing for him. The club will then turn its attention to their relief pitching. We knew we'd see some of these trades here start to happen here right around 11, 12 o'clock, especially after the slow start to the morning and after the big trades we saw last night that reset the market for both starting pitching, rental starting pitching, and for some hitting as well. Moving Trevor Rogers here now allows the Marlins to focus on their relievers, which should command a healthy price on the market. Relievers are going for quite a bit. Evan Grant, what is he saying? Basically, he's sticking up for Chris Young, and rightfully so. He's probably been the most active Rangers GM ever. John Daniels, to a certain extent, was fairly active, but I know the fan base really wanted him to do more. CY has done literally everything in his power to make this team a winner. He's already won a World Series, something no other team in franchise history can claim, but he actually got it done and got it across the finish line, brought in all the right pieces, brought in the DeGroms, brought in the Scherzers, brought in the Eovaldes, brought in Bochy, brought in Yates, brought in Robertson, brought in Chapman. All these pieces that were a significant part, brought in Spores as well. He was a part of the team, or he was the biggest reason why they got that done. And then, of course, the players on the field getting things done. Would Pilar fit in Texas? He is cheap. I actually really like the idea of a Kevin Pilar, but to me, the only way you'd bring him in is if you moved on from a guy like Leody Taveras. I think that would be the only way you would add to that outfield, center field mix. Pilar, I think, would be a great fit there, but I don't think there's a taker, though, for Leody Taveras. Unless you're the Angels and you want somebody there, maybe we could see a guy like Kevin Pilar come in and maybe a couple other pieces while the Angels take on Leody Taveras. MLB is waiting for people to take lunch so it can be on alert and not working. I see. Well, I mean, they're about to go into their MLB Tonight broadcast. Ryan Daniels is joking. He traded away Adrian Gonzalez for Crumbs and Ian Kinsler. I can't fault him for the Ian Kinsler trade. I don't think anybody knew the injuries that Prince Fielder had at the moment. By the way, Prince Fielder still hanging around the club, helping develop some talent. Prince, I think, as much as we as fans were hoping for Prince Fielder to work for the Rangers, I think he was even more affected by his inability to play and the injury that ultimately ended his career. But he did his best to at least make it worth their while for the Texas Rangers. He hung around, kind of was a secondary hitting coach for the Rangers at certain points after his injury. And even now, he came back for the All-Star game as well. And he's really good proponent of the team. He's very good as far as representing the club, I'll put it that way. As far as Daniels, I don't get all the hate for Daniels. He did a really great job, especially with the Mark Teixeira trade in the beginning of his tenure, the trades that got him all the way up to the World Series twice in a row. The trade for Cole Hamels, though, was the beginning of the end, though, as far as I'm concerned. Investing when he shouldn't have. I don't necessarily fault him for Adrian Gonzalez. They had 5 first basemen at the time when they moved Adrian Gonzalez. I think they had, who was it? David Segui. They had Rafi Palmeiro. They had Will Clark at a time, or for a time anyway. They had a bunch of first base options around that same time, and Adrian Gonzalez was never going to be that guy. Carlos Pena was a part of that group as well. Ultimately, he moved on from both Gonzalez and Pena as well. But Kinsler, I don't think anybody would really fault Daniels for that one because of the injury Prince suffered. I am a Rangers fan. Yes, I am. Kiermaier for defense, maybe drop Jankowski or something. Jankowski is such a big influence in the clubhouse for the Rangers, though. There's no way they're going to dump him. I've argued that they'll do what they did with Brad Miller last year, which is basically put him on the 60-day IL and just have him hang around the ball club and that kind of a thing. Hafner was another one in that same group. You're just making my case for me, Ryan. All these different first basemen they had all at one time. There's only one spot on the diamond for those guys to play, and ultimately, the guy that they chose was Mark Teixeira for a period of time. They traded him away and got a haul that allowed them to get to the World Series. So they chose the right first baseman by having Teixeira. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about with Jankowski there. Alrighty. Bink. I mean, if this lineup were hot, I would put the top 6 be like this. Kelenic, Soler, Ozuna, Riley, Olsen, and Rosario. Makes sense. I think once they get Albies back, Albies probably fits into that 2-hole. Soler probably slides down into Rosario's spot. Rosario hasn't really been up to snuff as far as I'm concerned this year. I would like to see them put somebody else in his spot at the moment. But they're still a good team. They still have a couple of good catchers, Darno, and why am I blanking on the other catcher? Travis Darno, the guy from Oakland they traded for. I can see his face. Anyway, they have a 2-headed monster at catcher. I just can't think of it. Murphy, that's his name. Okay. I miss the days when you could have 40 people on the roster in September. I think Huff could cream some home runs. He doesn't get enough at-bats in the major leagues to really do that. I think the Rangers have all but given up on him. I think he's given away for a bag of beans here at the deadline. And so, as much as I would have liked to seen him be the backup catcher this year instead of Kisner, I think the Rangers just said, hey, we'd rather go with more of a defensive-minded guy. And this was really the opportunity for Huff to beat him out in camp. Ultimately, they decided they like Kisner better, and I think he is on the way out the door. I think he probably ends up on a team that needs some catching, an offensive boost back there, but no team is going to immediately put him as their starter. Maybe a backup somewhere, but Texas is not where he's going to ultimately be. Three-team deal where they lost William Contreras. Yes, Sean Murphy was the big grab there. Thank you, Bink. All right, let's see if we have the trade finally come through. This from Jim Bowden. Rogers has given up 2 runs or less in each of his last 5, or in his last 5 starts and 8 of his last 9. That's pretty good. That, I think, would be a great reason to go ahead and bring him in. You look at what the return was for Kikuchi, for a guy who has a 6.5 ERA over 12 starts, giving up 2 runs or less in 8 of his last 9 starts. I wonder what the return would be for Rogers. Very curious what happens there. MLB trade deadline special time, exactly. We are watching it live for you guys, so if anything does happen, we will let you guys know. Wenzel was DFA'd, not released. Pruitt was released, Ryan. Wenzel, he started to show some promise offensively at the major league level in his last couple of games with the Rangers, but ultimately there wasn't really a home for him on the big league roster anymore. They have so many options for third base already on the roster. Ornelas has shown the ability to be able to play that position as well, and there's no need for them to go ahead and keep him on the active roster. And so they wanted to save up a 40-man spot. That's one spot where they did it. Pruitt was put on the 60-day IL earlier this season. Ultimately is now gone off the roster. That's what I was talking about there, Bink. Rogers would be a great fit in Atlanta. Jim Bowden giving you a great reason why. I think he would be more valuable, honestly, than Kikuchi. Now that we've had roughly 12, 13 hours since that Kikuchi deal, hopefully prices have come back down a little bit from that fever pitch they were at the end of the day last night, where sellers were really making off like bandits in the Kikuchi deal and by offloading that Soler salary without having anything there really to retain salary or anything like that. Could the Dodgers move Cartaya? He's really blocked at the major league level. I thought they should have moved him a year or two ago. But ultimately, I think this could be the time they move on from him. I think he could be not necessarily the centerpiece of a big trade, but I think he could be the secondary piece in a big trade. So, do I think they could move him? Absolutely. Ryan, do you have any home for Leiter? I think Emiliano is the best pitching prospect, or maybe Winston Santos. Emiliano would be a September call-up. A home for Leiter, I think, is still with the Texas Rangers. If you're talking about Jack Leiter, same thing, Mark Leiter with the Cubs. I don't think either of the Leiters get moved. Braves pitching prospects have potential to be Cy Youngs with them being so good at developing pitching. Well, I mean, they are very good at developing pitching. Nobody thought Spencer Strider would be this good. Nobody thought Bryce Elder would have been as good as he was last year. Fried is going to be a free agent, but they are starting to run thin on that level of prospect. Now, Cy Young is a big ask for any pitcher out there. I don't think any of the Braves pitchers have actually won a Cy Young out of the group that they have currently. Ian Anderson was one of those guys that backtracked as well. And while they are good at developing pitching, to say that they're Cy Youngs is a little bit premature, especially when they haven't won one. So keep that in mind. They don't rush guys to the majors. Well, I think you're saying that because of the Grant Holmes thing. I think they developed him a little too long. Honestly, I thought he was ready for the majors 4 years ago. And that was when he was with Oakland, I believe, or the Dodgers, one of the two. Ultimately finds his way to the Braves after struggling in the minors for a period of time. Looked like he was very good last night. I think he struck out 7 of his first 9 hitters he faced last night. He looked very good. We are at the noon hour now with 40 people with us. Looks like we're about to have our first trade of the day with Trevor Rogers. Things are coming to a fever pitch around him. I like that meme there. Like this tweet here from Evan Grant. I don't think there's any issue sitting Tavares, but you need to consider potential impact on defense. All part of the equation. Well, I would argue Langford and Carter could easily handle the starting role in center field for Texas. Evan Grant there. Oh, there we go. Trade. Mets send Josh Walker to the Pirates. Finally get a trade. We have a trade. Ay, ay, ay. It's been rough today. But we finally have a trade. Josh Walker to the Pirates. Robert Murphy is on it. I don't think I have him in my list, but let me just make sure. Nope, he is in my list. Okay. It is a minor little trade, but the Rogers trade that's about to happen is going to be a significant one. Looking at the trade targets board that they're going over on MLB tonight, I find it funny that they still got multiple starters and multiple relievers on the board anyway for trades. The Rangers are not selling here at the deadline. Other teams were hoping they would, but they are not selling at all. Is Carter out for the year? He was just transferred to the 60-day IL, I think primarily because he's already missed significant time. That if they put him on the 60-day IL, he still would be only due back around late August, which is what they're expecting for him anyway. I believe he just started a rehab assignment or is going to start one here. But Carter is not out for the year. Had a more significant stress reaction in his back than what they had originally thought was happening. Bochy at the time said he really felt for the guy, and that really seemed to be sapping his power early in the season. Now, he tried to play through it early on this season, but ultimately found out that the reaction was worse than what they thought it was, and so he's been out for about a month and change now, maybe 2 months. I can't remember how long he's been out now. But they transferred him to the 60-day IL to free up a 40-man roster spot. When he comes back, they will need to free up another 40-man roster spot as well. So keep your eyes peeled for Texas to try to free up some 40-man roster flexibility. Marlins starter be the next player on the move. It does appear so. Josh Walker, reliever, 5 ERA. Bink, thank you for the information there. Going to the Pirates. Aroldis Chapman sounds like he's not going to be traded. I don't think there's a team out there that's looking for Chapman here at this year's deadline. Looks like his career is all but over. Walker could be a nice reliever for the Pirates if they can get him right. Scarlet and Blue, O's are the team where they probably scared of doing a bad trade that they're going to take up to the deadline. I'm not sure that they're scared. I think that they're more calculated in what they're giving up more than anything else. I think the Orioles have a great prospect base, and they've built this thing up with position player talent. They thought they had better starting pitcher talent than what they ultimately have turned out to produce. That's why they made the trade for Corbin Burns. They needed a number one in a postseason series. Now they're looking at Crochet and at Snell, Flaherty as well. Somebody who could take the ball in game 2 or 3 in a postseason series. But I don't think they're necessarily scared, but I think they are very risk averse when they're talking about giving up big named prospects out of their system. Has Soler even played a game in the field this year or just DH? He has only played DH so far this year. Only DH. That means Ozuna's probably going to be playing left field for you a little bit this year, with Soler being the DH. Not that he can't play the field anymore, but I think that the Braves, if they're under truth serum, would say, hey, we prefer him as a DH. MLB Network digging in on the Marlins once again. With the move of Trevor Rogers here shortly, Tanner Scott then I think would become their primary focus. Looks like the Marlins might have been trying to capitalize on the rise in cost of these starting pitchers last night after the Kikuchi deal, which is why the market might have been held up from relief pitchers anyway with Tanner Scott. Usually, as customary with the trade deadline, around the deadline, say an hour or so before, that's when you get a flurry of activity on relievers. So these guys that are 7th, 8th inning guys on sell teams, going to be depth pieces on these contenders. That's where you'll see a bunch of activity for not a lot of cost. And that's where you'll see a bunch of trades. But like I said, we're expecting between 15 and 20 trades just on trade deadline day today. And then kind of the roof on that, I would say, is at 30. Right now, we are at 1. I didn't hear what you said. How long have you been following the Rangers? Since 1997, I want to say. I was, 7 years old at the time, and I was the one with the almanac with all the stats in it before computers were really a thing. Going through the stats year over year, looking at 2-year-old stats for players, seeing what there was out there as I was trying to learn the game. And then, of course, the times have changed, of course. Everything's available online. But I've been following him since 97. 21, he played mediocre defense. Exactly. Soler is no longer a great defender. Never really was. I think at this point now, he's strictly a DH at this point in his career. Bink, I mean, the Marlins, if they want a huge haul, they would put Scott and Rogers together. I think that's the opposite. They could get a better centerpiece, sure. But I think the better overall return is by keeping them separate. A great return for Rogers and a great return for Scott, I think, are better overall than just putting those two together and getting, say, 5 prospects with one great headliner, as opposed to 3 prospects in each trade with a couple of very good headliners in each of those deals. I think separating those maximizes the return for both. Now, like I said, if you want that one big piece from one team, you may have to put them together. But if I'm running the team, I want more prospects. I want quantity, and I also want quality. And I think we're going to see them be able to do so with both of those trades. It was always funny to see the Dodgers and Yankees are constantly listed as having interest in blank as a way to get views. Well, it's because they're primarily true. Dodgers, Yankees, every team out there really has their hands in every single pie out there. Yankees more so right now than I believe the Dodgers. Dodgers are big game hunting. They're not in there for pieces like Lorenzen or pieces like Fetty or pieces like Kikuchi. They are not in there for those types of players. They're in there for the Vlad Guerrero Juniors of the world, the Crochets, the Scoobals, the Jack Flaherty's of the world. That's the type of player they're looking at. Meanwhile, the Yankees are just looking for a fit in their bullpen, a fit at first base or third base, and then an improvement over Cortez in that rotation. So you know about Andres Blanco, Andy Chavez, Carlos Tocci, Andres Galarraga, just some of the named Rangers? Yes, I do. Chavez played well for the Rangers for a period of time. Galarraga was actually one of my favorite players as a kid when he was with the Atlanta Braves. Loved him. He was my favorite first baseman back in the day. He was fantastic to watch. I remember that Braves team quite well. Ryan Klesko was the backup first baseman / left fielder. That Braves team in the 90s was quite formidable. Yankees in talks for Rengifo, Finnegan, and Ursig. That was reported about a half hour ago by MLB trade rumors site anyway. They've been in on all of those guys for a significant period of time. It tells me that they might not like the prices that they're being told for Scott, which tells me they're looking more for 8th inning setup guys like Ursig, Finnegan's, whose value has really come down due to the poor performance of the last week or so. Rengifo, I think with the addition of Jazz Chisholm, decreases the need for Rengifo as well. Chavez should have been the right fielder for Game 6 in 2011 World Series. I don't think so. I think that they just had Cruz playing too far in and didn't realize it. It's a mistake. They should have been playing further back. It would have been the first World Series victory for the Rangers, but hey, that's been 14 years ago now. And times have changed. Rangers have since won their first. Let's go ahead and update just to kind of keep the tracker running. We have one trade so far today. Josh Walker goes from the Mets to the Pirates. We're about to have our second trade of the day with Trevor Rogers. Curious to see where he goes. A number of teams are said to have been interested because the prices for starting pitching are so high. There's so many teams in need of it with so few starters on the market. He should still command a very strong return, especially considering he's performed a lot better than Kikuchi has over the last 3 months. If you guys are new here, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Really appreciate those of you who have joined us. Gained quite a few subscribers today. In case you guys are wanting to make sure your comments get answered as we get more people joining our live, as we get closer to the deadline. Like I said, usually we hover around the 30, 40, 50 mark for probably the first few hours of the live. Once we get the first real trade of the day, we should see that viewership go up. And the final couple hours is going to be insane. So if you want to make sure your comments are seen, that we answer them for you, or if you just want to, support the channel, please feel free to send us a super chat, and we'll be sure to get to you. So thank you guys for joining us. Going to take just a moment here, grab a drink, and stretch our legs for just about 30 seconds, and break down all the latest from the MLB trade deadline. And welcome back to the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. MLB trade deadline is here. We have our first trade of the day. Mets bullpen piece Josh Walker going to the Pittsburgh Pirates. And then we're about to have our first significant trade. Trevor Rogers being traded by the Miami Marlins. Yet to be seen where he goes, but it sounds like he is going to be the first major domino to fall here at the deadline. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe here. If you guys want to support the channel, make sure you guys' comments are seen later on as our chat gets busier. Make sure you guys send us a super chat if you want to just support the channel as well. We'll be sure to answer your comments, questions, etc. Ryan, imagine if the Rangers didn't get swept by Colorado in May, or the Blue Jays just this past weekend. They would be right there with the Astros at the top of this division. They are getting healthier. The offense seems to be turning a corner. Nathaniel Lowe looks like he's back to being the silver slugger version of Nathaniel Lowe we saw a couple of years ago. But this is a team that won the World Series last year, is finally getting healthy. And Josh Young looked like an MVP candidate in the first 4 games of the season. Granted, it's 4 games. But he looked absolutely great. Offense looked like it was back for Josh Young. He is going to be in the lineup today for the Texas Rangers. So, deadline day, Yankees are expected to be busy. Orioles are going to be busy. Dodgers as well. Rangers are looking for a bat and for a bullpen piece. Mariners looking for another bat, first baseman possibly, maybe even a bullpen piece as well. Astros looking for some first base. It should be a very active day here at the deadline. The LA Angels has 7 or 8 pieces they could trade here at the deadline. The Oakland A's are expected to trade at least 3 bullpen arms and maybe more if they decide to trade on Brent Rooker or on Mason Miller, but they will at least trade 3 of their relievers. Miami Marlins, they were looking to kick things off today, it looks like, with their starter Trevor Rogers. They're trying to capitalize on the trade value that Kikuchi got last night by trading him first and foremost and then pivoting to Tanner Scott and their other relievers. That's exactly what it looks like is going to be happening here. But Miami Marlins looking like they're going to be the first big-time trade here today, trading away Trevor Rogers. Now, big-time in air quotes, there aren't big pieces available here at the deadline outside of like a Tarek Skobal, Garrett Crochet, a Vlad Guerrero Jr. to some extent. But those are kind of the pie-in-the-sky options here at the deadline. There's no Trey Turner at this year's deadline. There's no Max Scherzer. There's no Juan Soto. Those trades are not happening, but they still should be some significant trades. We might see Blake Snell being moved in a cost-saving move by the Giants. They should be able to get a decent price for him, especially after that Kikuchi trade last night. Welcome in, Cornyn. Appreciate you joining us. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe as well if you haven't hit it already. I have a feeling that the Chicago White Sox have a trade in place for Crochet and Robert. They're playing chicken and waiting for someone to give them a better offer. I believe that on Crochet. I'm not sure they're necessarily playing chicken with it. I think they're just taking this one all the way up to probably 1 o'clock, and then they'll offload him, and then they'll see if they can get a deal for Robert and their other pieces that they have, like a Paul DeJong, who they've been showcasing pretty much exclusively for the Yankees for the better part of the last month as well. But we should still see some significant activity. Let's see if the trade has finally happened yet. Doesn't look like it, but sounding like it could happen at any point here. I'm excited to see what type of trades we get today. I'm expecting between 15 and 20 minimum, with upwards of 30 trades today. Should be a very active deadline. We already have seen a very active deadline leading up to the deadline day. The last 72 hours, really, the logjam opened up Thursday night, Friday morning, and then we've seen a fair amount of deals over the last couple of days. So I'm expecting a busy deadline day. Like I said, we should see a very active trade deadline day, 15 to 20 minimum, upwards of 30 trades today. Let us know in the comments section what team you're paying attention to. Who's the player you're keeping an eye on that might make a difference for one of these contenders out there? Who's your favorite team? Who do you want to see them go after? I appreciate you guys joining us today, and hopefully we get to enjoy the deadline and have a very active deadline as well. One little trade for now, exactly, Bink. While we wait for the Rogers trade to come through, I think that's what the market really is waiting for at the moment, is the Rogers trade to kind of see what the new price is for some starting pitching after the Kikuchi trade. We should also see what the Tanner Scott trade market could look like here in the next hour or two. Marlins, I think, are going to be the biggest sellers here in the next hour, as I think that's where the market really is going to get things going. I thought Crochet might be the first starter to go, but it looks like Rogers is going to be that guy. Ryan, do the Rangers go after Floro or Finnegan? No and no. I think that they're looking at some relievers. I think they would look for more of a better 8th inning setup guy than anything else right now. Finnegan, the performance recently worries me, especially if I'm a Rangers front office executive. I already have pitchers who have similar types of repertoires. I don't necessarily need Finnegan. Floro, I think, would be a little bit more appetizing, but for me, the Rangers, they would be looking more in the Ursig category, or more in that upper-level 8th inning setup guy, like Garcia from the Angels, players like that. Those would be the ones. Yankees made a trade. Really? Wow. Okay, Mark Leiter does indeed get moved from the Cubs. This one coming from Jeff Passan and Kylie McDonald. Um, Yankees getting Mark Leiter in exchange for infielder Ben Coles and righty reliever Jack Neely. Yankees needed some bullpen help. I like the acquisition here of Leiter. I'm not sure he changes the overall outlook in that bullpen as far as I'm concerned. I don't think it's a needle-moving type of a trade. To me, they still need to go in there and get a guy like Scott. That would be the one I'm looking for. Let me get this screen pulled up for you guys. Yes, you did, Ryan. You did call it. We have 2 trades now so far today, with a third waiting in the wings. A little bit surprised the Yankees didn't try to get the big deal done first, but maybe this is them just giving them insurance if they don't get a deal done for Tanner Scott. So, good move overall. Cubs were expected to be flexible with that bullpen, and they are here with Leiter. Welcome in, Tony. Anything with the Cubs? Well, we just saw the Cubs move on from reliever Mark Leiter. They brought in Nate Pearson, of course, who got ejected in his first game with the Cubs last night. But should be a very curious evening, or curious trade deadline for the Cubs the rest of the way. And maybe the Rangers get Hunter Strickland. He's a 2-time World Series champ, getting paid league minimum, and he's got a connection to Bruce Bochy. I think he would be another type of arm that the Rangers would be interested in, but Garcia would be the one I'd prefer. They have a history with Moore as well. He's not pitching as well, though. But for me, I would prefer Garcia. Strickland would be a fallback option. Wasn't Leiter supposed to be a top prospect once? Not to the level of Jack Leiter, for sure. He was originally part of the Guardians organization, if I remember correctly. But he's primarily a reliever at this point, more of a 7th inning guy, I would guess, with that Yankee team. But we are up to 50 viewers right now. We have 2 trades so far today, with a third pending. And so hopefully we start to see some activity. We told you guys at the beginning of the day I expected between 15 and 20 minimum, with upwards of 30 trades. But so far we are at 2 with 4.5 hours left until the deadline. We're about to have the third here with Rogers. And then, of course, Scott is expected to be traded. Crochet is another one that's expected to go. Flaherty is expected to go. And then a number of pieces from that Angels organization are expected to go as well. Hunter and Bruce Bochy's son are best friends, Brett Bochy. Yes, that is true. The biggest trade yet today would be the Mark Leiter one. Biggest trade of the deadline season, which I'm calling about the last week, would be the Isaac Paredes deal for me. Biggest trade so far of the season, probably Dylan Cease or Luis Arraez. Welcome in, Ron. I'm thinking the Braves are going to do something big with the White Sox for Crochet, Roberts, and DeYoung. Possibly a deal could include Ozuna. Not happening. Ozuna is in a walk year. He's basically their best offensive weapon. They're not moving him. Robert, I think before the Soler deal might have interested them, but after bringing in Soler and the money, nope. DeYoung could be a nice infield option for them to be able to move all over that diamond. Maybe a good replacement for Albies, at least for now. They are in there for a Crochet, so that's the part I would agree with on that one. They are in the market for Garrett Crochet. Tyler Anderson is another name that's been bandied about with the Atlanta Braves. Braves are not trading Ozuna, exactly. Alrighty, more news on Leiter. Alright, Fine Sand. The Marlins have multiple teams making their bids for Trevor Rogers. Per sources, the deal could be getting close, as Craig Mish reported. It sounds like what's happening right now is the Marlins basically just asked for best and last offers for Trevor Rogers. I would expect a deal before 1 o'clock for him. Can you pull up Strickland's stats? He's kind of good, to be honest. And Robert is probably off the market. Probably. But if I'm the White Sox, I have to capitalize on his market right now because he's healthy and he's producing. And you might not be able to say the same thing after the season or at any other point in his career. So if I were the White Sox, I would move him. I don't think they will, though. My guess is the Braves are done. They are pretty high now in the luxury tax. I think they're still going to add one more starter. I don't think they're completely done. But they just added money in Soler, shows a willingness to take on more money. I think they will add a starter. To your point, though, let's go ahead and look at pitching. We're going to look at the Angels games. Hunter Strickland has been their most used reliever, a 3.12 earned run average. Strikeout rate below 9 per inning. Whip is at .98 though. Has some good movement on his pitches. Pitches more to contact than he did at any point in his career before this though. Walks are low. Love that as well. 49 innings, so gotta love that. So I would expect him to be a name that gets talked about here at the deadline. The one that keeps getting mentioned even more so, though, is Luis Garcia. A little bit higher ERA, but I think the performance, the ability is a little bit higher there with Garcia as far in my mind. To me, they're very similar, though. I could see very similar trade package for either one. I do think Garcia gets a little bit more in return because he does the higher leverage inning. That's why he takes on the bigger command, or bigger task. So I do think both of those guys gets moved. Moore could be moved. Simber could be moved. Fulmer's pitched well for them this year as well, both as a starter and reliever. But I do think a guy like Tyler Anderson is definitely going out the door for the Angels. Let's update again on Twitter, see if anything else is happening. Yankees have been scouting Leiter for 2 years. Been lights out since coming off the IL July 9. 7 appearances, no hits, walks, or runs. Like I said, a very good 7th inning option here in Mark Leiter going to the Yankees. I do think they need a better relief option to kind of round out that bullpen, but a good fallback option if they miss on Scott. That's what I'm wondering about as well. Need to see Strickland versus Bryce Harper. I think that's appointment television every single time it's happened ever. Just the controversy between the two in the past. Hit by pitches, home runs, etc. Braves are probably bidding on every starter. I believe so. Hopefully they come to blows. I don't know about that one. Ryan, didn't Leiter's dad play for the Yanks or uncle? He did. Al Leiter is the one you're referring to. He did play, I believe, for the Yankees. Played most notably, in my memory, for the New York Mets as well. News from John Heyman. Nats are interested in Dylan Carlson. This is continuing the same trend we saw a couple of days ago with their interest in Dylan Carlson. With the addition of Tommy Pham, I imagine he's more than expendable right now as they look for a bullpen help. Maybe there's a natural fit here between the Nats and Cards. Carlson going one way along with a couple other pieces in exchange for a Finnegan or a Floro or both. Nats have helped Cardinals turn into better players in the past. Thomas, Yepes, and Adams. True. They've had success developing players who've struggled with the Cardinals to find their footing at the major league level. Owls with the Blue Jays World Series teams, I think, and the Marlins, I believe. I remember him most for his time with the Mets, though. That was around the time when I first started following baseball, and then the late 90s. Jack Curry commenting on the Leiter trade there. So we have seen a few trades now. We are at 2, maybe 3 right now. Like I said, we're looking for about 15 to 20 minimum today. Should be a fairly active day. If you guys are joining us for the first time, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Gained quite a few subscribers already today. Those of you who have already liked the video, thank you very much. We had a few people already give us some super chats as well to support the channel. Paul and John, really appreciate that from both of you guys. As we get more people in our view, or in our stream anyway, and in our chat, if you guys want to make sure as we get closer to the deadline, when we get viewership up to 150, 250 people, that's usually what happens around the deadline. Viewership goes through the roof around those times. Make sure, if you want those comments to be answered, to send a super chat. There's going to be so many comments, it's going to be hard to keep up. So if you guys want an answer to some of your comments or questions, or if you just want to support the stream, please feel free to do so. Alrighty, what's the deal with this Ryan Divish guy? I am confused. Ryan Divish, I think he's posting some weird stuff. He is a baseball reporter, I want to say for Seattle? Okay. Tony, Cubs didn't get much, a 20-ranked prospect. Well, I mean, Mark Leiter, while he's been good since he came back from injury, was more of a 7th-inning relief guy as far as on a contending team. He was not going to give you a return like Tanner Scott or a return like Jason Adam. He still got you a decent prospect there, and I think this is more about freeing up some roster space on the active roster and in that 40-man for them going forward. Braves will probably trade for Yarbrough. They do need some starting pitching. Your pitching in general could be a nice fit. Well, there goes my lights out. I like that one, Ryan. Yankees desperately needed a swing and miss reliever. Leiter has a 35% strikeout rate, 11th best with those with at least 30 innings pitched. I like that. Alrighty. Now that the Cubs have traded Mark Leiter, it'll be interesting to see if the Cubs move starter Jameson Taillon or any of their other relievers today. That coming from Bob Nightingale. Makes some sense. I could see them moving a guy like Taillon, obviously, to save some money, but I'm not sure how many other relievers would command a price on the open market. A little bit off topic, but I read an article at Sports Illustrated or something. Padres have traded more All-Star prospects than anybody. I think 8 or 9 players on All-Star team were former Padres. What are your thoughts on them dumping all of their prospects? You got to give to get. They prematurely made the decision to buy. Think back to the year they went after Craig Kimbrell and Justin Upton and really tried to build out their team that way through trade and free agency. They recognized the error of their ways, sold at the deadline, recouped a lot of that value back. And now they've kind of gone in again, this time for Juan Soto. They ultimately don't have things work out. He moves on. You get to the current iteration of the team. You're looking at bringing in guys like Luis Arraez and Dylan Cease, Joe Musgrove in the past, Yu Darvish. A lot of this team has been built through trade, and A.J. Preller has been great at doing those, but he is not afraid of giving up top prospects. He has done very well in the return for those players. He hasn't really been skunked on any trade yet. His worst trades probably would be that first offseason where he tried to bring in Upton and Kimbrell and that group, but ultimately he's been a very good GM. I would argue he's been the GM of the year so far for the way he handled Soto, bringing in King, the way he's been able to keep this team above 500 and in the playoff picture when all was thought that they were going to be a wild card team at best and more likely in the lottery going into the offseason. So I'm curious to see what they finish up the rest of their season with. I think they'll add one more starting pitcher. They're connected to Blake Snell. We shall see. A.J. Preller will be fired if Padres choke again. I don't think so. Matt Kemp trade was the worst. It's up there, but it's a division rival. They thought they were getting something, from a division rival that would really change the course of their organizations, and it certainly did. Padres got the worst of that one, and Dodgers have been the big brother in that division for a significant period of time. They're looking to get over that, but with the acquisition of Ohtani, Yamamoto, Glasnow, Freeman, Betts, that's a very difficult team to overcome, and they've been right there with them every step of the way. Dodgers have been just a little bit better, but right now, I would still say A.J. Preller has got to be considered for GM of the year, Friedman as well. Hey, I tell every Padres fan, thanks for Max Fried. That, like I said, was probably about one of the worst decisions to go ahead and buy at that point. Ultimately, it didn't work out, but they were able to mitigate their costs somewhat. But like I said, you got to give to get. Brett Phillips has signed with the Yankees as a pitcher. Really? Mets are getting Nicholas Carreno, left-handed pitcher, in the DSL from the Pirates for Josh Walker. Young pitcher going back to the Mets for a 5 ERA reliever. Good return for the Mets. That's what I'm saying, Ryan. I'm not sure there's any other reliever that they have that would command any level of price on the open market right now. Dude hit for the cycle. Yesterday was a former Padre. Calvin, welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. I'd like to see the Orioles make a reunion of sorts with either Tanner Scott or TJ McFarland. Adding another starter would be a last addition to send their trade deadline grade to an A+. Right now, I would say with just the acquisition of Zach Eflin and the trades they've made to strengthen that bullpen a little bit with Sir Anthony Dominguez, I would give their trade deadline a B. I do think there's better trades for starters that they can make, and that would be, I think, the biggest impact as a number 2 starter in that rotation, bringing in a Crochet or a Scoball. Scoball, I think, would probably be the one above Burns, but I think that would be the best case scenario at the deadline here for the Orioles. They do need a bullpen arm, absolutely. I wouldn't be opposed to them adding a outfielder as well in Pilar. We talked about that one already. Possibly sending out Christian Pache, who they just got in a trade from the Philadelphia Phillies. send him to the Angels along with a prospect or two in exchange for Kevin Pillar, who's having a good year offensively and can easily take over in center should Mullins struggle in the second half like he's been doing for the last year or two. Padres are ran by a guy who just makes trades to make trades. AJ is nowhere near the class of Andrew Friedman. Ooh, that's a tough shot there, my friend. I don't think he makes trades to make trades. I think he was trying to buy a contending team back when he did it the first time around, when he did make a mistake bringing in Kimbrel and Upton and so forth. This most recent iteration of the team, though, with Juan Soto, that team should have performed better. Honestly, it just didn't work out. He realized the mistake, and instead of just saying, hey, we hope to re-sign him in free agency, they got a great return back from the Yankees for 1 year of Juan Soto. They also pivoted and brought in Luis Arraez that really solves their on-base issues as a team. Got a great performance this season out of Jurickson Profar, bringing him back. And then, of course, bringing in Dylan Cease. They needed another starter. They didn't know they needed a starter this bad coming into the season. They thought they were going to have Darvish and Musgrove. But ultimately, they definitely needed him to kind of solidify that rotation. King has been very good for them. But to say he's nowhere near the class of Andrew Friedman, I think is a little bit misleading there. I mean, the Dodgers have all the money in the world. They sign every minor league, international free agent that they even have interest in. They have more prospects of which that they can trade from at any given time. And so they kind of have a never-ending fountain of talent coming from the minor leagues that they can deal for guys like Manny Machado, Max Scherzer, Trey Turner, among others. And we shall see, what the rest of the season holds. But for me, Preller is right up there for Executive of the Year. A joke for what he gave for Xander Bogaerts and the Darvish contract through his age 42 season. Cronenworth isn't worth a 7-year deal. I don't believe that at all. Signed for with the Padres. Ultimately, he took a bit of a discount signing with the Padres rather than the Giants. Another reason why Farhan Zaides is not going to be around after this season, in my estimation. But for me, Preller, Executive of the Year on the NL side. Friedman has a good case as well for being able to get the deals done for Yamamoto, Ohtani, Glasnow, but he has the wherewithal to do so because he has the prospects to get it done, and he has the money. If the Padres were in the same boat, I would say Preller would do the same thing, or any other GM. Hey, you want the best player in the world, Shohei Ohtani? Absolutely. Let us have him, and we'll go from there. Trade just happened. Let's see what it is. Lucas Sims, we mentioned that the Reds might be looking to move off of a reliever. They trade him to the Red Sox. That gives us 3 trades now so far today. Trade counter is up to 3. Love Pache, remember when he was one of the top prospects in the Brave system and has been a bust? Yes, he has, unfortunately. Hasn't really hit the way that they had hoped or been able to get on base at the level they had hoped. But a reliever going to Boston, I wonder if this frees them up to trade another one of their own relievers. Boston's done a nice job of adding here around the deadline. You're good, Ryan. You guys can, if you guys see it first, I don't mind. I'd rather get the information out as quickly as possible to you guys anyway. So, let's see here. Mark Canha, a Tigers trade candidate, is not in the lineup today for the Guardians. Another name on the market. He's played well over the last month or so. Would he make a difference on a contending team? I don't think so. I think he's a league average replacement. Up to 60 viewers right now. Wow. Thank you guys for joining us. It's only 12:40. We got 4 hours and 20 minutes to go until the deadline. Been a crazy start to the end of the day last night, and then today, market readjusting itself. Looks like we're about to see another trade, a bigger trade anyway, with the Miami Marlins. Relievers are starting to go off the market. Welcome in Olin. Welcome in Josh. What's up? What are the Yankees doing? Well, they just made the trade for Leiter. I don't think that's it though. But they did need somebody with some swing and miss stuff, as Joel Sherman pointed out. He is that. Brett Phillips is a pitcher now. Yes, he is. Yankees are still looking at reliever. They're looking at corner infielder and starter. If they're going to get a starter, it has to be somebody better than Cortez. And if they do get somebody like that, Cortez then could be flipped as they try to take advantage of this seller's market for starting pitching, relief pitching, pretty much the entire thing. There's the trade there for the Leiter going to the Yankees. Calvin, welcome in. If the Orioles do not add another starter, hopefully the owners raise the club's payroll to offer Burns a $350 million deal with a 4th and 5th year option that could make the deal worth $75 million. Um, uh, I don't think you have your numbers right there, Calvin. Burns is going to get significantly more than $50 million. He might get $50 million in one season. He is that good of a starting pitcher on a short 1 year deal. We've seen really high average annual values on short-term deals. I think more realistic money for a Burns is going to be like a 6-year deal in the range of like $180 million, $150 million, $30+ million for Burns. 3 for $50 is less than 20 per season. Ain't no way Corbin Burns takes that from the Baltimore Orioles, even at a discount. As far as the deal itself, there is some thought within the industry that the Orioles in the past were limited by their financial constraints, but it does sound like with the new ownership group there, they may be willing to go a little bit higher in payroll than they have in the past. What's your early World Series matchup prediction? Well, before the season, my guess, of course, was the Texas Rangers. You guys know I'm a big fan of the Rangers. And then on the National League side, I didn't see how anybody was going to outclass the Dodgers. Well, right now, I would lean more towards the Philadelphia Phillies. I'm not sure they hold up the steam, though. I'm still waiting to see what the deadline looks like here for the Dodgers. If they get another big-time arm or a big-time bat, then I think the pendulum swings back into the Dodgers' favor. But for me, I'm looking at those two teams on the NL side. On the AL side, Yankees, if they continue to add here at the deadline, add a reliever, add a corner infielder, and add a starter, I think the Yankees, Orioles, Rangers could all be right there at the end of the season, with maybe the Astros on the periphery of that group. But that's kind of where I see the World Series at right now. Look at the Heyman tweet. Red Sox are sending Portes to the Reds in exchange for Lucas Sims. He was the 29th ranked prospect there in exchange for Sims. Remember, the Reds had a little bit of a roster crunch in the bullpen. They were going to have to offload 1 or 2 of those guys. Got a couple of guys coming back this week from the injury list, and this is a trade to kind of free up some of that roster flexibility. Sorry, getting a lot of notifications on my phone right now. And just people posting their, hey, clickbait article of the day. But in case you guys are new here, we're watching MLB Network for you on the TV. We're watching all of the different Twitter streams out there. That way, if you guys see a trade that's in the comments for one of these big-time reporters out there, we'll try to get it to you as quickly as possible. We're also following MLBTradeRumors.com. Really great sites to be able to keep you guys updated. That way you don't have to go anywhere for your coverage of the Major League Baseball trade deadline. We've got you covered right here. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe on the video. Got about 60 of you guys with us right now, so really appreciate you guys joining us. Do you pay for the Dallas News? I did at one point. I think I'm on a free trial on a different email at the moment as well, so I don't think I pay for it at the moment. But I did it just for the deadline. I'm curious what Evan Grant wrote about. I think I didn't read the full article anyway, but essentially what he was saying is that this team is no longer a seller, that they're going to do a little bit of buying and selling, which they've already done, moving off of Lorenzen, bringing in Carson Kelly, a bunch of injury-related transactions moving yesterday. 11 players ultimately moved up and down. Just a crazy, transaction day for Texas. They're still looking for a bat, which is what he mentions in that article, as well as a bullpen piece. Now, he mentions that Yandy Diaz is not seen as a realistic target, primarily because of the money due to him next season. Brent Rooker, also a lesser of a trade target because the A's seem unwilling to move him as well. That's kind of what the article essentially was about. Clubs starting to step away from long-term deals with high-end pitchers due to the rise in Tommy John and other injuries, Ohtani being an exception due to his hitting abilities. I don't necessarily buy that either, Calvin. I think we're looking at, as far as injuries, those have always been an issue. Injuries do seem like they are on the rise, but the premium talent really does get paid. This past offseason, we saw a couple of guys really wait with Scott Boras being their agent. I think this offseason we're going to see a reckoning from Scott Boras, and he's going to prove that he made the right decision with Juan Soto not getting him an extension. Made the right decision with Blake Snell if he decides to opt out. He is going to bank this offseason, so we're going to see some significant deals. I think it's just ebbs and flows. One year you expect to see big-time numbers. You don't get it. Now you're seeing the opportunity for teams that need some starting pitching. And the only real way to get it without giving up your own prospects is through free agency. And you're going to have to pay for it. And so I'm expecting some big-time prices after the season. Do you like the kid we got from the Royals to get called up? I don't think he'll get called up right now. I do think he'll get called up at some point. Rangers do need some bullpen help. But I do like the kid overall. Good strikeout numbers. But overall, I like the move top to bottom for the Rangers. Needed to free up some space on the active roster. They do so by moving Lorenzen. Are the Yankees getting Tampa Bay closers? That's the one I'm wondering if they're balking a little bit at the price for Tanner Scott. That would be what I'm seeing here with the acquisition of Leiter. The writing on the wall would tell me that maybe Scott is going to go to Baltimore and that the Pete Fairbanks, the closer from the Tampa Bay Rays, ends up with New York. That's how I think the dominoes now fall with that trade of Leiter. But I do think both of those closers get moved. I think one ends up in Baltimore, one ends up in New York. One could end up in with the Dodgers, but right now I think they're going to the AL East teams. All right, let's update here once again just to see if anything else is happening. Doesn't look like it. We're going to step away for just about 30 seconds. Catch our breath, get a drink, make sure I don't lose my voice, those kinds of things. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. If you guys want to comment to us, make sure you guys send those comments. If you want to support the channel, send a super chat. We really do appreciate those as well. Gotten a few of those already today. Thank you, Paul, and thank you, John. Ryan, do you think the Rangers trade Pete, or who did the Rangers trade Pete Fairbanks for? I can't remember. Was that the Nate Lowe trade? It might have been. It was either that or the Solak trade. I don't think it was the Solak one, though. I think it was Lowe. Will that put Holmes into a setup role? No. I think for now, Holmes is probably still the closer. Even if they keep, or even if they bring in Scott or Fairbanks, I think if Holmes struggles, they could easily flip those two. But for right now, I think Holmes is going to be in that closer spot right now. He's been in that market, been able to handle it. The guys that are coming in have not. And so they might need some time to adapt to playing in New York. So we'll see what happens here at the deadline. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. We'll be back in 30 seconds. And welcome back into the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Looks like we have a blockbuster trade happening right now. Let's see what it is. Orioles are getting the starting pitcher Trevor Rogers from the Marlins. A little bit surprising it's the Orioles getting Rogers. Looks like Norby is going back to the Marlins in this trade. Looking at the Orioles' top prospects, Norby was their number 5. He was currently on their MLB roster. Second round pick in 21. This year, not hitting great at the major league level, 188. At the minor league level, though, hitting 297, slugging 519. A good get, and they need offense down there in Miami. Big get for both teams, honestly, as far as I'm concerned. And this is a little bit of a surprise. I knew that the Orioles were looking for some starting pitching. Rogers, I thought, would have been a great piece as a 3 or a 4 on a good team. He's been great over his last 9 starts anyway, 2 runs or less in 8 of his last 9 starts. But looking at what the trade return is here, Norby is one of the pieces going back. I'm curious what else is in the return. Let's see here. Yeah, well, maybe that's part of the reason why Miami was willing to make the deal. They were impressed by the home run he hit against them. Makes some sense. Let's see if we can get any more information. Is it just a straight 1-for-1 trade? Pirates interested in bats are considering Brylan De La Cruz. Gap's still in talks. Makes sense. But that is a big trade. Let's go over to our baseball trade value chart here. Let's pull up the too far down. Orioles here. Marlins. We just did Trevor Rogers, 18 value. Let's see what the value coming back is from the Orioles. Norby is the piece going back. Norby valued around 10, so I don't think he's the only piece in this deal. Looking at the value here on baseballtradevalues.com, 10 for Norby, 18 for Rogers. It does give them another lefty, absolutely. Let's check out Twitter again to see what else is in that package going back. One other player is heading to Miami in the trade. Waiting to see what that second player is. If it's just one other player, you're looking another player around his value. Maybe a starting pitcher like Povich. Maybe Dylan Beavers could make a fit there. Trying to figure out the rest of this trade on the fly with you guys. Fabian maybe. Bradfield makes some sense. Somewhere in that range, I think, is the other piece in this deal. Let's see how close to accurate we are. Orioles need a lefty in the clubhouse. Yes. Corbin Burns, Grayson Rodriguez, Eflin, and Trevor Rogers. That's kind of the part I have the issue with on this trade, is that Rogers is not going to take the ball in game 2 or 3 of a postseason series. To me, this is a depth trade that gives them a better starting rotation overall. Absolutely. I like the trade. I do like that they get another starter here and really raises the floor for that starting rotation. The bad part, though, is they don't get Tarek Skubal. They don't get a guy like Garrett Crochet. Those guys, I think, would have been able to take the ball in Game 2 or Game 3 of a postseason series, whereas Rogers, at best, is your Game 4 starter behind Rodriguez and Eflin. I like Rogers, don't get me wrong, and I think he's going to do well for the Orioles. I just think that they needed to go a little bit bigger here with the trade. As far as a grade on it already, I'm not going to give the grade completely until we see what the full return is. Kyle Stowers is also in this deal. Wow. Okay. Where is Stowers on here? They have his value down now? Let me refresh this page. Wow. That is a big trade, though. Miami getting 2 good offensive pieces in return for Trevor Rogers, who's pitched well, but that's probably the biggest return we've seen for any player so far. It is truly a blockbuster, especially compared to the other assets that we've seen moved at this year's deadline. Wow. Norby and Stowers. I'm wondering if there's another piece in this deal as well, honestly. Everybody posting on it right now. Good baseball trade, etc., etc., etc. Wow. Just wow. Love this for Miami. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely love this because they needed offense. They've done a great job developing pitching, and they're going to get pitching back next year. They're going to get their number 1 and 2 starters back from injury next year. Luzardo was expected to be a good, maybe a great starting pitcher at some point in his career. Hasn't lived up to the prospect status yet. Injured this year, etc. But wow, Dean, I couldn't agree more. Miami pulled off a big one here. They get a haul. I didn't really want to see Stowers go, but the Orioles have a plethora of future stars in AAA Norfolk. They're going to have to give to get, and with prices being as high as they are, it does look like it's just those 2 pieces here. Wow. I wonder if there are so many pieces on that baseball trade value site is why it might be crashing right now. Wow. Huge fan of Stowers. Anthony, do you think the Marlins fleeced the Orioles for a quality pitcher that Trevor Rogers is? I'm a Marlins fan. He's a good pitcher, but he's not worth Connor Norby, in my honest opinion. Okay, so trade grade, I guess, is what you're kind of asking for here. Love the return for the Marlins. I would absolutely do this trade in a vacuum, especially in the offseason. I don't think they would have been able to get a trade of this caliber for a pitcher like Trevor Rogers. That being said, 3.32 ERA in his last 7 starts. He's been great. Is he a number 1 in a rotation? No. Is he a number 2 in a rotation? No. Can he perform like a number 2 or a 3 on his best day? Absolutely. On his average day, what do we expect the results to be for him? Probably in a number 3, number 4 type starter role, and that's what he's going to be in Baltimore. So from that aspect of it, Baltimore adds to their rotation, lengthens out their rotation a little bit, gives them some innings and some dependable performance, and he's having a great year. Maybe this is him elevating. You're giving up 2 decent prospects to good prospects here as far as in your own eyes. You don't give up Holiday, you don't give up Basayo, you don't give up Mayo, you hold on to all those guys. However, you missed the opportunity of bringing in Scoball, you missed the opportunity of bringing in Crochet. I would have liked to see Tyler Anderson a little bit better there as well, because I think his price probably would have been a little bit less and an even better performance. But for me, what Rogers cost versus what Crochet is going to cost, or if he does get traded, what he would have cost compared to this price, you got to like it if you're an Orioles fan. Now, for the Marlins side of it, did they fleece the Orioles? I wouldn't say they fleeced them, but I think they got the absolute best return they possibly could have. For the last hour, we knew that the Marlins put out a call saying essentially, hey, last and best offer right now. And I think the Orioles said, hey, this is the guy we really wanted to target if we don't get Scoball or Crochet. So let's go ahead and get our best offer out there for Rogers. If we get him, we at least solve our need in the rotation. Then we can pivot to the bullpen. Maybe even they double dip there going back to Miami and bringing in Tanner Scott. But overall, great trade, both teams. I would have liked to see the Orioles go a little bit bigger game hunting, but I understand it with the costs out there for pitching right now. And for the Marlins, they absolutely capitalized on this market right now. Great trade for them. Really excited for what they have going forward into next year. So, great get there. Boston just got a closer. Dodgers, Yankees, Red Sox in on Flaherty. Two years of club control left for Rogers as well. Boston just got a closer. I haven't seen that one, though. They got a reliever, Lucas Sims. Anthony, and this is me as a Marlins fan, is good because now we can call up Noble Mayer and Thomas White from AA. They have lots of pitching. They've always had lots of pitching. And so to get a couple of nice, very nice offensive pieces in there, I think it's a big get for the Marlins. They've done a great job with pitching. Hitting, they haven't done so great with. And to get both of those guys who have Major League experience already, good get for both of them. Or for both teams, anyway. I don't see a closer trade here. We just mentioned that one, Bink. All those 3 teams are in on Jack Flaherty. Sherman, Orioles have added Eflin and Rogers, who also fit the rotation next year, with Means a free agent and off of Tommy John surgery, and Bradish and Wells off due to Tommy John surgery. Obviously trying to win now, but thinking 25 as well. They do get some controllable pieces here. Gives them some options to where if they do lose Burns in the offseason to being outbid by another team, they at least have some good starters in their rotation that they can fall back on. So, good trade overall. Biggest trade so far of the day. Pardon me. I'm back. What did I miss, guys? Welcome back, Fernando. You missed, 3 or 4 trades now we've seen? Walker going to the Pirates. Sims to the Red Sox. Rogers to the Orioles. And then we had Leiter going to the Yankees. So 4 trades so far today. Ohtani to the A's. Busted his chops a little bit. Alrighty. Got about 50, 55 of you guys with us right now. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. Going to take just a moment, catch our breath, and go through the rundown of the trades we've seen so far, and then reset the market. Where are we at? What teams are still out there looking for pieces? Fernando, thank you for that super chat. Really appreciate it. That's our third one today. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the support. Flaherty could be the next piece to go. He is probably the best rental on the market, so he's going to have to go here shortly. That Kikuchi trade really has made this market insane. Couldn't agree more. What is your opinion on Kyle Stowers, the prospect that the Marlins got besides Norby? Good prospect. I don't think he necessarily moves the needle, say like a top 50 prospect would, for instance, but I think he's still got some great offensive potential. And pretty much anybody who's a great offensive piece that could be going into that Marlins lineup is a welcome addition. They've really struggled. I mean, really struggled to get any type of consistent offense for the past, 5 years. Luis Ariz, they tried to correct things by bringing him in. He was great for the Marlins, but it really didn't elevate the level of offense there in Miami. Maybe they're going with more of a well-rounded team, bringing in Norby and Stowers, rounding out that offense. You think back to the last time the Marlins had a good offense. You think back to the days of MVP levels of Giancarlo Stanton. You think back to Ozuna. You think back to Yelich being in that same outfield. That outfield was lethal, and they still had some decent options in the infield as well, but that offense was driven primarily by those outfielders. Maybe they're imagining something similar here for Norby and Stowers as far as what they could ultimately get to be. Bink, just like you mentioned there, MLB Network's talking about it right now. Garrett Crochet likely to be traded today. That is the headline there. Appreciate those of you who have submitted some super chats, have supported our stream here. Really does help us out. So if you guys are new here, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. We're going to be live with you guys all the way through the deadline. So make sure you guys join us. Follow us over on X at UpsideSN. CL, will the Pirates get one bat? I believe they will. I think we're looking at the Pirates adding at least one more bat. Probably a first baseman. They're said to be in there for Yandy Diaz. If they can outbid a team like the Astros, I think he would probably be their guy they get. 1 year left of control, a veteran. I think they would prefer a guy like Isaac Paredes more, but unfortunately they ended up short in that negotiation. But maybe Diaz is the guy they ultimately land on. I don't think they'll be playing for guys like Vlad Guerrero Jr. I think that market is exclusive right now to the Seattle Mariners and the Houston Astros. My big, bold prediction of the day, since there's not a Max Scherzer or a Juan Soto or a Trey Turner on the market this year, is that we could get a Tarek Skubal trade, but my big, bold prediction was that Vlad Guerrero Jr. would be moved to the Seattle Mariners. So we'll see if that happens. Mariners are still looking for some more bats. Rangers are also looking for a bat. Anthony, you're predicting Jake Burger to the Rangers. I don't think the Rangers would have any interest in that one. Reason being is they already have 3 or 4 guys who can play third base. 3 or 4 guys who can play second base, which are the 2 primary positions for Jake Burger. They already have a couple of guys who can play first, and they're needing at bats currently for guys already on that roster. I don't think Burger's an improvement over the pieces that the Rangers already have in Young, Smith, Lowe, Simeon, Foscue, among others. Those are the guys that I think have a better chance to stay on that roster right now than for them to try to acquire a guy like Jake Burger. But I do think they're still looking to acquire one bat, possibly take the spot of Jankowski on this roster right now. If Tavares had been playing a little bit better this year, I think they might have tried to move on from Leody Tavares. There aren't too many center fielders in this market. Robert is probably the best one that's available. Maybe Pilar. But to Tavares, if he was hitting around 260 right now, would be unquestionably the top option in the center field market. He's hitting 225 right now. A little bit of a down year for him. And I expect the Rangers to move on from him after the season. Jake Burger to the Dodgers. They are looking for stars. He doesn't necessarily qualify as that. They already made the acquisition of Edman and Rosario. I do think this does elevate their floor, though, as a team. So maybe putting him at third base, second base, whatever they decide to do, could be a nice fit there. But I'm not sure how he would play every day or if he would even play half the time. Dodgers do like to play some platoons. He could be a platoon player for them, I suppose. But I don't necessarily see a great fit there with the Dodgers as well. Check in one more time here on Twitter just to see if anything else is coming across. Hearing the Nats and Cardinals have discussed a deal involving Carlson and Floro. Could happen in the coming hours. Carlson has no place in St. Louis, but Nats view him as a change of scenery candidate. I actually like that one. We talked earlier about Finnegan or Floro being the return for Dylan Carlson and change from the Cardinals. Cardinals are looking for some bullpen pieces, and that's really the only hole they have left on their roster. I think that is a trade we could see here shortly. Any good shortstops on the market? Honestly, not really. One of the better ones probably would have been Ahmed Rosario, but outside of that, Paul DeYoung, quote unquote, but they've been using him more at third base with the White Sox. There aren't too many shortstops that are on the market, let alone any good ones. Olin, will the Yanks trade Rizzo? No, they won't. Great clubhouse influence, and I think when he's back being the old Anthony Rizzo, there's not a piece that they're going to acquire at the deadline that's better than what Rizzo could be for them. We've seen from them in the past, and then they go out there and buy from all these sellers that are just trying to get what they can for the pieces that are on expiring deals. That could be what we see from the Braves the rest of the way. Would Jake Burger make sense for the Mariners? Any offense, I think, would be a boon for them. I would still expect more of a Vlad Guerrero Jr. chase for them. Burger, though, I think would be a great fit at DH along with Justin Turner. They have a little bit of a hole at second base. They've been trying to solve that for years. Remains to be seen what their team looks like after the deadline, even with the pieces they've already brought in. They might have already done enough to solve their offense, to be honest. But to me, I think they need to add one more coup de grace piece, being Vlad Guerrero Jr. to push this thing over the top to make them a serious contender in the AL West and a serious World Series contender as well. Olin, what else do the Yankees need? Yankees are looking bullpen. They made the acquisition of Jack Leiter. They needed somebody for swing and miss stuff. That's what they got with Jack Leiter. They're still looking for more of an eighth inning setup guy, maybe a closer. We mentioned Scott and Fairbanks. My guess is Fairbanks probably being the guy that goes there. As far as what else could they use? They could use a corner infielder. Paul DeYoung's been advertised by the White Sox pretty much exclusively for the Yankees for the better part of the last month at third base. Could be a fit there. And then, of course, starting pitcher. They're in there for Jack Flaherty. They're in there for a number of other starters as well, like Blake Snell. But right now, it looks to me anyway, like they're going to hold at least with what they got at the starting staff. Cortez would be the guy that goes out if they ultimately do acquire a starting pitcher. They're not going to keep Cortez if they add a starter they believe is an improvement. But as it stands right now, I would say their primary need is bullpen and then corner infield. The return for Leiter, according to one rival scout, they will miss neither of those guys. Hefty price for Rogers, who is under control and ARB eligible for 2 more years. We already talked about that Cardinals and Nats deal. Alrighty. Appreciate you guys joining us. Got 60 of you guys with us right now. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. We're following MLB Network on one screen. We got our Twitter open to all the different sources available on Twitter as well. And we got MLB trade rumors. I say all that to say we are not going to miss a single thing. So make sure you guys keep it here, the upside here at the MLB trade deadline. We're going to keep you guys up to date on all the latest, every single rumor, every piece of information. We're going to pass it along to you. So make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Appreciate those of you who have already sent a super chat. Welcome back, John. Bad trade for the Orioles. They could have done better. Shaking my head. Terrible. I'm not sure it's a terrible trade. Rogers has been good. I am a little disappointed, though, that they didn't go bigger game hunting, though. Like a Scoball, like a Crochet, even a Tyler Anderson, to me, would have been a step up. But right now, Rogers does fit into that rotation, probably solves their issue and need for a starter here the rest of the way at the deadline. But Orioles, I think, gave up a pretty price for him. Marlins got what they could in this high-priced market right now for relievers and for starting pitching. And they did really well here. I like the acquisition of what they got. When it comes to prospect rankings, do you trust more MLB Pipeline or Baseball America when it comes to accuracy? Combination of the two, I guess, is the best way to put it. More realistically, though, Baseball America. Pipeline, I like Jim Callis quite a bit. They just don't put out the information fast enough. I like his information better than what I usually get from Baseball America, but it's always delayed. It's always late. which is my issue with MLB Pipeline. If they updated it every month, that would be a lot better to me. But they don't. Anthony, and that's why I don't get why people say it's an overpay if he has years of control plus arbitration. Wouldn't that be a good package? Yes, but we're talking about a guy who at best is a number 3-4 starter. You're giving up, a borderline top 100 guy. Stowers is a real prospect as well. We shall see. Braves and Dodgers top 2 for Crochet, Heyman, and according to Heyman. And Atlanta is also looking at vets who could fill holes. Exactly, that seems exactly like what the Braves do every single year. They go the cheap, inexpensive veteran cost, like a Kevin Pillar type of a move here at the deadline, or somebody who could fill a second base need for them. But I do think they're looking for a starting pitcher more than anything else. I thought Rogers would have been a nice get for them. Price is obviously high still for starting pitching. Crochet is obviously going to be even higher. Do I think the Braves pick up a big starter? I think they're going to be outbid, honestly, for a guy like Garrett Crochet, so I think they're going to miss on him. All right. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Going to get a drink real quick and then recap all the trades we've seen today. We'll be live with you guys all the way through the trade deadline, so make sure you hit that like and subscribe. We'll be back in 30 seconds. And welcome into MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. MLB trade deadline day is here. We are 3 hours and 47 minutes away from the deadline, and we have several trades already to discuss. We're expecting between 15 and 20 trades minimum today, with an upward mark of 30 trades today just on deadline day. We finally had our first quote-unquote blockbuster of the day with the Miami Marlins sending starting pitcher Trevor Rogers to the Baltimore Orioles, who had been discussing multiple starters like Terrence Scoball and Crochet and Snell and Anderson. They ultimately wind up with Trevor Rogers. Rogers has pitched well, though, in his last 11 starts, 3.32 ERA. Thank you for our chat for helping us out with that information as well. But a good get here for the Orioles. I just wonder if they should have gone a little bit bigger game hunting. The return, though, in that deal is great for the Marlins. They get the number 7 prospect out of the Orioles system in Norby, and they get another good outfield prospect in Kyle Stowers. You think back to when this team was probably best offensively for the Marlins, when they had Stanton, Ozuna, Yelich all out there in that outfield. This is shades of that for me. Their pitching is going to be good next year. They're going to get their number 1 and number 2 starter back next year. Alcantara and Perez are both going to be aces next year for this team. Luzardo should have a bounce back year as well if he's able to stay healthy. Had a 5 ERA so far this year. He's not going to move anywhere. Rogers, though, has pitched well. They capitalize on his value. And the trade they made for Luis Arraez a few years ago, they thought would boost this offense. Ultimately, it did not boost or raise all ships. And so hopefully this is the move that kind of gets the ball rolling for them in that direction. We've seen 4 trades overall today. Lucas Sims goes from the Reds to the Red Sox. A good reliever trade there. We saw Mark Leiter go from the Chicago Cubs, a good strikeout guy, 35% of his at-bats ended in a strikeout. Yankees needed a 7th, 8th inning guy who was going to be a strikeout guy for them. I still think they could use another back-end reliever, somebody who could take over for Holmes in the event that he can't handle the 9th inning role going forward. That's why I'm still expecting them to get one of Scott or Fairbanks. They're still looking at the corner infield spots there as well. So we have the Rogers trade, we have the Sims trade, we have the Leiter trade, and then in a lesser move, Mets move on from bullpen piece Josh Walker to the Pirates in exchange for a very low-level prospect as well. So those are the trades we've seen so far. I'm expecting significantly more trades here as we're starting to see the logjam finally break up. It was a very slow start to the day, primarily because of the Kikuchi trade last night, and to a lesser extent the Jorge Soler deal as well. Kikuchi really reset the market for what a rental could be worth here in this market, and Houston way overpaid for that. Honestly, we thought the deal originally, when we left the air last night, was Bloss for Kikuchi straight up. We thought, a little bit of an overpay, even if it was just Bloss, but overall you have to give to get, and so we were okay with the deal because the Astros needed somebody to eat some innings. Sure. Now you're saying you're giving up Luperfido as well, and a third base prospect, you're number 9 in the system. That's a hell of an overpay for the Astros for a guy who has a 7 ERA in his last three weeks of his performance anyway. In his last 12 starts, he has an ERA over 6.5. So not good at all. Welcome in, Tanner. Welcome in, Mick. Really appreciate you joining us. If the Tribe gets a starter, this team could be dangerous. They are heavily invested in the starting pitching market. Now, could they go back to the well and bring in Cal Quantrill again? I doubt it. I think they're looking a little bit bigger game. I thought Rogers would have been a great fit there, or Kikuchi. Somebody of that ilk there. We shall see who ultimately winds up with the Tribe, but they are looking for some starting pitching. Big today has been slow. Yes, it has. Marlins put Josh Bell on waivers. How does a trade for him work during the non-waiver trade deadline? I think Bell is ultimately going to go to free agency. I don't think anybody's picking up that salary. And ultimately, I think he signs with one of these teams that needs a first baseman but doesn't trade for it. He's slightly above average as far as what you could possibly get here as a first baseman. But that salary, I think the Marlins would rather be done with it and move on. Aaron, bad for Twins per USA Today. The Twins, who cut their payroll about $35 million this year, are hamstrung in their pursuit of trade acquisitions unless they're able to dump a contract. Same issue we saw earlier this offseason from the Twins. They had to give away some pieces. They let go of so many innings out of that rotation. Sonny Gray, Kenta Maeda, among others, out of that rotation. They needed somebody to come in and eat innings. They performed well over the last 2 or 3 months. April was horrendous, don't get me wrong. Had a terrible night the other night against the Mets as well. But this is a team that could use a starting pitcher here at the deadline. Prices are extraordinarily high. Maybe they can get somebody with some control, maybe sell a piece out of their bullpen. They have some good pieces back there, but Twins, I could see them doing a little bit of buying and selling primarily because of their roster constraints due to finances. Mark, still can't believe the Jays got all that for Kikuchi. I'm still in disbelief as well, my friend. Like I said, I thought Bloss was a little bit of an overpay, even if it was just him. Not only did you get a starter who's already got a taste of the majors and shown success at the major league level, 5 years of control for a guy who's a rental, 6.5 ERA over his last 12, 7 and change over his last 3 starts. You get a great outfield prospect in Lou Perfito, who's at least going to be on that major league roster the rest of the year, and who knows what he becomes after that. But then you also have another prospect, number 9, in that Astros system as well. Complete overpay. Jays really reset the market with that trade last night. Sorry to go off the topic, but Atlanta has guys getting hot last 10 games. Arcia hit 10 for 27, 5 RBIs and homers in consecutive games. Well, the Braves have good offensive pieces. They have not performed well this year. That's part of the reason why the Phillies are out to such a big lead. That and the injuries to Strider and Acuna and everybody else. The question for the Braves becomes, can they continue to keep on this streak that they're going on right now that you mentioned for Arcia? But also, can Riley get a little bit better? Can Olsen have a little bit better second half? Those guys struggled to some degree in the first half. They're expecting bigger second halves. But with the addition of Jorge Soler, I think their additions on the offensive side are pretty much set, outside of maybe adding a second baseman to play in place of Albies until he gets back. So hopefully the Braves continue to get better performances. That's where we are at right now. Let's go ahead and update our sheet here. Let me go ahead and head over to Twitter. Update our sheet here as far as any moves that are happening out there. Morosi tweets out their current rotation: Glasnow, Kershaw, Stone, Wroblewski, and Ryan. But they are in there for Flaherty. And remember, there's still some more pieces that are going to be coming back for the Dodgers. Yamamoto is going to be coming back at some point. Buehler might be coming back at some point. What can you get remains to be seen. So adding a starting pitcher who's performed well this year, get him into your lab, and maybe you can, catch lightning in a bottle once again. But Flaherty struggled after the trade last year. They're hoping that was a one-off and that he's now been through the process and can handle it better a second time around. I like the way they put this one. After yesterday's 2-Tommy trade, the Cardinals are now discussing a swap of Dillons. In case you guys missed it, it was Tommy Edman going out with Tommy Pham coming in for the Cardinals yesterday. Today, they're discussing Dylan Floro coming in with Dylan Carlson going out. According to Morosi, Marlins traded Josh Bell to the Diamondbacks. What? Wow. They're going to bite down on that salary. Welcome back, Joseph. $16 million. You got to think the Marlins are eating some of that. I wonder if there's a significant injury here to Christian Walker. I wonder if that's the issue that they're having. Or we might see a Josh Bell with Jordan Montgomery going the other way. This might be their way of offloading his salary. Maybe. Marlins are said to be asking for a giant return for dominant lefty closer Tanner Scott. Actually, it's understandable considering this seller's environment. I couldn't agree more. Prices are ridiculously high right now, and they have maintained at this level pretty much the last couple of days. Got even higher with the trades that we saw last night for Kikuchi. With the trade for Rogers, I imagine they're only going to continue to stay high. Anything on the Giants? Well, it seems like after the trade last night of Jorge Soler, the front office there would like you to believe that they're going to hold on to Blake Snell because they don't need to offload money. Well, in this seller's market, I would try to get off of that deal and save my money for the free agency of a Juan Soto this offseason. Maybe you're even able to bring back Blake Snell after this season. After you trade him away, you could get rid of that salary, and at the very least, if he underperforms in the second half, you're not stuck with that $30 million salary next year. And you can put that money towards a guy like Juan Soto. But as far as the front office there, they're saying, oh, we don't have to do anything. They still have guys like Conforto that they can move. Mets are said to be interested there. Yastrzemski is another guy that's been bandied about. Rangers are said to be interested there. Robbie Ray is another name that's been mentioned out there. No teams have really been connected to him as of yet. But he performed well in his start against the Dodgers. No-hitter through 5. Did walk in a run. So we shall see. Bell to the Diamondbacks is definitely a wow trade, Sarah. Strained oblique injury last night, have acquired Josh Bell. Strained oblique. Fujinami has been outrighted as well. Curious to see what the return is for the Marlins. Do the Marlins offload Jordan Montgomery here? Don't know about the Bell deal. Could have gone better. Well, if they're missing Christian Walker, if he's got a strained oblique, you're probably talking at least a short to medium length IL stint. Bell immediately steps in there, gives you at least league average production at first base. Is he a difference maker in that lineup? No, but he is enough to at least hold the fort down. Now, depends on what they're ultimately doing here. I would be surprised if it's not some type of salary retention for the Marlins, or at least some salary going back the other way to the Marlins. I mentioned Jordan Montgomery a couple of times now, but that could be a trade that we see here. Wish the Pirates would go after Yastrzemski. They are looking for outfield. They are looking for hitters. They're looking for offense. Could be a nice fit there. CL, I like that idea. Still waiting to see what the return is here. Looks like the Cardinals are still getting more interest than just the Nationals for Dylan Carlson. Might be part of the reason why we haven't seen the Floro for Carlson trade yet. Bell over his last 10 games, .342 average, 5 homers, 10 RBIs. He is a run producer. When he does get on one of these great runs, Josh Bell can be a difference maker in a lineup. You remember him being part of that Juan Soto trade to the Padres years ago. Ultimately, he's never really lived up to the prospect type or the ability that he had with the Pirates ever since then. He's never really lived up to it. And he has nice stretches like he's in right now, but he's also been plagued with 0 for 40 stretches with 10 to 15 strikeouts and double plays left and right. That's just the name of the game when you're a slugger like Josh Bell. The game has kind of gone away from players like that, so I don't expect the return to be great at all. If the Marlins get Jordan Montgomery back, can they trade him? I believe so. Do the Pirates look to trade Gonzalez or Perez? Perez, I believe they would like to trade. I mean, he has a 5 ERA so far this year. Starting pitching being in demand around the league. Veteran expiring deal. There's no reason to really hold on to him after this year. What kind of price could you get? I mean, Kikuchi went for a ridiculous price. I'm not expecting that level of return, but maybe what the Rangers got for Michael Lorenzen. Lorenzen, a significantly better pitcher this year, got a decent return. I think something similar for Martin Perez could be in the offing for the Pirates. Marlins are going to receive cash considerations. Hey. I guess if you're just offloading his salary, it makes sense. But I would have been looking for a better return for Josh Bell than that. I was hoping for at least a low-level prospect or a Jordan Montgomery money deal for money deal. That would have made some sense here at the deadline. Scrolling through, just seeing if I missed any other tweets or any other trades yet. We are up to 5 trades so far. First one was Josh Walker going from the Mets to the Pittsburgh Pirates for a low-level minor leaguer in return. We saw Lucas Sims get traded from the Cincinnati Reds to the Boston Red Sox. A good 7th, 8th inning guy, going to fit in there quite well. Reds were in a little bit of a roster crunch with their bullpen, and so they offload one of their relievers. They're expected to offload one more here relatively soon as well. Another trade we saw, Mark Leiter going from the Cubs to the Yankees, gives them a great strikeout option there out of their bullpen. That, according to Joel Sherman, that is one area of significant need that they had to address. To me, they still need to add one more late inning reliever like Fairbanks, like Scott, to really finish off that bullpen. They still need a third base, first base option, and then maybe a significant starter, and then they could pivot to trading Cortez. Lots of options there in New York, but they get Mark Leiter today from the Cubs. We also saw the big trade of the day, Trevor Rogers going from the Marlins to the Orioles, solving their need for a starting pitcher. I thought they would have gone a little bit bigger game hunting, but can't really fault them for Rogers performing as well as he has over his last 11 starts. 3.32 ERA, only allowed 2 runs or less in 8 of his last 9 starts. And he's been a good get here, I believe, for the Orioles. Now, does he start a playoff game? I believe he's probably your Game 4 starter as currently constructed. If they add one more significant starter, of course, then he moves down a peg. But big-time return there for the Marlins. They get the number 7 prospect in Norby. They also get Kyle Stowers. Getting some offense there was absolutely needed for the Marlins, and they do very well in the trade for Trevor Rogers. I believe they're going to do even better in a trade for Tanner Scott. You saw what the trade was for Carlos Estevez. To me, he was the second best closer on the market. Walk rate probably made him number 1 on some people's board. Philly obviously believed he was their number 1 closer option to bring him in. They may even deploy him as a closer there instead of as an 8th inning guy. But for me, the price now for Tanner Scott is going to be really high. We saw Kyle Finnegan, the other closer on the market, kind of backslide. Mason Miller punched a table out for the rest of the month of August. Probably going to miss most of September as well. That would have been the biggest piece that I could have seen moved at the deadline. With the injury, I doubt he gets moved. If he does, it's to one of these World Series favorite teams that can afford to be without him for a couple of months while he heals up. And then he has some of the best swing and miss stuff in the entire game right now. He would be a difference maker out of the bullpen for any one of the contenders for the World Series. I'm ready for Dylan Carlson to be traded and Herrera as well. I couldn't agree more. Women's gymnastics team for Team USA won gold for the team. Love them girls. I mean, the Olympics are going on. I always like to watch, see how Team USA does, and they've been performing really well. Disappointing to see the swimming events being affected anyway, the triathlon events being affected by the Seine River. A lot of unrest went on with that one. You guys can look up all the very disturbing things that were planned for the Seine River in their efforts to spend millions to clean it up, and then the citizenry's response to the millions that were spending to try to clean up the river by having certain things float to the Seine River by the time the president was going to swim in that river to prove it was clean. Absolutely disgusting, but anyway. If the O's settled for Rogers, that tells me Scobo and Crochet's asking price is too high. I would absolutely agree there. I think the asking price for Skobal is through the roof. I thought all along it was less than a 50% chance that Skobal gets moved. I think with the Orioles getting Rogers, I think the price for Skobal is so high right now that the Dodgers might be the only team willing to pay it. They are looking for stars right now. They need some starting pitching, injuries, etc. in that Dodgers rotation. He probably slots in as the number 1 or 2 starter in that rotation right now. But I don't think the Tigers move him. I think they want to keep him and have him as the ace of their rotation going forward. As far as Crochet, I do think they do move him. I think he's more likely to be traded, and the Dodgers are again the team I'm looking at there. Braves are said to be in that market as well. Orioles, I think, are dipping after bringing in Trevor Rogers. Can you do a trade for me, Andrew Nardi, to the Yanks? We'll do that one here in just a moment. Going to give my voice just a moment, about 30 seconds here. We're going to take a quick little 30-second break. If you guys wouldn't mind hitting that like and subscribe. I know a few of you guys have already supported our channel by sending some super chats. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for doing so. Fernando, John, Paul, really appreciate those of you who've decided to send us a little bit of encouragement by sending us a super chat. And as we get busier towards the deadline, we're at 50 plus people right now with 3 hours and 28 minutes to go until the deadline. This chat is going to get wild, especially in the final hour. If you guys want to make sure your comments and questions are answered, please feel free to send us a super chat, or if you just want to support the channel. It really does help us out. We've gained quite a few subscribers today. Thank you to those of you who have subscribed. William, I know you subscribed first thing this morning. Julian as well. Thank you for subscribing. We'll keep you guys updated from all the latest from the MLB trade deadline. Got the network on one screen for you that we're watching, making sure we don't miss anything. Got Twitter open to all of your favorite baseball reporters, MLB trade rumors. We're going to keep everything all in one spot for you right here at the Upside Sports Network. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Follow us on X at UpsideSN as well for any of your sports needs. So appreciate you guys joining us. We'll be back in 30 seconds. And welcome back to the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. I'm your host, Michael. Really appreciate those of you joining us. Got about 50 of you guys who have stuck with us through 4.5 live hours of coverage of the MLB trade deadline day. We've already seen 5 trades today. One blockbuster, Trevor Rogers going from the Marlins to the Orioles for a significant package, probably the biggest package we've seen so far. Norby and Stowers going the other way to the Marlins. We've seen Josh Bell go to the Diamondbacks. Lucas Sims go to the Red Sox. We saw Mark Leiter Jr. go to the New York Yankees, and then a small trade from the Mets, Josh Walker to the Pirates. There's still significant pieces that are going to be traded. We told you at the beginning of the day the Angels had 5, 6, 7 pieces that they could look to move here at the deadline. I'm still expecting those guys to move. Probably in the neighborhood of 5 of those guys I'm expecting to be moved. Anderson, Garcia, Strickland, Pilar, Ward, I'm expecting all of those guys to be dealt by the deadline. The Oakland A's, another seller who hasn't really sold any of their pieces yet, have 3 relievers guaranteed that they're going to trade. But they also have Mason Miller. They also have Brent Rooker. They seem reluctant to trade either of those, but those are 2 significant names that could make an impact both at the back end of a bullpen and in a lineup. 2 of the best pieces on the board, honestly, if they make them available. We're looking at teams that still have holes on their roster. The New York Yankees have significant holes still that they have to plug. They could use one more 8th, 9th inning option like a Tanner Scott or a Pete Fairbanks. We're looking at a corner infielder, 1st or 3rd for the Yankees, and a starting pitcher who they could then turn around and flip Nestor Cortez. The Orioles have addressed their starting rotation by bringing in Trevor Rogers. Less of an acquisition cost, I'd imagine, than Crochet or Scoball. I think this basically ends the discussions for Scoball, at least at this year's deadline. Probably going to be dealt in the offseason if he's dealt at all. Dodgers are the only team realistically left here at the deadline who could even make an offer for him. I suppose the Orioles could cycle back, but I doubt it, especially after they've already acquired 2 starters at the deadline. They also could use an outfielder, Christian Pache, who they acquired in the deal with the Philadelphia Phillies, Sir Anthony Dominguez, as well, in exchange for Austin Hayes. Maybe they bring in a guy like Kevin Pillar in exchange as well. Tamar Johnson has been pulled from his game? Really? That's a very interesting development there, Mr. Ryan. Let me see here. Padres are increasingly likely to acquire a starting pitcher. Makes some sense. Rangers reporter saying you have to operate like Carter's not going to come back. If he gives you anything, great. Are we going to go quiet again? I do not think so. I think the logjam is finally lifted. Big trade, I think, has kind of reset the market once again for the starting pitchers, but there's so many pieces that have to move, and it's 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 53 seconds until the deadline. We're going to see some significant activity really pick up here within the next hour. We were expecting a minimum 15 to 20 trades today, upwards of 30. We might even get higher than that. We're at 5 already. I'm expecting another 5 or 10 within the next hour, and that's still not even going to get us to what we're going to get in that final hour. I'm expecting probably 10 to 15 trades just in that final hour, probably just for relievers alone in that final hour. It's going to be a crazy day. So make sure you guys keep it here to the upside. Looks like James Paxton is going to be making his first start for the Boston Red Sox since he was acquired in a trade with the LA Dodgers. Cash going to the Marlins in that deal for Bell. Okay, let's see here. See if they fix their site. They finally have their site up and running again. Got pulled due to attitude. Sorry. Damn. Tamar Johnson, just so you guys know, if you've never heard of his name, high draft pick anyway. Let me see if I have him here. Pirates are looking for a significant bat. He is their number 2 prospect. I believe he's in the top 100 as well. Number 4 overall pick in 2022. Top 100 teams, Pittsburgh. Yeah, he's number 74 in the top 100. Ryan says he was pulled due to attitude. But, I don't know. There has to be a significant... If Tamar Johnson is going, it's got to be for a significant bat. Tamar Johnson, I think, has a great future ahead of him. We shall see. Mark, expect Chad Green, Kiermaier, Kiner-Falefa to go. There was also some rumors about Trevor Rogers, Richards as well. Whole bunch of notifications coming across. A little late there, MLB.com. We had that Bell trade about 20 minutes ago. All right, let's see. Update our Twitter here just to see if anything is happening. It happens a lot in the minor leagues, Ryan, for attitude, etc. Not running out a ball to first base, not showing respect to the umpire. They don't really let you argue balls and strikes in the minor leagues like they do at the major leagues. If you're arguing balls and strikes as a minor league player, ownership, front office, the management part of the team, coaches are all going to look at you like, come on, dude. You're here to develop, not argue with the umpire. Jake Berger could be available. Absolutely. Welcome in, James. Appreciate you joining us. Did the Yankees do anything yesterday or today? Well, they already added Jazz Chisholm. They added Mark Leiter today. That was kind of your 7th inning guy. High strikeout, 35% of batters end up striking out against him. That's what Joel Sherman really said the Yankees were looking for in that bullpen. I would still argue they need a 8th inning guy who could be a closer as well. They're looking at corner, infield, and starting pitching. Brewers have not decided a starter for tonight's game. That's odd. You would think maybe Montas or someone would start. Montas, I think, just got acquired by them. There's no way they'd throw him to the Wolves this soon. Could be a bullpen game. They've done that many times this year so far. I would expect something very similar. Remember when Delman Young hit an umpire with a bat in Double-A? I do. Part of the reason he's no longer in the league. Nationals and Angels appear to be the two teams most interested in Dylan Carlson. Cardinals are expected to deal him today, but his destination is still unclear. So a Dylan Carlson for a Dylan Floro trade on hold, at least for the moment. Sounds like the Angels might be looking for some center field help. We mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast how I was looking for some trades that the Rangers could try to do to improve their roster. And right now, they really only have a deficiency in center field with Leody DeFaris. If they move Carter, if they move Wyatt Langford there to center, bring in a left fielder or let Duran hit there, free up the DH spot for Smith and Young, whatever the case may be, that would probably be the best way for them to be able to add a bat to this 40-man roster, to this active roster of 25. If they don't move him, then it's kind of hard to see them adding a piece here at the deadline. Jankowski's the only real piece I see them offloading off of the current roster, and I think he would go to the IL for the 60-day like they did with Brad Miller last year. Tyler Anderson to the Cards. They could use some more starting pitching, but I think they're pretty much done. The acquisition of Fedde, I think, was great for them. I think they're looking more bullpen just to kind of round out their team, and then they'll be set. I wonder what Snell's asking price would be right now. Well, we kind of know what it is. The Giants were said after the Kikuchi deal that they reset their marks. That they were, if they were going to trade Snell, they wanted Kikuchi plus, and they weren't willing to retain any of the Snell trade, any of the stuff there. And I would expect something similar on the market to what Kikuchi went for, maybe an extra prospect on top. But that's a lot of money in Blake Snell's deal. Anthony, Brian De La Cruz just traded to Pittsburgh. Uncertain if Jameson Taillon is out there. Trade talks are in his case. I don't see Skeens traded to the Rangers. I would love it, don't get me wrong, but never going to happen. I think best case scenario right now for Padres or Pirates fans, you hold on for Skeens until you've got like 2.5 years left to control, and then you flip him like you did Garrett Cole. I don't think he'll be able to retire as a Pirate. I don't think the Pirates will be able to retain him at a salary that he's going to command on the open market once he hits free agency in 6 years. But Skeens is a fantastic talent. Probably one of the best pitchers we've seen come up through the minors in the last decade. Probably since Strasburg, honestly. Still waiting on that Brian De La Cruz stuff here. I don't see it yet. Let me flip over to MLBRumors.com. There's the Josh Bell article. Leiter article. Carlson and Floro information. We are up to 5 trades already today. Looking for number 6. Feel like the Braves and some other teams will make a surprise trade? Absolutely. I worry about the long-term health of Christian Walker if they believe the need for Josh Bell was necessary, especially the money that was left on that deal. Little surprising they didn't send out some money to kind of offset that one with a guy like Jordan Montgomery. I think he would still have had positive value in a trade for a guy like Bell, but any other trade, I think they probably would have had to retain some salary for Jordan Montgomery. That's why I thought a trade there would have made some sense. Ultimately, they chose to hang on to Montgomery, still pay his salary, and now pay for Bell as well. I'm with you there, Bink. I don't see Brian to Pittsburgh anywhere. Doesn't mean it hadn't happened yet, so we'll just kind of keep our eyes and ears open. In case you guys are new here to the Upside, we're watching MLB Network for you, following on Twitter all the different significant baseball people out there that you might be interested in for breaking news. We're also watching the MLBTradeRumors.com website. That way you guys get every single rumor, every bit of information, the latest from the MLB trade deadline. It's been an active one so far leading up to today. We saw crazy trades last night with Kikuchi and Soler going from the Giants to the Braves. Both of those trades kind of reset the market. That was probably the reason for our slow start today. We're at 5 trades so far with 3 hours, 15 minutes left. And I am expecting a couple more trades here before we get to 3 hours or less. So, Brian would be one of them. Taillon could be another one out there. There's so many relievers that are on the market. We shall see. Sorry if I gave you a trade that hasn't happened yet. It's in the process of happening. Okay. Iman Kelly, appreciate you joining us. Phillies need to make a splash. Their time to win the World Series. They already made their splash as far as I'm concerned. Estevez I really like. I like the acquisition of Hayes. They have a really good, well-rounded team, and they already have really strong middle relief options that for middle relievers to make it to the All-Star game, they had 2 of them make it. That's how good their bullpen has been, and they're still looking for improvements back there. I wouldn't say that they're completely done, but I don't think they need to necessarily make a Tarek Skobal or a Garrett Crochet type of deal. They are said to be looking at some of the starters, seeing if they can find an opportunity, but by and large, I think this team is pretty much set right now. Bink, all I know is I'll need new rosters for MLB The Show. Couldn't agree more. Anytime you're playing any one of those video games and they don't update the roster for like a week or two, it's very frustrating. Thankfully, in the community, there are a fair amount of you guys who update the rosters yourselves, and we can download the rosters, those kinds of things. That's pretty nice and helpful. So those of you who take the time and effort to do so, hats off. All right, let's go back over to Twitter. I want to see if this trade is coming to fruition with De La Cruz going to the Pirates. Wow. Diamondbacks are only going to pay 2.5 or 2.25 for Josh Bell. That's an impressive deal. They got the Marlins to eat the rest of that. Of course, they sent some money back to Miami as well. But they're not paying $16+ million for Josh Bell. That's a pretty nice get. Not saying he's the difference between them making the World Series run and not, but that's a pretty nice get. We've been live with you guys for about 4 hours and 50 minutes right now. We're going to be live with you guys all the way up into the deadline, and then we're going to be live with you guys probably for about 30, 45 minutes after. There's always a logjam of trades that are stuck in the queue at the deadline. So hopefully we see a bevy of moves there, but should be an active final hour either way. We've already seen 5 trades. Like I said at the top, I was expecting 15 to 20 minimum coming into the day. Right now, I think we're going to be shooting a little bit higher than that based off of how many pieces still have yet to move. We're starting to see the logjam break a little bit. We still are a little bit over 3 hours until the deadline, so hopefully we get a trade or two before that 3-hour mark happens. There's so many needs on so many of these contending teams out there that we could see some trades start to happen here shortly. So with any luck, should be an active deadline day. So thank you guys for joining us. I know a few of you have already submitted a super chat to us. Thank you in advance for those of you who are going to send more in the future. We really do appreciate the support. I know doing the live, having you guys watch and everything does help with our stream. We do get a little bit of that something from YouTube for that, but the super chats that y'all give us significantly outpace what YouTube ultimately pays. Really do appreciate those of you supporting us and what we do here. It is a one-man show on the camera. Got one person behind the screens helping us out, keeping us rehydrated, keeping the lights going, those kinds of things as well. So really appreciate the help that I get from my partner there. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. And then from all of you guys who have helped keep us up to date on things that we might miss, things that are happening, those kinds of things. We try to keep you guys updated as best we can. We try to answer as many questions as you possibly have, comments, etc. But as I said, as we get closer to the deadline, we're at about 50, 55 right now, average. Kind of fluctuating up and down here at the deadline. We're still 3 hours away and we're already at the 50 viewer threshold. It's going to get crazy in that final hour. So as those trades start to pop off one after another, if you want to have your comment or question answered, please feel free to submit a super chat, or if you just feel like supporting the channel, we'll make sure we answer those comments first. I wouldn't have complained if the Rangers got Bell for $2.5 million. I'm not sure he would have made a difference at all on this roster. I would rather have played Ezekiel Duran. I would rather have played Justin Foscue, honestly. I think Foscue has really been held back in the minors, and I think if I was looking for a piece to try to trade, if I was the GM of the Texas Rangers, he would be one piece off of the 40-man that I could see moving elsewhere for a team that needs position players. For instance, if the Rangers get one of the Marlins relievers, Foscue could be the return there. Again, Marlins looking for offensive pieces, could be a natural fit. We shall see. How long does it take for a trade to happen if the trade hasn't been announced or finalized? Brian De La Cruz to the Pirates, does it sometimes take a day to be approved by the league office? No, that will all happen today. The thing with trades is there's not a salary cap in baseball. There are taxes, those kinds of things, salary floors that you have to consider, but there's no cap. The luxury tax kind of functions as one if you talk to the Players Association, but there's not a cap that they really have to consider. It's mainly about agreeing to the trade before you make the trade call and agreeing to the medicals before you make the trade call. And there's not really a trade that would happen that the league would not approve of. It's more about getting the details in, crossing some T's, dotting some I's, and that's about it. But as far as a trade being delayed by a day or so, those kinds of things, that doesn't happen. That hadn't happened since probably the days when they used fax, when they didn't realize there was a trade sitting there on the fax machine, and the team had to call them up several hours later and be like, hey, you never got around to our fax we sent in, what the heck? And then they go, oh, I guess we should probably go ahead and approve that one by now. That's not an issue anymore. Trade queue, the trade call, the call queue anyway, is all done via phone. It's all fairly straightforward, and there's not any real delays. Let's see here. Trade. Angels to acquire Mike Baumann from the Giants. Alrighty. That is trade number 6. We are at number 6 here. 3 teams in the race for Yandy. Mariners, Astros, Yankees. You're missing one there, JG, and that's the Pirates. Pirates are still in there for Yandy Diaz. Soto topping Mike Trout contract. Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to take just a few seconds here while we get the rest of the details here on the Baumann trade. And hopefully we get some more trades here before the 2 o'clock hour. We're about 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 5 seconds now from the MLB trade deadline. As I said, we were expecting 15 to 20 minimum today. Right now we are at 6, and we're going to see a bevy of them in that final hour. So make sure you guys stick around. We're following the MLB Network on one screen. We got Twitter open on another. We're watching the MLB Network, or the MLB Trade Rumors page as well. Any rumor, any headline, any stat, any projections, any speculation, we're going to get it to you guys. We're going to be your one source for all of those different things. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. We are the only resource you are going to need here at the trade deadline, because we're going to keep you guys up to date on all the latest. Thank you guys for joining us. And again, thank you guys for the 3 super chats we had. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. And welcome back to the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. It is Major League Baseball's trade deadline day. We have had 6 trades so far today, and we're going to have more coming. We got a couple of rumors coming in ever since we went off just a few seconds ago, so we're going to get to those first and foremost. But the trade we just had was number 6 of the day. Angels getting Mike Baumann from the Giants. Let's go over to MLB Trade Rumor site. Let me get that pulled up for you guys. Reports are that he was designated from assignment from the Giants a few days ago. Let's see what the return ultimately ends up being. Let's check Twitter, see if there's a return there. Nothing as of yet. Okay. Evan Grant, exactly. That was the one piece of news I was mentioning there, Ryan. Conforto to the Rangers is the name that he keeps hearing. I would be surprised if Conforto is the name that ultimately goes to Texas. Rangers did have interest in him when he was a free agent. Money would be a concern there as well. Does have a significant salary this year. If they can get the Giants to retain some, maybe they make the move for Conforto. I doubt that one, though. I still would rather have the group I have on my roster even over Michael Conforto. I don't think he moves the needle for you. New York Mets, Greatest Clips, thank you for joining us as well. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe if you're joining us for the first time. What do you think the Mets will do? Well, they've been active already here leading up to the deadline. They already made a trade today. I still think they could use one more bullpen piece. They might add an outfielder as well. They're said to be interested in some starting pitching. But if they ultimately stand pat, I could see that happening too. As far as where I expect them to, what I expect them to do, they don't have they don't have a starter that could fill in at the level of a Kodai Senga. So that's why they're interested and connected to Garrett Crochet. Do I think it ultimately happens? I do not. I do think they'll try to get a starter in there. I think they'll ultimately come up a little bit short. Pull up his stats, please, for Conforto. Okay. Let's go over to the San Francisco Giants. Hitting. All right, 15 home runs for Chapman. Let's go by OPS. That's what I prefer. Only 2 qualifiers. Okay, let's go by slugging. Only 2 qualifiers. Average, 2 qualifiers. Home runs. Okay. Let's see here. Conforto, 10 home runs, 225 average, so he's basically Leotis Tavares. 710 OPS, not moving the needle here. Could he perform better with the Texas Rangers in a better lineup that can protect him better than what the Giants have? Sure. Am I counting on that positive regression? No, and that's why I think I'd still rather have Josh Young or Ezekiel Duran take those at-bats at DH or left field, and Tavares in center, especially if he's giving you similar results to Conforto here. Let's look at the Rangers numbers here just so you guys can get a frame of reference for what I'm talking about. Rangers are said to be looking for a bat. I'm not sure I would buy this one as a bat that they have interest in. Tavares, 7 home runs, 225 average, 630 OPS, a little bit lower, obviously, but he plays a defensively premium position. Conforto adversely does not. So, to me, I would hold off, not do him, not bring him in. Even if it was for crumbs, he takes up a 40-man spot, and those spots right now for Texas are so valuable. I just don't see it being worth it. All right, let's head back over to Twitter, see if we got the return here. $6 million remaining on that contract? No. Texas already is financially hamstrung. They're not going to do it for a bat hitting as low as it is. Alrighty. If you guys are new here, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Gained quite a few subscribers today. Really appreciate those of you who've decided to join us here at the Upside. Covering the MLB trade deadline for the 4th year in a row. Going 9 straight plus hours of live, non-stop coverage for you. It is one guy right here, not these network people who give an hour or two while they have 3 other guys they're talking to at the same time, and then their shift is done. I'm the guy. That's the one who's going to keep you guys updated on what's happening around Major League Baseball. Like I said, I got MLB Network. That way we're not missing anything on the network. I got Twitter covering every single one of the baseball beat reporters, the insiders, etc. Keep you guys updated on all the latest rumors. And then, of course, MLBTradeRumors.com. Again, same thing. We're not going to let you guys miss anything. Mark, thank you for subscribing. Really do appreciate that. I know the O's have already had a busy deadline, and I think they're still going to add one more piece. I believe a bullpen piece is their next priority, and I think right at the deadline they might add a Kevin Pillar from the Los Angeles Angels. But your Orioles look really good this year. I would have liked to have seen them gone a little bit bigger for a second starter in there, but they add a number 3 and a number 4 to their rotation, bringing in Eflin and Rogers, kind of raising the floor of that team. Really good production. We'll see, how it ultimately works out for the Orioles once they get to the postseason. Questions about the ownership. How much are they willing to spend in free agency? Will they be able to retain Corbin Burnes? Leaves a lot of question marks around that organization. I'm sure the Mets, the Dodgers, the Rangers could all be in there for Corbin Burnes' services along with the New York Yankees. I'm not sure the Orioles would be able to afford a ticket that those teams might be able to provide for Corbin Burnes after the season. That's why I was a proponent of them getting a controllable number 1 type starter in Tarek Skubal. Obviously, they found the price of that being a little too high for them to be able to get across the finish line. And ultimately, they still pay a decent price here for Eflin and to bring in Rogers as well. They lost Austin Hayes, brought in Sir Anthony Dominguez as well at the trade deadline. And like I said, I'm still expecting them to add a 8th inning closer type option to take over for Craig Kimbrell should he continue to falter. He's blown 6 saves so far this year. Bringing in Scott, I think, would be a significant boon for them, or a Pete Fairbanks. But we shall see here at the deadline. It's going to be a fascinating one. Is there any updates on Brian De La Cruz trade to the Pirates? No. The Angels will never be a true LA team. I mean, to me, they're still the Anaheim Angels. I grew up with them being the Anaheim Angels. I mean, they've been the California Angels, etc. But to me, they're the Anaheim Angels. I love when they were called the Anaheim Angels. I rooted for them as a Rangers fan when they were the Anaheim Angels. Now, there were some series, of course, where I didn't. But, I mean, in general, pretty good. Guardians get Alex Cobb. They did need a starting pitcher. Trade news, they get right-hander Alex Cobb from the Giants. Love that one. Let's see here. Yankees have traded Caleb Ferguson to the Stros for a minor leaguer and international pool money. That takes our trade count to, I believe, 8. Is that our 8th trade so far? Guardians needed a low-cost starter option to come in there. Cobb does that for them. Ferguson, I think, is going to be a nice piece for Houston, but giving up pool money as a team, I never like giving up pool money. That's how you really replenish your farm system on the fly, like the Dodgers have for the last 10 years. Look at how much they've been able to get through the international free agency area, and international pool money valuable. I'm not sure giving that up is worth bringing in Caleb Ferguson. But yes, we are up to, I believe, 8 trades now today. Bauman was 6. Ferguson, 7. Cobb is 8. 8 trades, and like I said, we were expecting a minimum of 15 to 20. I think we're going to be closer to that 30 number as far as a minimum. Final 3 for Yandy. Astros and Pirates are out. That's a little... Pirates are out. Okay. Yankees, Mariners, and Astros. Who are you getting that one from? Let me see if I can pull it up here for you. Are the Giants selling now? They are. Everybody tweeting the Alex Cobb news right now. I thought the Yandy Diaz would have been a great addition, a veteran to that lineup. I wonder how much he has left in the tank, though. Maybe that's the reason why the Pirates are dipping out. Stros need a first baseman. They're trying to push everything to the middle right now. The MLB Network, okay. Must have been looking away at that moment. So thank you, Bink. Appreciate you keeping us updated. I still think the Mariners are looking primarily for a first baseman. Diaz, I think, is probably most likely for the Houston Astros at this point. Ryan, Dylan Carlson got to go soon, one would think. It sounds like that one might be coming down to 2 teams, Nationals and Angels. Depends on which trade package the Cardinals like better. Do they like Garcia or Strickland from the Angels in exchange for Carlson? Or do they like Floro or Finnegan in exchange for Carlson? For me, I would rather have Garcia or Strickland. Can you see the Diamondbacks calling Miami back again to trade for maybe Andrew Nardi? No, I do not. I was expecting that the Diamondbacks would be pretty much done. Short of the injury now to Christian Walker, they were done. I think if they're able to offload the contract of a guy like Jordan Montgomery, they might look into that. But other than that, I think the Diamondbacks are pretty much set here at the deadline. Ferguson to Houston, minor league prospect, and international spending money. That's exactly what we were just talking about. I told you I don't believe in international spending money being traded if I'm the team that has it. I never want to get rid of it. I would rather trade a prospect that I know rather than trade the international signing money, because I can do so much more with that than I can with one prospect. And so I guess the Yankees might have been pounding the table for it, but I mean, if I'm the Astros, I got a very thin farm system already. Ferguson doesn't really move the needle as far as that bullpen is concerned. That bullpen has been up and down, but they've already invested heavily in it with Josh Hader's addition this offseason. I would not have given up the international bonus pool money. I'd rather given up a prospect. All right, there's the news again on Ferguson. Cobb, who has not pitched this season, was traded to the Guardians. Curious to see how many innings they get out of him. Shouldn't be a big return, though. And for those of you wondering, on trade deadline day, how many trades have we seen so far? It's 2 o'clock, 2:06 right now. We are 2 hours, 54 minutes, and 32 seconds from the deadline. How many trades have we seen so far today? Just today. Not counting the trades that happened overnight or anything like that, but the trades that started really around noon Central Time, so that's been about 2 hours and change. We've had 8 trades in about 2 hours and 15 minutes now. And still quite a bit more to go. I think the Orioles are still going to have one more trade in them for a reliever. I think the Yankees have one, maybe 2 trades in them for a reliever and a corner infielder. I think the Rangers have a trade in them for a bat if they can find one that makes a significant difference. Dodgers, I think, have a trade in them for a starter. Mets, I think, could add a starter. I'm not sure if it's in them to be able to get it done. They've already added so much here at the deadline. Mariners, I think, have a trade in them for a first baseman. Astros, first baseman. Pirates, offense. Twins, innings. And then pretty much everybody else, relief pitching. You look at the Tampa Bay Rays, they still have 4+ pieces that they could trade from. Springs, Fairbanks, Diaz, Lau. They already traded Rosario. He would have been their 5th one that they could have traded today. They ended up flipping him yesterday to the Dodgers. All right, return for Alex Cobb is Jacob Bresnahan and a player to be named later. Let's look at the Guardians prospect pool. Bresnahan. Doesn't look like anybody in their top 30. One cool little note on Chase DeLauder, the #1 prospect for the Guardians. He was in that draft year for the pandemic, I believe. He was going to be the 6th round pick for the Texas Rangers. Rangers were close to negotiating a deal with him. That year, they signed 6, I believe, free agents in that draft class. They would really have loved to have gotten Chase DeLauder out of it. Ultimately, I believe he was a 1st-round pick of the Guardians. Good decision for him. Got to secure some money for his family. Would not have gotten nearly that money if he had signed as a free agent after not getting drafted in those 5 rounds in that abbreviated draft. All right. MLB Network going over the Rangers and Michael Conforto. Foul Territory is now on the air as well. Appreciate you guys joining us here at the Upside for all the latest rumors from the MLB trade deadline. In case you guys are new here, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. We have the MLB Network on one screen, all of the different Twitter notifications that you could ever hope for here at the deadline on another, and we also got MLBRumors.com or MLB Trade Rumors open as well. You're not going to miss a single headline here at the deadline. We are your one resource that all you need for the MLB trade deadline. We'll keep you guys updated here. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. If you guys want to send us some support, send us a super chat. Have a question you want to make sure we answer, feel free to do so if you are interested. Fun fact, in 2009, Vogt was Alex Cobb's catcher in the Rays minor league system. Yeah, I mean, Cobb's been around for, 15, close to 20 years now. Vogt recently retired, so both kind of have been around a little bit now. Go ahead and update the Twitter page here. Don't need hockey news. Getting some hockey tweets as well. But we are up to 8 trades so far today. We'll see where this thing ultimately goes. Going to stretch our legs here for just a moment. Grab a drink. Make sure you guys stick around. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. And welcome back to the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Trade deadline day is here for Major League Baseball. 8 trades already just today. A plethora of trades before this one as well. But the market seems to be moving in a positive direction. We saw a couple of big trades already today. One, Trevor Rogers going to the Baltimore Orioles in exchange for a couple of high-level hitting prospects. Marlins really needed to add there. We're also seeing a bunch of other moves. Diamondbacks decide to add, bringing in Josh Bell after the Marlins eat most of the salary that was left on that one with the injury to Christian Walker. That's the reason why that one's a big one for us, because they needed somebody to come in there and give them some positive production out of that first base spot. Yankees get Mark Leiter from the Cubs, a great strikeout guy, 35% strikeout rate out of all the batters that he faced so far this year. He probably pencils in as the 7th, maybe 8th inning guy if they are unable to add another reliever to that Yankee bullpen. Yankees are said to be looking for more relief help, as well as the Baltimore Orioles. The Yandy Diaz market seems to have whittled itself down to 3 teams: Astros, Yankees, and was it Mariners, I think I saw, for Yandy Diaz. But Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s market is also with the Astros and Mariners. Unexpected that Vlad Guerrero Jr. would move, but that's my bold prediction of the day. Tarek Skubal ultimately looks like he will stay in the Detroit Tigers uniform. Garrett Crochet does look like he is on the way out the door. The Orioles, though, I thought were the team for him. The acquisition of Trevor Rogers and Zach Eflin, I think, removes the need for Crochet there. So it looks like it's the Dodgers to lose right now for Crochet. But let's check out our Twitter feed and just see what's happening. We'll go ahead and flex over there. Let's refresh the page. Alrighty, still talking about the Alex Cobb trade, a guy who hasn't pitched yet this year, but could be a nice veteran addition for them. We've seen a couple of guys traded so far this trade deadline season who haven't even appeared in a game. Tommy Edman as well comes to mind anyway from the St. Louis Cardinals. Great get, by the way, to bring in Eric Fedde. One thing I want to kind of do right now is just reset the market as to where we are at heading up to the final 2.5 hours of the deadline. First and foremost, what are the names we're looking at? Who could be out there? What names could be traded here at the deadline? 1, Jack Flaherty, absolutely certain, 100% will get traded. Red Sox are said to be in there. Dodgers, Yankees, Orioles to a certain extent were in there. I think with Trevor Rogers, they're out now. But Flaherty should command a decent price as well. Garrett Crochet, we've talked about him quite a bit. Estevez has already moved on. Tanner Scott, probably holding up the relief market a little bit. We've seen some relievers move, but he is definitely the best piece left outside of Mason Miller. Miller, though, is unexpected to move, so Scott is definitely the buyer, or the belle of the ball, if you will. And they're expecting a giant, significant return package, that coming from John Heyman. They want a big-time package back for him. Cobb could be a good guy, mentor the young guys who they have in the rotation, could give you innings. That's pretty much what I think they're hoping for out of Cobb. All right. 5th, Jazz Chisholm already went on to the Yankees. Fedde has gone on to the Cardinals. Zach Little, absolutely expected to be traded here by the deadline. I didn't mention him earlier with the Rays assets that they could move. They already traded Eflin. Little, I thought, was a great fit, possibly for a team like the Milwaukee Brewers. Maybe he's a better fit, though, for the Minnesota Twins, who are also looking for some starting pitching. Maybe a team like the Atlanta Braves, if they don't get a guy like Crochet or Anderson, they could turn to Zach Little as well. We've already seen Danny Jansen be traded. We've already seen Kikuchi be traded. Richards has been bad in the month of July. I'd be surprised if they find a taker for him at this point. There's so many pitchers out there on the relief market that could make a difference. They don't necessarily have to go for a guy who's underperforming. Robert has basically been taken off of the market, at least at this point, by the White Sox. Once they move a guy like Crochet, I would expect them to be willing to discuss Robert one more time, mainly because it's not often he's healthy and producing, and I don't think there's another time in his career that they will have both of those happening at the same time. So even though he's not exactly at the highest peak of what his value could be, this might be the peak of what his value could be going forward. So I would take my assets right now and run, trade him, cash him in, and see what I could get. Rooker has been pulled off of the market to some degree by the A's. They would have to be bowled over according to them. Not surprising, they like the offensive strides they've made this year. Harvey has already been dealt. Finnegan has struggled the last couple of weeks. I would be surprised if it was a significant haul, like a Jason Adam trade, but something in the range of what a middle reliever like Mark Leiter could have gotten from the Yankees anyway. Maybe a little bit more than that is what I'm expecting for Kyle Finnegan. He hasn't performed well, and even though he's got closing options, I'm not sure in a big market, high-pressure situation that he performs at the same level. Kopech has already been moved on to the Dodgers. Love that addition. Pete Fairbanks, we mentioned him from the Rays, is available as well. Winker has been moved on to the Mets. Brebbia, I would not try to acquire from the White Sox. He's a good pitcher, has had some good moments this year, really has struggled over the last 3 weeks, though. I would not be trying to acquire him. I think he's probably a fifth, sixth inning mop-up guy at this point for a good team. Randy Rosarena, already gone to the Mariners. Lane Thomas to the Guardians. Tommy Pham to the Cardinals. Pilar is still available from the Angels. There's like 8 or 9 teams in on his market. He's probably a low-cost outfield bat platoon player at this point, but he's going to retire after this year. I'm sure he wants to compete for one more World Series. I floated the idea of him going to the Braves before. With the addition of Soler, I think that takes them out. I think he probably ends up on a team like the Baltimore Orioles in exchange for a Christian Pache. Both of the Rockies catchers are on the market. Not too many catchers are on the market right now. Not too many needs out there for catching at the moment. Rockies have a couple of starters as well. Cal Quantrill and Austin Gomber, low-cost options. If you're looking for some starting pitching that's not going to cost you at the level of a Kikuchi, maybe you go for a Cal Quantrill or a Gomber. We'll go through the rest of this list fairly quickly. Rogers, we just saw, be moved to the Orioles for a significant package. Brendan Rodgers of the Rockies, I'm not expecting him to be moved at all. Adams, neither here nor there, out of the bullpen. One of the many pieces they could trade out of the bullpen. But again, to me, he's a fifth, sixth inning guy, whereas the big-time names like Mason Miller or Ursig are going to command a significant return out of that A's bullpen. Chafin has had his name talked about quite a bit. The Orioles specifically are one of the teams that's been interested in him. We've talked about Luis Garcia quite a bit from the Angels. Like what he's done as the eighth inning guy there. Takes the high leverage position there. Hunter Strickland for the Angels has a little bit better numbers, but very similar, a little higher ERA for Garcia, but he's been asked to do tougher things. I like both guys. So I think both of those guys are going to be moved here at the deadline. We've talked about Dylan Floro possibly going to the Cardinals in exchange for Dylan Carlson. Beeks has already been moved as well. Alexander and McFarland are another couple of names that are available from the A's. Law, another one, bullpen arm from the Nationals, but I'm not expecting a big trade there. I wouldn't expect a move there, honestly. DeYoung has been showcased almost exclusively for the Yankees. If the Yankees want to go cheap here, maybe they go with Paul DeYoung, plug him in there at the corner infield spot. And he's got good power numbers this year and could be a nice addition to that offense. Although Jazz Chisholm, every bit the offensive influx they really needed here at the deadline. Love that for them. Gio Urshela of the Tigers, also a name that's been out there. Miguel Andujar, finally living up to some of his prospect status, but he's not going to command nearly what the Yankees fans were arguing for years and years and years ago. He's a depth piece, probably a fourth or fifth outfielder on a good team. Josh Bell was just moved to the Diamondbacks. Jason Adam moved to the Padres. Ward is available, but having a down month or two with the Angels. Has some good numbers, though, overall. Good track record of success. He could be a name that's moved here at the deadline. A team that needs some depth in the outfield could look towards Taylor Ward. Tyler Anderson, love him as a starter at the trade deadline here. I think he could be had for a decent price. You look at what Kikuchi went for, I'd say a little bit more than what he got is what Tyler Anderson could go for there. 45 on their list, Griffin Canning. This one to me is more shuffling of the deck chairs. I don't think that one will happen. Mason Miller, Lucas Ursig. I think Ursig has a really good chance to be traded right now. Miller, I think the only way he gets traded is if the Rangers really want to get probably the best reliever on the market at the deadline and then, just have him come back at the very end of the season and have him available for a postseason series. Rangers, I would believe, are in there for him if he is actually on the market. I haven't seen any headlines to that effect to any team, however. Also, the LA Dodgers, I would expect, if he is moved, they would have some interest. The Orioles, the Yankees, Phillies, I'm sure, would have some level of interest as well. Vlad Guerrero Jr. and Bo Bichette. That's my surprise there with Vlad Guerrero Jr. being the bold prediction for them to possibly move him to Seattle today. Bo Bichette, though, too low a value. Better for them to hold on to him to the offseason if they're going to trade him at all, which I don't think they will. And then number 50 on the list, Tarek Skubal. I think with the acquisition of Rogers, takes the Orioles out of the running. If there's one team left for him, it's the Dodgers. And I think they're probably going to go for Crochet rather than Skubal. But overall, it should be a very active final 3 hours of the deadline. 2 hours, 39 minutes, and 48 seconds right now until the deadline. Should be a fairly active deadline. Little Fairbanks Diaz expected to be traded in the next 2+ hours. Absolutely. That was just on MLB Network. Joel Sherman discussing that with Steve Phillips right now. I would expect Little to be gone for sure. Diaz to be gone. I would expect that one as well. I think the prices are high enough to where they'll be comfortable moving on from him. They have the prospect wherewithal. to be able to suffer through that loss as well. Fairbanks, because of the injury, could be a little bit harder to trade, but I still expect him to be the second best closer that's available here at the deadline after Scott. So all three of those guys could be moved. There also is some rumors about or Lau anyway, from that team being available. Basically, if you make more than $1 million, the Rays are looking to trade you. So beware, have your bags packed if you're a member of the Rays and you're making more than $1 million. They are selling this deadline, and they could still end up winning a wild card spot even after selling. So they've done a masterclass, as Ken Rosenthal put in The Athletic, on how to sell here at the deadline. I think the Rangers could have done a little bit better if they ultimately had struggled coming out of the gate here in the second half. They're 6-5 now after their win last night over the Cardinals. I think they would have had the most pieces and best pieces to trade here at the deadline. Eovaldi, Heaney, Gray, Lorenzen, Scherzer, Dunning, Yates, Robertson, Leclerc, Garcia, Smith. All these guys they could have dealt here at the deadline. They still have other pieces that they've been looking to trade in the right move. A guy like Foscue, who doesn't really have a home on the Major League roster or doesn't have a path to playing time. Same thing for Ezekiel Duran. They end up adding Carson Kelly. They end up adding Walter Pennington in a kind of a sell move with Michael Lorenzen. But I think the rest of the industry was really hoping the Rangers would have had a lot of these pieces available to trade. Ultimately, they're going to buy. They're only 3.5 games back of the AL West lead, and so they're right there. There's no reason for them to take their foot off the gas right now, especially considering how poorly their offense has done in the first half and how many pieces they're getting back from injury. Josh Young is going to make his start tonight, first time in 3 months. Rangers are getting a nice boost in the arm, or a shot in the arm right now from Nathaniel Lowe as well. He looks like the Silver Slugger version of Nathaniel Lowe we saw a couple of years ago, and he's looking much like that same level of player right now. So we'll see which direction the Rangers go with adding a bat or a bullpen arm, but it should be a fairly active final 2.5 hours here at the deadline. Let us know in the comments section what team you're keeping an eye out for, what players you're looking for, and what ultimately you think some of these top flight names could, or where they could go. Where do you think Tanner Scott goes? Where do you think Garrett Crochet ends up? Do you think Vlad Guerrero Jr. gets moved? Are the Mariners done? Do the Astros finally get a deal done for Yandy Diaz? With the Astros overpaying for Kikuchi, is this the real last gasp anyway of a dying team, if you will, to try to win the World Series? To me, it is. They have so many free agents coming up over the next 2 years. Big time question marks coming up for them. But looks like Verlander taking some warm-up tosses right now on his off day. Brown is getting the start against the Pirates, with Falter going for the Pirates. Pirates are, of course, looking for a bat. Do they add a bat? That's another one of the teams I'm looking for to try to add a long-term apiece here. It seems like they're out on Diaz. They were in on Paredes. They were in there, though, for Diaz. There's not a whole lot of offense out there. Maybe they're the team that ends up with Brent Rooker. Remains to be seen. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. And welcome back to the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. We've seen about 8 trades so far, with more on the way. We were expecting a minimum of 15 to 20. Looks like we might get closer to that 30 number we were hoping for at the start of the day, and those are only on trade deadline day. We had an active 72 hours before the deadline. Kikuchi really reset the market, but we should see some more activity, especially from that relief pitcher market, over the next couple of hours. Welcome in to the Upside here. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. As we get closer to the deadline, our chat is going to start to go off the rails. So if you guys want to make sure your comment is seen, make sure that your questions are answered. If you guys want to support the channel, please feel free to send us a super chat, and we will be sure to do so. All right, Mark, Jays would have a tough time, would have trouble selling tickets if they dealt Vlad. I would agree there, but I mean, they're already a struggling team. There's not much reason to go out for a team that's 15 games back in the division that has no hope of a wild card either. This team needs to sell, and they have sold a few pieces. I would look for them to try to offload Bassett as well. Vlad Guerrero Jr., I think, could command a significant price as the one big-time hitter on the market right now. And for that reason, he's my bold prediction for them to move. Now, as far as ticket sales, those kinds of things, they're already in a tough spot. You look at this team, they're not going to win a wild card. They really need some juice going into next season. Saving some money on Bassett makes some sense. Maybe saving some money on Barrios or Gausman or any of these other contracts that they have on their books makes some sense. Vlad Guerrero Jr. is the centerpiece of this club along with Bo Bichette. They are what you would consider to be the core of this team. A core of a team that's really underperformed, not just this year, not just last year, not the year before that, but the last 4 years they've really underperformed. And I would not be surprised at this point if Vlad Guerrero Jr. is dealt. They've really struggled. They've disappointed the Blue Jays fan base, not just this year, but they disappointed in the postseason last year against the Twins. They disappointed in the year before that. They were expected to be a World Series contending team in each of the last 3 or 4 years. What did they look like? A team that's bounced early in the playoffs and just really have not gotten out of their own way. Mental mistakes in the postseason. Vlad Guerrero Jr. overrunning second base last year against the Twins. Big time mistake there upstairs. But I'm not saying that's the reason why you trade Vlad Guerrero. I'm saying you trade Vlad Guerrero now because of how high prices are. You save some money. You save on Bassett as well. And then you go full bore into free agency next year. Generate some buzz, ticket sales for next season. And hopefully you get a better year from Bo Bichette. Hopefully these young guys, Looper Fido, Horwitz, Schneider, get some more playing time, play a little bit better. And then you really have something going. But for the Blue Jays right now, they're a underperforming team, we'll put it that way. And for me, I would try to move off of Vlad Guerrero Jr., who's only going to have 1 year left to control after this year anyway. You could get a really significant price right now. You probably won't get the same value if you trade Vlad Guerrero Jr. after the season. You certainly wouldn't get it next year at the deadline as well. Really good value right now. 2 postseason runs with Vlad Guerrero Jr. right now. If you trade him to the Astros, the Mariners, the Rangers, whoever, the Yankees, whatever, you're going to get a significant haul. Probably the best bat that would be moved at the deadline here would be Vlad Guerrero Jr. Paredes right up there as well. But for me, Vlad Guerrero Jr. has the ability to change a lineup's entire complexion. Mariners have done a great job rebuilding their lineup already, but I would not be surprised if they do more. Welcome back, Fernando. Dodgers should pick up a third baseman. Muncy is not going to get it done come the playoffs. They've really relied on Muncy. They like the platoons as well. Muncy kind of helps out with that as well. Third base, I thought Paredes would have been a great fit there. They supposedly were in the talks for him. He would have been a great fit, long-term option for them at third. Ultimately, he goes to Chicago. Is there another third baseman that moves the needle for them? I don't think so. I think the moves that they already made, bringing in Rosario and Edman, would help them have a replacement in a series for Muncy if necessary. I don't think they're going to add somebody significant. I think the opportunity was there for Paredes. That was the guy I would have gone for if I was them. Ultimately, they chose to not give as much as the Cubs. And ultimately, the Cubs get him from the Rays. All right, let's head back over to Twitter, see if anything is going on right now. Pull that screen up for you guys as well. Talking about that Ferguson deal. Not a fan of that one if I'm the Astros. Again, I'm never a fan of giving up international bonus pool money. I would always rather give up that one prospect of similar value. That way I can use that international bonus pool money, spend it on 6 or 7 players, and then, hopefully one of those guys equals the value of the prospect that you're giving up. But you have so many more bites at the apple if you do it that way. And you can kind of replenish your farm system by doing it that way. Whereas the guy you might be giving up is in AA, is already starting to age out of your system. And so you get a little younger by getting the international bonus pool signees in. That's kind of where I see the Astros right now, is they need to rebuild that farm system. I would have rather traded a prospect. I would rather have not even acquired a guy like Caleb Ferguson. But that's just me. Maybe he's the perfect piece that solves this bullpen for them that's been struggling all year long. All right. Joel Sherman, most likely to be traded in order. Zach Little, Pete Fairbanks, Yandy Diaz. I think Little is absolutely going to be gone. I don't necessarily think that's going to be the highest return, though. I think Diaz is going to have the biggest return along with Fairbanks. Little should still command a healthy return. Welcome back, Bink. But I do think all three of those pieces will be moved by the Rays before the deadline. Seeing some O's fans baffled after the Rogers trade, I wrote something trying to explain it. Makes some sense. I mean, the trade itself makes some sense. They don't have to give up the prospect capital it would have for Crochet or Scobell. They get a great starting pitcher, or a starting pitcher who's pitched great this year, but is probably more of a 3 or 4. Has a couple years left to control. That's the pros. 3.32 ERA over those last 11. The downside is you give up a couple of really good prospects. You don't give up your upper level prospects, though, in Basayo, Hurstead, Kauser, those level of pieces. But still a significant cost for a number 3 or 4 starter in a postseason series. It does sound like the industry is circling back once again to Garrett Crochet. They're still waiting for that deal to finally get across the finish line. That's where I think the starters are being held up by, and I think the relievers were held up by the Tanner Scott negotiations, the Trevor Rogers negotiations. I think now that the Marlins have gotten Rogers done, they should find a deal for Scott fairly soon. Love that trade for the Royals. Lucas Erceg. Let's pull that one up. This one breaking right now. Royals, of course, have the injury now to Hunter Harvey. They've been looking to add and add and add and add here at the deadline, and they continue to do so. Love this deal here. Lucas Erceg, I think, is a great 8th-inning setup guy for them. Could be a closer in the long run for them as well. 29 years old, team control for 5+ years, I believe. Really like this acquisition for the Royals. I think this solidifies them in the running, if they weren't already, for a wild card spot, maybe even the division. I worry about their starting pitching holding up over the length of the rest of the season. Maybe shortening the game here is their thought process, bringing in Erceg, possibly getting Hunter Harvey back healthy at some point, shortening the game a little bit for their starters. Maybe that's the name of the game for the Royals. I love the acquisition, though. I'm curious to see what the return is going to be. Should be significant. This is going to be trade number 9, Lucas Erceg. 9th trade of the day here on deadline day. Let's look at the Royals, what they could ultimately give up. I believe they gave up their number 3 prospect in their system to be able to bring in Hunter Harvey. Erceg to me is very similar, maybe a little bit higher value because of the control that you have on him. Maybe a Blake Wolters would be a good option. Young starting pitcher possibility. 4 ERA, 46 strikeouts, 55 innings, not performing great. 17-year-old shortstop Yanel Ricardo, not performing, but he's still very young. Austin Charles. I don't know. I'm curious to see what the return is going to be here. Kerna has been one of the names that's been bandied about. Mitchell as well. Let's go back over to Twitter and see if we have some news. Ken Rosenthal confirms the Passan reports. Still no news on the return. If Harvey went for their 3, I think this is probably the return here. Ben Kurdzna. Erceg 3.68 ERA, 1.2 WHIP. Like I said, he's been doing the high leverage stuff for the Oakland A's pretty much all year with Miller at the back end. Really like what he has, the development that he's shown, and I think they could get a really nice prospect out of it. Let's go to the top 100 and just see if any of these guys from the Royals are in that top 100. Just one, Blake Mitchell, the catcher. So my guess would be is that the Kansas City Royals probably going to have to give up Ben Kudnera. Not sure I'm pronouncing that right, but he's the name I would look at. And then the other one would be Frank Mozzicato. Let's see if we have any names back here. Still no news on the return. This is a bigger trade as far as the relievers that were expected to be moved today. MLB Network discussing it right now with John Heyman. But they are still waiting on the return as well. Right there with you, Mr. Divish. Ursig is pretty legit. Wonder how much KC is giving up to get him. Exactly. Let's look up the A's here just so you can see what the value is here. Miller, of course, has the biggest value, 49.1. Ursig at 8.5. I think he's probably worth a little bit more than that. 5 years of control after this one is the reason why. Still no news on the return. If you guys see the return before I do, let us know. 9th trade of the day. Kind of run through them real quick while we wait for the return. Josh Walker got us started going from the Mets to the Pirates. That was trade number 1. We saw Leiter go to the Yankees from the Cubs. Sims go to the Red Sox from the Reds. We saw Baumann go from the Giants to the Angels. Josh Bell go to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Alex Cobb goes to the Guardians. Ferguson goes to the Astros. And now Ursig goes to the Royals. Still waiting on the return. I like this note from Jason Stark. After this deal gets finalized, it will leave only one team that has not made some kind of trade in the last week, the Minnesota Twins. Still waiting for that return. Come on, come on, come on. I'm curious because this is going to set the market for a lot of the other 8th inning relievers. Looking at Floro, looking at Garcia, Strickland, any of those 8th inning type of setup guys that are on the market who could be used as 7th or 8th inning guys on their new teams. I think this trade could really kind of set the market for those types of pitchers. Now, of course, he does have significant control, so this is kind of going to be the high point of that market. So we shall see. Not having an ad every hour of watching you is a W. Thank you, sir. Well, I'm sure it would be something that would jack up the monetization of this channel, but I mean, I think the most monetization I get is when people watch it after the live is done, where I might get a few pennies here or there. But I'm not a big believer in ads. If I like doing this stuff just to have an outlet to talk about sports with you guys, and so those of you who recognize that and enjoy the commentary, enjoy talking about sports with us. Not just baseball, but some basketball, some football, a little bit of hockey here and there. We really do appreciate the support you guys give us. I know 3 of you guys have done some super chats today. I think we've gotten 5 total since we started this channel. There was one guy who was offering ridiculous amounts of money before we were even monetized. I think he was blowing smoke, but I don't do this for, significant money. It'd be nice if I could make this a primary job. That was the goal when I originally started this channel. But in order to get there, we're going to have to continue to add some subscribers and get significantly higher than where we are now. So we shall see if we ever get there. But right now I'm kind of enjoying just doing this with you guys and, just having fun, talking about trades, seeing what could possibly happen. I'm a fan just like you guys as well. I don't have any sources like a Ken Rosenthal that are buried within the New York Yankees system or anything like that. I'm just like you, looking at all these different trade possibilities that are out there, but I try to get it all nice and condensed for you in one specific stream. That way you're not following 30 guys on Twitter, checking your MLB trade rumors site, watching MLB Network while you're doing it, and then checking a whole bunch of other sources while you go through it. I try to do all that for you guys to save you guys some time. So hopefully you guys enjoy the content. Let's see if we got some news on the return yet. If the Rangers don't make a move, they're looking at a regular lineup of this, according to Evan Grant. Smith, DH / multi-utility player. Seager as their shortstop. Simeon has been flexed down to the second baseman recently. Langford as their left fielder. Garcia in right. Lowe at first. Young at third. Heim catcher. And then, of course, Leody Taveras in center. Can that generate enough offense over the final 58 games? Remains to be seen. Come on now. I want to see the return here. That's what I really want to see here, because I think that will break open the doors for the rest of this relief market on Strickland, on the other two relievers that are available from the A's, Garcia from the Angels, Floro, Finnegan, any number of other relievers not named Scott from the Miami Marlins. Ryan, well, I really appreciate it. Just enjoy you. I'm at work, and I have subscribed. Big sports fan. Thank you, Ryan. Really appreciate that. Thank you for subscribing. Bink, how have the Twins made 0 trades? They're financially limited, and most of the trades that are out there right now are sky high. I think they would have liked to do a small level trade like a Cal Quantrill, Gomber, Michael Lorenzen might have been a nice trade for them, but they can't really take on salary, and so that's kind of the issue for the Twins. That was the issue coming into the season. That's why they struggled for the first month. They really have overperformed the talent on that roster for the past 2 or 3 months to even be in contention in that AL Central, but they're still there. I would still expect them to try to add a starting pitcher here at the deadline. Maybe they offload a reliever to try to get the prospects necessary to add a starter in return. So we shall see. Let's go ahead and refresh this Twitter one more time. With any luck, hopefully we'll get some news. Garrett Cole not going to make his start tonight. Astros getting a couple of guys that are on the injured list right now. Could be coming back soon. Interesting, Garrett Cole has been scratched from today's start with general body fatigue. Might step up the Yankees' efforts to add one more starter. They seem to be willing to push their chips to the center this year, especially with Juan Soto being a free agent after the season. That, and I think Brian Cashman's job still rests on how they do in the postseason. That was the other executive I had my doubts about heading into the season. Management and front office and the coaching staff for the Cincinnati Reds is also on the hook as far as I'm concerned. I think that group has seen the best of what they're going to get, and so we might see some changes there, especially since they haven't really gotten things to come to fruition there for a while now. And I would like to see them go in a different direction, especially at manager there in Cincinnati. Still nothing as of yet. Couldn't agree more with Evan Grant here. If you're a Rangers fan, Adolis Garcia has been rough, to say the least. Great point. On this date in 23, Garcia had an OPS of 837. Today it's 669. No matter what the rest of the lineup does, I'm right there with Evan Grant. He's got to perform better. There was a period of time where nobody really had much faith in Adolis Garcia. Remember, designated for assignment by the Cardinals, etc., how they got him to Texas in the first place. He's always had trouble with strikeouts, continue to be an issue this year. Making contact, an even bigger issue for him this year as well. Ooh, some news on Yandy Diaz, possibly? Astros' big target now, Yandy Diaz. Still seems a gap in talks, though. Mariners, Pirates, Yankees, also potential fits. I guess the Pirates are not out on Yandy Diaz, at least according to Heyman. Should be a very interesting deadline. Got 38 of you guys, 40 with you, or 43 with us now. Here at the deadline, we're covering the MLB trade deadline, watching the network for you, keeping you guys updated on all the latest from Twitter, all your favorite insiders, keeping you guys updated on all the latest rumors, who could be going where, those kinds of things, and MLB trade rumors. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button as well. Ooh, Rangers add a reliever, Chafin. I really like that one for the Texas Rangers. Let me pull up his stats real quick. Let's see here. Pitching, Detroit Tigers. Chafin, 41 games, 3.16 ERA, 50 strikeouts in 37 innings. This reminds me a lot of what Mark Leiter is going to do for the Yankees. High strikeout rate, going to come in there, and that's what the Rangers really did with the trade for Michael Lorenzen as well. They want strikeouts. They like stuff in a postseason series. Chafin brings that. Looks like his strikeout rate looks pretty good. Whip is a little concerning, 1.38. I wonder what the return is going to be for him, though. We shall see. We're still waiting on the return for Ursig as well. We have 10 trades now today. Rangers joining the party. Make it 11 trades. The Royals are adding Paul DeJong from the Chicago White Sox. Nice get for them. I thought he was pretty much being exclusively advertised for the New York Yankees. Paul DeJong, I think, could fit in all over the diamond for the Royals. They need some production, especially in that outfield. Maybe they could plug him in at the corner outfield spot, but I like the addition of Young either way. Gets them some power. Welcome in, Coral. Welcome in, Randy. Appreciate you joining us once again. Trades are starting to happen. We've seen 3 in the last, 5-6 minutes or so. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. The trade deadline hot stove is all heating up. Welcome in, Tommy. Let's see if we have any of the return yet. Rangers did need a lefty, though. I believe Hunter Strickland is a righty, if I remember correctly. I can't remember. Let me pull up the Angels. I can't remember if he's a righty or a lefty. Strickland is loading. Right-handed pitcher. And Garcia, the other one I was interested in for the Rangers, is also a righty. So similar type of player to both of those, but from the left side, Rangers have a lot of right-handers out of the bullpen already. Alex Verdugo is getting trade interest. We saw that a couple of days ago, that there wasn't really a home for him in that outfield, so maybe a team like the Royals could go to Verdugo since they need some offensive production. Royals are indeed busy here at the deadline. Let's go ahead and update the Twitter feed and just see if there's any return here. No returns yet for any of those 3 relievers that we've seen traded here in just the last few minutes. Jose, welcome in. Appreciate you joining us once again. Just got home. What did I miss? You just missed the 11th trade of the day. Royals getting Paul DeJong. 10th trade, Rangers getting Andrew Chafin. 9th, Royals getting Lucas Ursig. And then we've seen Trevor Rogers, the big trade earlier, going to the Baltimore Orioles. Tanner Scott is still on the open market as well. Starting pitchers are certainly expensive right now, but the relievers seem to be flying off the board, or at least are beginning to fly off the board with about 2 hours left before the deadline. Let's see if we have any update on some of the return for some of these players. Chafin, I think, is a really good option here for the Rangers to bring in. They needed somebody from the left side, and they get that high strikeout guy. Rangers are said to still be looking for a bat. I'm still not sure they'll find one, though. Updating this pretty much every 10 seconds just to see if we can finally see some returns on these deals. Yeah, I just saw that one, Ryan. DeJong just switching dugouts tonight, exactly. Going to the Royals from the White Sox. Shoot, he may even be in the lineup tonight. Still no return on any of those 3 trades. Come on now. Come on, insiders. Get us that information. We need it. Ursig, I think, is going to command the biggest price. DeYoung, I thought, could be had for pittance. Same thing for Chafin. I thought from the left side, he might have been one of the better strikeout guys available, but I don't think he was going to command a huge return. So we're talking about maybe a top 20 prospect for Chafin. I'd be surprised if it was more than that. Chris Young is cooking. I agree. The biggest need, according to Evan Grant, coming into the deadline was looking for a bat to help out this lineup. That still is a priority for them. Trade for Ursig has been finalized, according to Jeff Passan. What's the return? Come on now. Any predictions for a last-minute blockbuster, if there will be one to happen? My blockbuster is still the same. My hope is Vlad Guerrero Jr. goes to the Mariners. I know I'm a Rangers fan, but I would just love to see the Mariners get a guy like that to be the centerpiece of their lineup, along with Julio Rodriguez and Randy Rosarena. That'd be a great 2-3-4 in a lineup that also has added Justin Turner, has also got J.P. Crawford. Rojas has played better. We shall see. Strickland to Texas. Are you hoping for that one, or are you seeing that one out there, Ryan? Still waiting for the return on that trade for Chafin. Your blockbuster would be Tyone for somewhere. I'm not sure that would qualify to me as a blockbuster. That would be more about the Cubs getting off of some money, or a team adding a starting pitcher at a depressed cost because of that money that's attached to his deal still. They're talking about the DeYoung acquisition by the Royals right now on MLB Network. Ryan, are you seeing Strickland to Texas somewhere? That's another one I'm looking at because he is connected to Bochy quite a bit. Rangers could easily use another bullpen piece. They got Chafin, who from the left side solves that problem, but I wouldn't be surprised if they added one more reliever like Strickland here. Let's update here. Jose, imagine Vlad gets traded to the Mets and Alonso to the Jays. Not going to happen. That'd be crazy, though. Still waiting. Still waiting. Chafin has allowed 1 run in his last 16 outings. Or 16 innings. Gotta like that one. Watching the highlight video right now of Chafin. Does he have some closing experience as well? It almost looked like he was on the field for a save. He did get a save, 4 save opportunities. Okay. Veteran. Come on now. I want to see the return on some of these trades. That's what I think is holding up the rest of the baseball world right now. Home run leaderboard for the current Royals: Witt, Perez, and DeYoung. DeYoung enters in as the number 3 on that list. Good get for them. They needed some power in that lineup, especially as an outfielder. I think he probably gets most of his starts there in the outfield. We are 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 15 seconds from now from the deadline. We've already seen 11 trades today. Saw 3 in the last 10 minutes. We're still waiting on the return for all 3 of those deals. 2 of them going to the Royals, 1 going to Texas. And we should still see some significant deals, like Tanner Scott going from the Marlins to somewhere. Garrett Crochet to somewhere. We're looking at a couple more relievers from the Angels that could go somewhere. Kevin Pillar from the Angels could go somewhere as well. Starting pitchers like Tyone and Bassett and Anderson all could be moved today as well. A lot of activity here within the next couple of hours. Should be a fascinating final couple of hours. We told you guys at the beginning of the day we were expecting a minimum 15 to 20 deals. I think we're looking closer to a minimum of 30 at this point. You think the Phillies got one move left in them before the deadline passes? I know Dombrowski's always looking for more to do or more to add to this team. I think he has the inability to sit still at a deadline, and so right now I'd imagine he's kicking the tires on a couple of starting pitchers, maybe a bullpen piece, but other than that, I think they're pretty much set. I would say they're good right now as is for me to be considered the favorite on the NL side, even above the Dodgers. Confirming reports Passan and Nightingale that the Rangers have acquired Andrew Chafin to add to the left side of their bullpen. For what? Come on, people. Give us the return. Mariners had a clear spot for Turner and needed some bullpen help after yesterday's game. So, they optioned Gabe Spire, who's a good reliever, but they need somebody fresh, so they could bring up Diaz. Okay. Come on now. We want to see some of the returns, mostly for Lucas Erceg. That's the one I'm really curious about. Callis updating the Yankees board. Still waiting for the return on all three of those trades. The Rays still have a number of pieces they could move. They're probably the team with the biggest pieces that are expected to be moved left anyway. Zach Little, Pete Fairbanks, those kinds of things. Passan being slow this year with the details of trade. I think all of them are. Usually within 5-10 minutes, we've got the full trade. It's been 10-15 now for the Lucas Erceg one, and we got nothing. Chafin, understandably, a lower level piece, not known what the return's going to be. Same thing for DeYoung. Those are a little bit more recent, but we've been waiting a little bit for that Erceg return. Still nothing. Alrighty, we're going to take just about 30 seconds, rest my voice for a few seconds, see if we can keep it going strong. 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 20 seconds from right now for the deadline. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. As we expect, over the next hour or two, that chat is going to get busy. So make sure if you want to support the channel, if you're always welcome to send us a super chat, or if you just want to make sure your comment or question is answered, you guys can put it in a super chat as well as that comment section starts to beef up. Really appreciate you guys joining us. We'll be back in 30 seconds. And welcome back to the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. It's MLB trade deadline day. We've already seen 11 trades just today alone, ever since about 11 o'clock this morning till about right now. So about 4 hours, we have seen a total of 11 deals, and we are going to see more. I told you guys at the beginning of the day, we expect a minimum of 15 to 20 trades. I think we can bump that number up a little bit. We're still waiting on the return for 3 trades that just went down in the last 15-20 minutes. 2 of them for relievers. Andrew Chafin goes from the Detroit Tigers to the Texas Rangers. Great strikeout numbers, lefty reliever. For the bigger trade, though, is for Lucas Erceg. Goes to the Royals from the Oakland A's. 5 years of control left. I'm curious what his return is because there are so many good 8th inning options that are out there that could set the price for the rest of the market right now. It's 2 hours to go until the deadline, so teams are going to have to start making some decisions, giving last and best offers here soon. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe. If you're new here, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Follow us over on X at UpsideSN and on Facebook, Upside Sports Network. It should be a very busy last couple of hours of the deadline. Appreciate you guys making us the home for your deadline coverage. We got the MLB Network we're watching for you on one site. We're looking at all of the trade chatter out there on Twitter from all of the insiders. We're keeping track of all of that for you as well, in addition to the MLB Trade Rumors website as well. You are not going to miss anything. We're going to keep you guys up to date on all the latest from the trade deadline, so make sure you go nowhere. We're going to keep you guys up to date on everything. Braves have been doing what they always do, wait until the last hour to 30 minutes to make moves. Absolutely, they have been notorious for doing so. So we'll see if they continue that trend as well. Let's get over to the Twitter page. Now, we're going to go ahead and update here. I'm hoping we have some returns now for DeYoung, for Chafin, for Urquitz. Mariners getting JT Cargois from the Marlins. That's number 12. The A's are trading a starter to the Mets, Paul Blackburn. That's trade number 13. Still no returns on any of those two trades. 13 trades so far. Mariners getting another piece there in JT Cargois. Mariners have made some number changes. Cade Marlowe will wear number 5. Justin Turner will wear number 2. Okay. Don't care about number changes, not today at least. Mets are getting a starter though, Paul Blackburn. I thought they would need a starter after Kodai Senga went down. Mets add a starter. We thought they were in for some starters. Garrett Crochet being the biggest of those. Instead, they go the cheap route here with Paul Blackburn. I think this is more about them getting some innings out of him more than having him in a playoff rotation. So, not a bad trade overall for the Mets. Depends on what they ultimately give up. But let's see if we have any returns left on these 5 trades now that we were waiting for some return on. No details yet. We have 5 trades now we are trying to track the return of for you guys. Nobody has it out there, but we will have it for you here first. MLB Network kicking it over to their number 1 crew, Vasgersian, Reynolds, O'Dowd, and Verducci right now. Love Dan O'Dowd. He always has great analysis. Mets do get Blackburn. Let's see if we have any returns yet. Come on. Craig Mish on the JT Cargois. Still nothing, still nothing. Oakland will receive, this is from Fine Sand. Maybe it's just my screen didn't update it as fast. Come on. Oakland will receive Mason Barnett, Will Klein, and outfielder Jared Dickey. Klein, Barnett, and Dickey for Ursig. Barnett, number 4. Klein, number 18. Who was the third one? I can't remember. Dickey. Don't see him on their top 30. So 2 top 30 prospects from the Royals and another piece in exchange for Lucas Ursig. So we finally know the return. That's a pretty good return. A number 4 prospect out of the Royals system. A pitcher, let's see, 23 years old. Is he a starter or a reliever still? Still a starter. 114 innings, 137 strikeouts. That's a good get. And Oakland needs some starting pitchers. Good trade for them to trade an 8th inning guy who really hasn't developed up until this season. They trade him to get Mason Barnett. Was he a first-round pick? Third-round pick in 22. They get Klein as well. 6.5 ERA already at the major league level. In the minors, though, a 3.5 ERA. Bullpen arm. Decent strikeout numbers. But it's all about Mason Barnett if you're the A's for that trade. We finally got the return of one of those trades. We're still waiting for the return on 4 other trades right now. Let's see here. Still no return there. There's the Fine Sand details on Barnett, Klein, and Dickey. All right, so now we at least have a frame of mind for what these 8th inning setup guys are going to be worth on the open market. You're talking about a top 10 prospect on a team, a starting pitcher prospect nonetheless, who's a very good option at the major league level as well. We're 6 hours and 7 minutes and 22 seconds into our live right now. We are going to be live with you guys all the way through the deadline, so make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Bink, I wonder who is the best fit, who's left on the starting market for Atlanta. Maybe Zach Little. Maybe Tyler Anderson. Those would be the 2 I would try to get if I'm Atlanta. See if we can update our list here. Baseball America had them as number 11 and 16 going into that deal. Borderline top 10 piece in Barnett, but I like him for the A's. They need some starting pitching pieces, and they got it for a eighth inning setup guy who's not really done it before. 3.68 ERA, decent whip, but this is the first time he's ever really been asked to do anything like this. So big risk, big reward, I suppose, for the Royals. Charles, could Ohtani be moved today for the right package? No. Blackburn, very under the radar guy. Maybe 3 years ago. I don't think Blackburn is the answer for any team as a starting pitcher. I think he's more of a long reliever at this point in his career. If you're asking him to start, that means you have an injury in your rotation, which is what the Mets do have with Senga. But if you're counting on him to be your number 3, 4 starter in a postseason series, I think you're kidding yourself. I do like the idea of them adding a starter here to eat some innings down the stretch here, keep the other starters in their lineup fresh, and maybe they get Senga back for a postseason run. But Blackburn is all about eating innings here for the Mets. Let's see if we get any more return. Doesn't look like it. We're still waiting on the return for Chafin. We're still waiting for the return for Blackburn as well. DeYoung. We're up to 13 trades right now. Is a good 6 starter. Exactly, Bink. But if you're asking him, like I said, to be a postseason starter for you, you have missed the boat. Still waiting on the return for Chafin as the MLB Network highlights the trade for the lefty. Very good strikeout numbers this year. Whip is a little bit concerning to me, 1.38, but not insurmountable. I think with the pieces that they have in their bullpen, they just wanted a good strikeout arm from the left side that they could use for a couple of batters, a tough part of a lineup here and there. He's done that before in his career and should be doing it again this year with the Texas Rangers. I don't think he's worked with Bochy before, but I could be wrong. He may have worked with Maddox at some point. Blackburn can give you 7 2-run innings. Oh my goodness. It's a nice little backhanded compliment. I like that one. Blackburn allowed 4 runs in 5 innings in his first start last week after returning from missing 2+ months with a foot injury. Sounds in line for what he's always done. Still waiting here for the return. It does look like the full return is known now for Trevor Rogers. Rogers going to Baltimore in exchange for Norby and for Stowers. Good deal, I believe, for both sides. I still would have tried a little harder for Crochet or for Skobal, or Snell even, but I do like the addition of Trevor Rogers. I think he's going to solve that rotations issues during the regular season. My questions are still about the Orioles in the postseason. Can you count on their arms to be enough to win you a postseason series? We saw that be the issue last year against the Texas Rangers. Their lineup was good enough. They just didn't have the pitching. They added Corbin Burns. Now they've added Eflin and Rogers to their mix. Remains to be seen what they ultimately turn out to look like once October rolls around. That's the best you can get from Blackburn? I would agree. All right. Return here for DeYoung, sending Class A reliever or right-handed pitcher Harold Rosado to the White Sox for DeYoung. Rosado, let's see where he is at on here. Not in the top 30 according to MLB Network, but that doesn't mean anything. DeYoung, I think, was a low-cost acquisition either way. Evan Grant tweets out, Ranger lefty relievers were allowing lefty opponents a .259 batting average and a .345 weighted, a WOBA anyway, which ranked 26th and 28th respectively in MLB. Chafin is holding lefties to a .180 batting average and a .474 OPS. Should be an upgrade, I would agree there. Strikeout stuff is the primary reason why you do it there. The return for Courtois. The pitcher from the Mariners will be Will Schomburg going back the other way for Courtois. Chargois, however you want to pronounce it. Alrighty. Finally getting some returns here. Hopefully this starts to free up the rest of the reliever market. We're still waiting for these starting pitchers to start moving. Hour, 49 minutes, and 24 seconds right now. These teams are going to have to get these starters across the finish line. There's a lot of starters that I expect to still be moved. Little, probably the easiest one for them to move right now. Let's see. I think the deal is still pending a physical according to the Evan Grant. Okay. But starters I would expect to be moved. Zach Little, looking at Garrett Crochet. Blake Snell I would expect to be traded. At least if I were the GM there, I would move him. Tyler Anderson. Flaherty is the best rental on the board. He is obviously going to be traded here. Jamison Tyone, I would say moves. Maybe a Chris Bassett as well. So that's a lot of starters to move in an hour 48. There are a lot of needs out there from a lot of different teams. We'll see who ultimately goes where. All right, let's see if we can pull up that tweet from Evan Grant for you guys. Still pending physicals and reviews. Players not likely to be informed until after that. Who did we give up? Well, that's what we're still waiting for is the medicals, according to Evan Grant. Maybe there's a pitcher the Rangers have in the minor leagues that's had some injury issues that they're looking to move here. They have no shortage of players that fit that description. Leiter, Rocker, Porter, Owen White to some degree. Pretty much any of their top prospects on the pitching side have had some injury concerns. Maybe they're giving up a pitching prospect to the Tigers for Chafin. This is single A, but Rosado, 27 outings, 1.85 ERA, and a great whip, 1.05. I kind of like that return, but again, I'm still looking for offense if I am the Miami Marlins. Sorry, that wasn't to the Miami Marlins. That was Schomburg. Who did he go to? Rosado? Was that the return for the White Sox? Yes, it was. Okay. Not trade related, but Paredes making his debut for the Cubs tonight, batting 5th, playing third base. I probably would have batted him a little higher in that lineup, honestly, but maybe they just want to get him settled into his new home before putting that much pressure on him in that lineup. Overall, I still like the acquisition of Paredes for the Cubs. See if we can update our returns here. News from the Yankees. Cole said he just haven't recovered well since his last start. Described it as fatigue in general, not the elbow. Not scheduled for any tests. Thinks he could potentially make his next start this weekend after getting a few days of extra rest. We saw this with Max Scherzer about a start or two ago. Had what he called fatigue, general body fatigue. When you come back from an injury, you don't have a spring training to build up, etc. Sometimes you see this during spring training, and that's usually where these issues are kind of weeded out. Scherzer, of course, had his issue. Now you're seeing it with Garrett Cole after his time that he missed. Makes some sense. Scherzer seems to be fine ever since he came back. Scherzer only missed one start. Cole likely to do the same. Schomburg, undrafted free agent out of Davidson, going for Cargois. Mets are sending Cade Morris to Oakland in the Paul Blackburn trade. Finally starting to get some return. We're still waiting for the one for Chafin for the Rangers. Let's go ahead and flip over to MLB trade rumors, see if anything is popping there. Again, we are up to 13 trades so far today. There's the return again from Martino. All right. We have an hour 45 left, roughly, until the deadline. We still have some major holes out there in the Orioles bullpen. We have a hole in that bullpen for the Yankees, in my estimation. They could use a corner infielder as well. Dodgers need a starting pitcher. There's still a lot of starters out there on the market. With an hour 44 and 53 seconds left until the deadline, I'm expecting the starters to start flying off the board here within the next hour. There's so many starters that I'm hoping move here. There's a few that will move. Zach Little, of course, from the Tampa Bay Rays. I would expect Tyler Anderson moves. Jack Flaherty, of course, is going somewhere. Maybe one of the starters goes from the Rockies. Bassett could go from the Blue Jays. There's a lot of names that could be traded here as far as starters at the deadline. There's so much need out there for some starting pitching. Braves need to add a starting pitcher. Astros still are looking for some first base help. They're still in there, top of the market for Yandy Diaz. I would expect them to be all the way up until the end of that sweepstakes there. Vlad Guerrero Jr. could be available from the Toronto Blue Jays. If I'm the Blue Jays, I sell him now, capitalize on his market, and really get probably the biggest return for a hitter at the deadline for Vlad Guerrero going to a team like the Mariners. I think you'd get a heck of a package from them if you got Vlad Guerrero Jr. going the other direction. But we are hour 43 and change now from the deadline. We'll be back live with you guys here in about 30 seconds. Going to rest my voice for just a moment, grab a quick drink, kind of stretch for just a moment, but we'll be back in about 30 seconds. And welcome into MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us once again. Been a very active stream so far today. We've been averaging about 40-45 viewers today. Really appreciate those of you who have already subscribed to our content and supported our channel by liking the video. I know a few of you have already given us some super chats. Really appreciate those. I know John, you gave us one. Paul, you gave us one as well. Fernando, in addition, as well. Really appreciate the support you guys have given us. I know the YouTube gives us a little bit of something, but the super chats y'all send in, they dwarf the amount YouTube usually gives us for these lives, so it is greatly appreciated. They're talking about the Texas Rangers right now on MLB Network. We're watching that. We're also watching Twitter to see if anything does pop off there. We're also watching MLBTradeRumors.com. Keep you guys updated on all the latest from the MLB trade deadline. So make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. We are the only place you need to go for all the latest from MLB's trade deadline. Let's get into it. We'll start here on Twitter. We're still waiting for the return for Andrew Chafin. Sounds like it's pending medicals. Looks like it's getting close to being pushed across the finish line, though. No return yet on what the return is going to be for the Detroit Tigers. It sounds like it could be a pitcher with some injury risks. That's the part the Rangers are still trying to sort out as far as what actually is going the other way. Ryan, no trade yet for the Braves. We just talked about that one. Bink, Braves looking to a platoon infielder to play in place of Ozzie, also a starter. Absolutely. We are an hour 40 until the deadline here. They're looking for a starting pitcher. We've talked quite a bit about them bringing in a guy like Garrett Crochet, maybe a guy like Trevor Rogers would make some sense. Kikuchi could have made some sense. Ultimately, they don't get those. Options left on the table right now. You're looking at Crochet probably being the best option on the table for them. Then you're looking at players like Tyler Anderson, Zach Little as well. Maybe you take on the cost of a guy like Chris Bassett as well. Could be a decent option there. Kelly Austin to the Yankees for Ferguson in addition to the slot money. Again, I'm not a big fan of that for the Astros. I would rather give up prospects instead of that international bonus pool money. I cannot argue profusely enough, for teams holding on to their bonus pool money. That's how you can really get your team going the right direction, by getting not just one guy, that is what you'd be trading away in a deal like this for Ferguson, but also being able to sign 6 or 7 other guys for $10,000, $15,000 with that bonus pool money. That's very valuable, can reset a organization's prospect pool. Disappointed the Astros are giving up that piece of their puzzle, especially when their system is so devoid of talent compared to what it used to be. Alrighty, let's update one more time. Still waiting for some big trades, mostly the starters here. Let's see here. Nothing as of yet. Let us know in the comments section what trades you're looking to see. Any updates on the Dodgers? We haven't really seen anything as of yet, but with the Orioles bringing in Trevor Rogers, the Yankees bringing in Leiter, I wonder if there is some sentiment around the league that the Dodgers, while they haven't bought, and they're certainly looking for stars, could just pick up the best reliever that's left on the market in Scott. They could go for the best starter that's on the market in Crochet, and just roll into the postseason with what they've got. That, I think, is probably would be a nightmare scenario for the rest of the National League. Phillies have done a great job being the best team in baseball, but if the Dodgers were able to bring in a top flight closer or at least another elite reliever for that bullpen, given the struggles of Phillips over the last month, I think that solidifies their pen. Bringing in Kopech, I think, really does a great job building a bridge between those starters and the relievers. Eovaldi would have been a great, excellent fit for Atlanta. Couldn't agree more. He'd been a great fit for the St. Louis Cardinals, the Dodgers, pretty much any team that needs a starter right now. Eovaldi probably would have been the top of the heap for all of those teams. But ultimately, Texas is going to buy here at the deadline. They are not selling. Eovaldi will be a Ranger. Sounds like his option is going to vest, and he'll be a Ranger next season as well. But to finish up our discussion here on the Dodgers, as far as updates, it seems like there might be a pathway for them to get the best starter on the market and the best reliever that's on the market, and they still may add another piece to that lineup as well. The Dodgers in 21, and you know what happened? Well, you look at what they got at that time. You're looking, Trey Turner, Max Scherzer, that type of thing. They ultimately did not win the World Series, but they're always an aggressive team at the deadline. It's not just 21. They brought in Manny Machado at a deadline. They usually go for it when they believe they have a chance to win the World Series. Last year was the exception. Last year they were trying to pare down payroll. They went the cheap route, bringing in Lance Lynn, etc., to try to keep this thing together and push the thing across the finish line. They were trying to save money on their tax clock to bring in Ohtani, Yamamoto, Glasnow, and the rest this year. They really blew the doors off of that this offseason by spending all that money, $1.1 billion, on those players. They are fully invested into this team, and Ohtani wants to win a World Series. That was part of the discussion there as to how they convinced him to go to the Dodgers, that this year and every year thereafter, the Dodgers are going to be in it. They're going to be contending for a World Series year in and year out. And so that's why they were able to win the sweepstakes for Shohei Ohtani. Whereas the team like the Angels, who said they were going to be in the postseason, never were able to get there. And for the best player on the planet to not be able to play in the postseason of your sport does not bode well, and he made the right decision going to the Dodgers. All right. Let's see. Dean Morgan, Tanner Scott. Do we have a Tanner Scott trade? I'm waiting for that one. Marlins kind of held things up earlier today with the Trevor Rogers news because they were wanting to discuss him before they got to Tanner Scott. With an hour 36 left and still some more pieces to move, I wonder if Tanner Scott's the next big domino to go out of the bullpen. We've seen Lucas Erceg go. We've seen Chafin go now to Texas. Bullpen arms are beginning to come off the market. Now the LA Angels have a couple of more arms that they could deal here at the deadline. We shall see what they get in return for those. But a decent return already for Lucas Erceg, getting a nice starting pitcher prospect back to the A's. They need some starting pitchers there in their system. Will we see Ohtani be in the postseason for the first time? Or we will see Ohtani be in the postseason for the first time. Yes, we will. The question is, can he stay healthy through the rest of the regular season to make sure he's in there? Remains to be seen. He is injury-riddled, I would say. Has had his fair share of injuries over the course of his career. But I do think he'll be available. There was some belief before the season that Ohtani might even be able to pitch out of a relief role in the bullpen. Once the postseason came around, I think that's still a tall task. I think the Dodgers are going to look out for Ohtani and just hold off on that one. A's return for Blackburn, right-hand pitcher Cade Morris, exactly. Team control through 25, so a good depth option. When I say depth, we're talking sixth type starter for them. All right. Let us know in the comments section which trade you're holding out for right now. For me, I'm looking at the starting pitcher market. Yandy Diaz as well at first base, Tanner Scott as the reliever, and Garrett Crochet. Crochet, I think, holds the key to the non-rental market. Jack Flaherty, I think, holds the key to the rentals. As far as guys making money that you're looking to offload, Blake Snell, I believe, holds the key there. Or Chris Bassett and Jamison Tyone as well. There's an outside chance Robbie Ray moves, but I doubt it. As far as the relievers, Tanner Scott, the best reliever that's left on the market. Then you go to guys like Luis Garcia, Hunter Strickland from the Angels. As far as the hitters, you're looking at Brent Rooker from the Oakland A's could be available, but it said that they pulled him back a little bit from the deadline. They are happy with the production they've gotten out of him and the progress they've made as a team offensively. They were the best offense so far in the month of July. Butler is a big part of that, along with Rooker, and they prefer to hold on to those pieces. Now, Rooker, I don't think fits the next contending quote-unquote window for the Angels or for the A's. If I were them, I would trade him now. I think his value is not going to be at this level anymore after this trade deadline, even after the season. I don't think he'd be as valuable, and so if I were the A's, I would trade Rooker, but we'll see if they follow through and do so. Alrighty, I'm looking to see a starter a fire sale, I'm guessing is what you're referring to. A lot of them being traded. I'm exactly right there with you. The starter market has moved a little slower this afternoon than the relievers. To be expected, relievers usually are easier to move at the deadline. The final hour, I'm expecting to see 10 plus trades, just relievers alone. We were up to, 13 trades so far. Had a little bit of a lull over the last 20 minutes. As a Cubs fan, I'm looking to see if Tyone goes. That's what I'm curious as well. Here is a trade. The Twins have finally joined the act with the 14th trade, and finally all 30 clubs have made a trade this week. Twins are acquiring reliever Trevor Rogers from the Blue Jays. Should be a depth type of arm. I would expect him to be a kind of a swingman for them, 30 to 45 pitch guy, but they finally make an acquisition. Low-cost trade, I believe, after Richards has really struggled in the month of July. Remains to be seen what the return is going to be. This one coming from Dan Hayes at MLB. Ken Rosenthal tweeting that one out as well. Coral Mark right on it there as well. Jays trading Richards to the Twins. Not a starting pitcher, but could be the beginning of most of these relievers starting to move. DeGrom pitching a 45-pitch bullpen session. DeGrom probably going to make his debut in September, I would expect. But so far, the Rangers have been very, very patient with him. They aren't trying to rush him. In fact, they're trying to push everything back every single time just to make sure everything is right with DeGrom. So, as much as they've invested in him, can't really blame them. But you want to build up his innings a little bit at the major league level, get him used to facing major leaguers. He's going to throw 3 live BPs, I believe, before he goes out on a rehab assignment. And then I'd expect him to probably throw between 4 and 6 rehab assignments before he's back up at the major league level. September 1, I would say, is the earliest we could get him back in the major leagues. Richards did have some excellent stretches for the Jays, but has struggled at this point. He was with the Rangers for a period of time. Really like the guy. But we'll see what happens here. Thoughts on Morel to the Rays? I think he is their new everyday second baseman. No return yet on Richards there. Luis Garcia threw a simulated game, 2 innings, 30 pitches total. Guys getting back healthy. Dan the Man Jeter Downs was released for Brett Phillips. Former top prospect, Jeter Downs. And no, not Derek Jeter. Big trade, here we go. San Diego Padres finalizing a deal to acquire Tanner Scott from the Miami Marlins. Wow, once again, it is the San Diego Padres pulling off another shocker. Boy, oh boy, they already added Jason Adam. They've lengthened out their bullpen quite a bit now by bringing in Tanner Scott. Oh my goodness. Now, they were looking for a giant return. A.J. Preller, not afraid to make some big-time trades. This qualifies as a logjam clearing trade here of Tanner Scott. Teams like the Yankees and Orioles that were hoping to get an elite back-end reliever miss out. He goes instead to the San Diego Padres as they shorten the game again. Now, they're still looking at some starting pitchers as well. But that's right, Bink. Holy guacamole. The Padres are getting Tanner Scott. Deal is pending medical review. Remains to be seen what the return is going to be, but it is supposed to be giant. Wow, 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 wow. This one coming from Jeff Passan. Let's go ahead and flip it over to the Padres farm system here and see what they could possibly be offloading here. They got a lot of young guys here at the top of their system. They might be willing to offload some of those guys because they aren't going to help this team compete this year or next year. So Salas could be part of this return, or DeVries. I'd be surprised if Salas is, but it should be a significant trade at it as well. Padres added again. Couldn't agree more. They already brought in Luis Ariz. They brought in Dylan Cease. I'd still expect them to try to add one more starter, Blake Snell. But let's look and see what the prospects are going to be. Let's see here. Josh Young returning to the lineup today for Texas. Still waiting for that return for Tanner Scott. I'm guessing this will take a little bit of time. Much like the Andrew Chafin deal with the Texas Rangers, it's pending medical review. We shall see. Robbie Snelling going to Miami. That's a top 5 piece of their system. Where did you see that one? Snelling to Miami? Let's look at the prospects here. Snelling is the number 2 left-handed starter. 6 ERA this year. Looks like they're offloading a lot of their underperforming assets. They did that with Lesko in the trade for Adam. Now they're doing the same here with Snelling. That's your guess to go to Miami? That'd be an interesting move for them, kind of clearing off underperforming assets. Let's see here. Marlins are also trading Brian Hoeing to the Padres along with Tanner Scott. So another pitcher going the other way. Let me look at the Marlins pitchers real quick. That way you guys can get an idea of what the Padres are going to be getting. Tanner Scott, 1.18 ERA. Elite production out of that closer spot. 18 out of 20 converted. 53 strikeouts, 27 walks. That's the issue there. That's why I believe Philadelphia liked Estevez a little bit better. And then Hoeing is going as well. 16 games. Started a couple. Multi-inning reliever, it looks like. 2.7 ERA. Nice strikeout numbers. Walks are 1.27 whip. So that's what you're getting if you're a Padres fan. What are you getting? Here is the return for Chafin, Joseph Montalvo, and Chase Lee. Not sure where they still rank in the Texas system. Montalvo, 27. Lee outside of the top 30, I believe, at this point. 22-year-old starter, 2.7 ERA. Ooh. Good strikeout numbers, too. A good get there in Joseph Montalvo for a left-handed reliever in Chafin. Good deal there for the Tigers. Nobody out of the upper echelon of the Rangers system, though, at least at the moment. Passing tweets, Robert Suarez, Jason Adam, Jeremiah Estrada, Adrian Morahone, and now Tanner Scott. This is going to be one hellacious bullpen for the Padres. And they're adding Hoeing in this deal as well. Marlins are said to be getting several players in return. 4 for sure. Wow. Four players. Snelling is going to the Marlins. You called it there. Adam Mazur is another one. Let's look at the Padres system again real quick and just see where these guys rank. Big trade just going down right now. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. 2 of the top 4, Robbie Snelling and Adam Mazur, end up leaving. Another underperforming piece at the major league level. In the minors, a 4 ERA and change. Gotta like it so far if you're a Padres fan. So far, you flipped some underperforming top-end prospects for some elite relievers. Graham Pauley is the third name in the deal. Pauley is the 5. So that's 3 of the Padres' top 5 coming into the year going to the Marlins. Just wow. Struggled at AAA. Another underperforming asset. I know it seems like a lot, giving up the 2, the 4, and the 5 in your system and whatever the last piece is. But all 3 of the pieces that we've seen so far are not performing this year and would have seen a drop in their prospect status going into the second half of the year. Let's see what else. Jay Bashirs is the last piece according to Christina De Nicola. Jay Bashirs. Let's see where he ranks in this system. .24. He's hitting .261. Struggled at high A, and he's already 22 years old. Hit for a good average, great OPS at single A, but high A, he's struggling a little bit. He's probably the biggest ceiling of the players that they have left coming in. Jay Bashirs, was he a draft pick as well? 6th round pick in 23. So overall, if I am the San Diego Padres, I love this trade. The reason being, you're giving up your 2, your 4, your 5, and your 24 prospects, but you're also keeping all of your highly productive prospects this year. Guys who are going to rise in your rankings. Guys that you're trading right now, the Marlins are hoping they can get a little bit better production out of, obviously. But those guys are struggling so far this year, but you're giving up on the prospects that coming into the year had really good promise. So I really like this trade for San Diego. Let's look at the top 100 just to see how many of these guys ultimately went. I'm not sure if the Padres had any top 100s, but let's see. Salas Snelling is a top 50 guy. So that's your big prospect, number 44 before the season. Left-handed pitcher. But again, this year he's pitching to a 6 ERA at AA. And that's really where you find out if you've got something or not. That's a lot of hoping and wishing for the Marlins. They're going quantity of high-quality, underperforming assets at the minor league level rather than going with high-quality, overperforming assets like we've seen in other trades here at the deadline. Very surprising for me, at least, as far as the return here. Overall, 3 of the top 5 Padres prospects coming into the year. I like the trade from both sides. I see a lot more risk than I thought was going to be necessary, though, for the Marlins. I thought they would get more surefire things. They're getting a top 50 prospect, sure, but I wonder how much of that you're really counting on eventually developing. There's a lot bigger degree of failure here, I believe, than what a trade like what the Phillies got or traded away for Estevez. That, to me, would have been a better return than what the Padres ultimately are giving up. We'll see what the rest of the industry does believe. But fascinating trade, though. Let's go ahead and update here. What is this? Trade number 14, I believe. We told you guys coming into the day, 15 to 20 would be our minimum. We are almost there already. Pass and putting out the full trade now. Scott Hoeing for Snelling, Mazur, Pauley, and Bashirs. Wow. That's going to be a very interesting trade here. Looks like we might have a return from the Trevor Rogers deal with the Minnesota Twins. Looks like infielder Jay Harry goes to the Jays in that deal. Looks like we are all caught up now with all the trades that are out there. Still an hour 19 left to go. We have a number of starters still available. I'm expecting Flaherty for sure to go. And then possibly guys like Anderson, Bassett, Tyone, Snell, Littell. All those guys I would expect to have some level of activity here over the final hour. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. Right around the 1 hour mark, we'll take a quick break for about 30 seconds, stretch our legs, and then go through the rest of the deadline with you guys. So for the next 20 minutes, though, I want to discuss the names that are still out there, most notably Garrett Crochet. I want to talk about the Baltimore Orioles as well, their ability to bring in 2 starters that I view as a 3 and a 4 in their rotation behind Burns and Rodriguez. I think they should have gone a little bit bigger. I thought that they increased the floor, if you will, of their team, but that was never really an issue for me. I thought their pitching was decent enough to get them through the regular season. My question is, do they have enough to overcome some of the other elite rotations that they're going to have to face in the postseason? I would say with the exception of Burns, there is no matchup where they would be favored as the pitcher going in. Eflin as the 3 helps raise up that floor just a little bit. Rogers as the 4, again, raises up that floor. But my question again for Orioles fans, you have a great lineup. Maybe you're hoping to out-bludgeon people in the playoffs. We saw that strategy work last year, getting them all the way to the postseason. But what happened? Their starting pitching didn't hold up. Ultimately, their bats made it close, but they ultimately were taken out by the Texas Rangers. And that was the Rangers with just Eovaldi and Montgomery as 2 of their elite pitchers. Now you're talking about DeGrom coming back for Texas, Scherzer being back to his old self, Eovaldi now fitting in there as the number 3, Molly looks really good as the 4. I would say in all 4 of those situations, Orioles have the lesser of the 2 pitching options. You look at who else they could face, the New York Yankees. Garrett Cole in Game 1, Luis Gil in there as well, Carlos Rodon, Nestor Cortez, and Marcus Stroman. I would say they would have an argument with Game 3 and Game 4. With Rodon and Stroman in Games 3 and 4. But outside of that, I still would lean Yankees out of that rotation. You look at another team like the Houston Astros. They're going to have Verlander back. They'll have Valdez, of course. And it sounds like they're going to have a couple more pieces coming back from injury like Garcia here shortly as well. I would say they're still at a disadvantage to the Houston Astros. And don't get me started on the Mariners. Mariners have probably 4 starters right now that they could roll out there that would easily handle those Orioles starters. You mean the only one that would hold a candle would be Corbin Burns. I still have some big-time issues with what the Orioles have done so far. I thought they raised their floor. But again, the issue was not their floor. It was about how high their ceiling was going to be in a playoff series. I thought they had enough in their system to be able to get through the 162. The question is, do they have enough to get through that 16-game sprint at the end of the year? And that's where I have my reservations. Did you cover the Zuber trade with the Mets? Zuber? Not sure who Zuber is. Red Sox among the teams talking, Luis Rengifo. There it is. That's what you were just talking about. Mets acquire Tyler Zuber from the Rays. Okay, let's flip over to MLB trade rumors because that's where that one is at. JG, thank you for that one. As well as Ryan. That gives us our 15th trade of the day. We have reached our minimum and we still have an hour to go. Like I said, I'm expecting at least 10 trades, reliever trades, in just the final hour alone. We could easily see this get over 30 this year at the deadline. Mets acquire Zuber, Razor dealing Zuber to the Mets in exchange for Paul Gervas. Mets looking to kind of tinker with the bullpen continuously. This is like the 8th or 9th reliever trade that the Mets have made in the last month or so, whether it be acquiring or trading away a reliever. Just incredible the way the Mets are trying to shuffle that bullpen around. Hopefully they can get some continuity out of it in the second half. But that is our 15th trade of the day. We were worried we wouldn't get all the way to 15 to 20 today because of how slow the market really got going. We didn't have a trade for the first 2 hours we were live. Between 11 and 3, we had about 11 trades. And then kind of things are starting to pick up. Finally, Tanner Scott goes. That should unleash the rest of the reliever market. Pete Fairbanks, probably the best reliever that's left at the deadline, along with Luis Garcia, Hunter Strickland, players of that ilk, a Dylan Floro, a Kyle Finnegan. I would expect to be moved. Buck Farmer of the Reds is a name that's been bandied around a little bit. But we're starting to see a number of reliever trades like Zuber here. So that makes us up to 15. Verlander taking a big step towards his return today. Was not expected to face live hitters, but he did. So he looks like he's a little bit ahead of schedule. Astros really need to get some consistency in that starting rotation. That's why they made the trade and overpaid for Kikuchi. Andrew Nardi, I think, is another big-time piece that could be moved at the deadline. I think that's probably the next big piece that the Marlins could deal here. Maybe they even trade a guy like Jake Berger as well. Fine Sand. Remember when we thought the Phillies gave up a ton for Estevez? That looks like nothing compared to the haul the Padres sent to the Marlins for Scott. Relief pitching prices are insane this year. Can the Nats take advantage with Kyle Finnegan? I don't think so. He's not performed well over the last month, or at least the last week anyway. He's been blown up a few times. But Scott, 1.1 ERA. Walks were a little bit of an issue, but to me, I still like the package that the Angels got for Estevez rather than what the package is the Marlins got. They're getting guys who are having poor years that they're hoping to rebound on their prospect status. I still like the trade for both, but I like the trade a little bit more for the Angels and what they got for Estevez. Honestly, I like the return of what you got for Scott and Hoeing. I would agree as well. I still like the return, but it does have a lot more risk than, say, a trade where you're getting proven performance at the AA level. The guys that you're getting in trade are good prospects, don't get me wrong. A top 50 prospect coming into the year in Snelling is nothing to sneeze at. But for me, getting somebody who had success at the AA level, I would really have liked to have seen somebody with a little bit better track record coming in to the Marlins. That, and they need some hitting. Maybe they're just counting on those guys coming back to form. They do have a high potential, of course, high ceiling, but I just like the return the Angels got instead for Estevez. Padres overpaid for a rental. I mean, they're trying to lengthen out that bullpen. Right now, they probably have 5-6 relief options that they can easily turn to and shorten that game. You look at the injury issues that they have in that rotation. King probably facing an innings limit. Cease probably looks like a contender for the NL Cy Young at times. Those guys might be pushing up against some innings restrictions down the stretch here. So by bringing in some good bullpen arms, they're lengthening out their options that they have back there so they don't have to overwork their rotation. I still expect them to try to add a starter here, but did they overpay for a rental? I don't think so. I think they paid a high price. Overpay in this market? No. This market prices are really high. Giving up 3 of your top 5 coming into the year would seem like an overpay to me. But those are underperforming assets that would have dropped in your rankings anyway. And so for me, I still like the return the Angels got better than what the Marlins are getting here for Scott. All right. Here's the list of players traded by the Marlins in the last 5 days. Tanner Scott, Trevor Rogers, A.J. Puck, Josh Bell, Brian Hoeing, and J.T. Cargois, and they still have more pieces to move. Oh, and they traded Luis Ariz earlier this season. When they decide to sell, they decide to sell well. The Marlins and the Rays have done really well here at the deadline. Because people forget it's harder to trade for elite pitching than it is for elite offensive players, I just think the Marlins already have some elite pitching arms already in their system, and they have some more that are going to be back healthy next year. I would have still gone for more offense. They've really struggled offensively to develop talent. Love the trade they made for Rogers. Maybe this is their counter to that, just going on high prospect potential here. They did get a couple of position players out of this deal, so overall, I still like it for the Marlins. I'm just saying I like the return for Estevez a little better. Mets have announced their deal. The deal for Chafin is now done. 2 prospects, Chase Lee and Joseph Montalvo. Montalvo is going to be a good add to that Tigers system. Rangers are going to miss him in probably 3 or 4 years. But like what he could bring to them. Let's see here. Oh, and Jazz Chisholm. Stark forgets there. Bink, Marlins and Padres make a second deal together this year. Yes, they've come together for 2 big-time trades. Anthony, I have a question. I'm not sure if you were able to do the trade for Nardi and the Yankees earlier. We'll go ahead and do that one real quick for you guys. All right. Marlins, Yankees. All right, Nardi. There he is, 15.4. What could the Yankees give up for him? He would probably fit that 8th inning role now that Scott is off the board. Yankees, what would they have to give up? 15 and change, so you're looking around Schmidt, Cortez. Maybe Cortez could have been the piece going back the other way if they came to a deal for a guy like Flaherty. But Arias makes some sense. Again, offense. I like offense for those Marlins. Let's go ahead and do, I don't know, Lombard. Just picking one of the 2. That's 11.1. You still need probably one more piece around that 4-ish range. I don't think you're going to take anybody like Rice. Warren is starting today in place of Garrett Cole. He could be a piece there. Lalane has had his name mentioned quite a few times here at the deadline, so that would be the trade I would make there. So there's the trade. I know you were asking for Anthony. Nardi in exchange for Lombard and Lalane. Kind of like that one for both teams. Go back over to Twitter, see if anything else is going at the moment. Most of the big names have moved outside of Garrett Crochet, Vlad Guerrero Jr., players of that ilk, Blake Snell. But I think we've seen the biggest domino to go with the closer, Tanner Scott. So we should just see just a bevy of moves to kind of boost up some bullpens, maybe a back-end starter or 2. We're an hour and 7 minutes until the deadline. Going to take just a moment, catch our breath here, and then we're going to be live through the deadline. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and stick around as we're going to keep it up to date on all the latest from the MLB trade deadline. And we'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back to the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys spending the day with us. We've been live for 6 hours and 57 minutes. We've seen a total of 15 trades today and more to come in the final hour before the trade deadline. It is Major League Baseball's trade deadline today at 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock East. We are 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 11 seconds away from that deadline. We will be live with you guys through the deadline, probably about 30, 45 minutes afterward. There should be some activity, some significant activity over the final hour. Fernando, Crochet deal not happening today. Ouch. I mean, it looked like he had worn out his welcome, at least with the Chicago White Sox, by his comments that he made with his agent. And ultimately, no deal has been reached yet. I'm wondering if that was reported here by Heyman or somebody like that. But let's see here. It doesn't look like anybody's still saying that, at least at this point. I'm still holding out hope for a Garrett Crochet deal. It'd be difficult to get done here in the final hour. Long-term deal to be discussed. Dodgers, I think, are probably the only team left in that market, along with the Braves. Bink, everyone thinks that the Braves are done. I'm not of that ilk. I think they're still looking for a starting pitcher. I think they're trying to play a little bit coy here at the end. I think if they can find a deal on a starter, they would do so. Fernando, they will revisit the deal in the offseason. Probably smart for them. I think they should be able to get a long-term, or at least a trade done after the year. But honestly, with the teams that were needing some starting pitching, this is a real missed opportunity for the teams that are out there. Looking at the Orioles, looking at the Dodgers. But this is not uncommon for the White Sox to do. They did this same thing, the same song and dance last year with Dylan Cease. Ultimately, they moved him during the beginning of this year anyway. And now Garrett Crochet, not really thought of as a trade target even before the season. Obviously one of the best starters so far this year, swing and miss stuff. Got to worry about the innings. Hasn't pitched very deep in games for about the last month. And you got to wonder, he's well over his max innings he's ever pitched in a season. You got to wonder how much he's going to have left, not only for August and September, but what he's going to have left in October. So maybe that's the biggest reason why we haven't seen a trade as of yet. They got Soler, but they can't be done. Couldn't agree with you more there as far as the Braves. They always wait to the very end of the deadline. That they do. They are notorious for being one of those teams that gets in that queue right at the very end. Alrighty. Let's go over to Twitter. See what's going there. Talking about the return still for the Padres and the Tigers for their relief pitchers. One name that I still expect definitely to be moved today is Jack Flaherty. I think the market for him consisted of the Orioles to begin, but I think they're now out. The market for Flaherty is still pretty robust as far as who needs a starting pitcher. Now, whether or not they're talking about specifically Flaherty remains to be seen. But as far as what we could see here for Flaherty, teams like the Yankees, teams like the Mets have been connected to him. The Dodgers have been connected to him as well. Twins are looking for some starting pitching. Would be a little bit of a surprise for the Twins to invest at that level, especially financially. But they're looking for some starting pitching here, as well as the Atlanta Braves. JG, Yankees and Astros, final two teams for Yandy Diaz. Just reported by Francis Cordero or Romero. Astros need a first baseman. I'd be shocked if they're outbid by anybody, honestly, for his services. The Rangers, I thought he would have been a great fit there, but Lowe has really taken off here over the last couple of months, decreased their need for another first baseman, and I think they're really happy with the mix that they have offensively. Now, they still would like an improvement over Jankowski or Tavares in their lineup on a day-in, day-out basis, but they're going to have Evan Carter back. I think it's foolhardy to count on anything from him, but maybe you see what you got last year, where he played the final week of the season and was great in the postseason. Maybe you catch lightning in a bottle for a second straight year with Evan Carter. But that stress reaction really seemed to put him on the shelf a lot longer than what they had originally hoped. Alrighty. So still some deals that are being discussed out there. I haven't heard that we're all clear on the Toronto Blue Jays as well. To me, they still have a couple of relievers they could move on from. They could move on from guys like Vlad Guerrero Jr. I think that would be the biggest surprise. Chris Bassett, I think, would save them some money. But should be some deals here. We're almost right at an hour until the deadline. 35 seconds until 1 hour left. Look at the last few years. They wait until the under an hour and an hour left to make deals. That they do. And they're not the only team that still needs to fix some holes that they have on their roster. I think the Royals have already done what they're going to do. I don't think they're going to add any more outside of maybe a bench bat if something falls into their lap. Roman Anthony scratched today, according to John Paul Morosi. He is their top prospect. Is this a Jack Flaherty trade? Let's look at the Red Sox. top 100. Roman Anthony, 14 coming into the year. That'd be a big price to pay. But prices are sky high. Roman Anthony scratched today from the lineup. No news as to whether or not it's injury or attitude based or if it's trade based. Some hope there for Red Sox fans as they try to hold on to a wild card spot in a very difficult American League. We are officially within 1 hour until the deadline. 59 minutes and 20 seconds as of right now. And we should start to see some of these starting pitchers start to move here within the next 20 minutes. And then I'd see the rest of the relievers probably move thereafter. We are at, 15 trades right now. Market kind of readjusting after the Tanner Scott deal. But with an hour left, we should see best and last offers being submitted across the league. Pieces that like Garcia and Strickland and Pilar and Ward and Anderson, Rengifo, all from the Angels, all going to get their best and last offers. Maybe there's a stack of Anderson and Rengifo going to the Red Sox in exchange for an Anthony-type player. That'd be a big overpay for me, but remains to be seen what the player is that they could be getting or if this is even trade-related, according to John Paul Morosi. We're also looking at what's left of the relief market out there. Kyle Finnegan, Dylan Floro. We just mentioned the three guys anyway, from the Angels as well. Oakland has a couple more pieces they can move. Nardi from the Marlins could be on the move as well. Tigers could move one more of their pieces. There's a lot of activity I'm expecting here with 58 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. Why the heck are the Angels not selling everything? They do this every year with Ohtani. That they do. We talked about that over the last 2 off seasons and 2 trade deadlines before they lost Ohtani, is that they were practicing organizational malpractice. And they're going to be stuck in limbo for probably the next 6+ years because they really don't have much coming. They have nothing that they can really hang their hat on and say, yep, he's the guy that's going to carry us into the next stage of Angels baseball. Nobody in their lineup, nobody in the minor leagues who fits that description. They got a couple of guys who could be nice players, Shanuel, Neto, etc. But none of those guys are going to bring you a World Series or be a perennial contender for the World Series in the American League. So they're going to be several years away until they're going to be a legitimate contender again in the American League. Honestly, the entire time they had Ohtani, they never made the postseason anyway. So what are we even talking about? Angels, their GM, Perry Manassian, I understand he's got to do what the ownership there wants. Moreno did not want to lose Ohtani. Honestly, though, that's when you stand up as the GM and say, hey, either you allow me to do my job or you just fire me right now. I need to trade Shohei Ohtani. He is not staying here. And instead of doing that, Perry Manassian said, whatever you want, Mr. Moreno. Whatever you need us to do, we will do, Mr. Moreno. I would not be surprised if he is let go, though, after the season because, again, they expected to be in contention. As foolhardy as that decision might have been or thought process might be, but it doesn't sound like the Angels are anywhere close to contention. Mark Feinstein says the Jays won't move Guerrero. With an hour left until the deadline, I thought that type of a trade would had to have happened already. I would agree there with Feinstein. My big bold prediction I was hoping for the Mariners. I mean, I rooted for the Mariners back in their big year back in 2001 with Ichiro and that great team that they had, but they just need some offense. They've added a bunch of pieces already. We don't really know what this offense is going to look like, even with the pieces they've already brought in. Guerrero, though, I thought would have really changed things for them, really changed their outlook, and made them a really good World Series contending team. Ultimately, though, it sounds like Guerrero's going to stay with Toronto. They could have gotten a haul for Ohtani even last year, absolutely. I think last year you could have gotten a Juan Soto level package for what Juan Soto got from the Yankees. I think before the season last year, I think you could have gotten even more. 2 years ago, we're probably talking about 9 or 10 prospects they could have gotten for Ohtani. But again, organizational malpractice for the Angels. No use wasting our breath on them anymore. They're not going to be around as far as contenders for a significant period of time. And that's just tough for Anaheim Angels baseball fans. Rangers getting Yandy Diaz. It doesn't sound like it. Sounds like it's down to the Yankees and Astros for his services. I still expect the Astros to run away with this one. The Rangers are looking for a bat, but I don't think Diaz really fits the type of bat they're looking for right now. All right, 1 hour remains before the deadline. Crochet. Going to stay with the White Sox. Flaherty. Sounds like the Flaherty arguments are leaning towards the Dodgers at this point. If Crochet isn't going anywhere, Scoball isn't going anywhere. Not a lot of great starters in this year's market. That means probably Jack Flaherty is going to go to a team like the Dodgers because he would be the best starter out there at this point. Bink Trout needs to get out of there. He's not a great player anymore. You'd have to pay down at least 50%, maybe 65% of that salary. Angels have shown an incredible willingness to not pay down salary. The only trade I remember them making, or at least designating a player for assignment that was making significant money, is Josh Hamilton. And Hamilton immediately went back to Texas and looked like the old Josh Hamilton again. Moreno, I think, still feels that one. Ryan, Pete Fairbanks soon. I would agree with that one. Rays still have 4 more pieces that they could move. Little, I expect to be moved. One of the starters that I expect to be out there. I think he's got a year left of control after this one as well. Pete Fairbanks, best reliever still out there on the market that does have closing experience. Yandy Diaz, probably the best bat that's going to be moved here at the deadline. And then, of course, as you see on MLB Network right now, Mark Fangsan basically saying, unless there's a major reverse of course, they are not going to be trading their controllable players like Bichette, like Guerrero, etc. But still keep an eye on that Tampa Bay Rays team. They still have a number of pieces they could move here at the deadline. Let's go ahead and update one more time. No trades as of yet. Really? Rangers have designated Jonathan Hernandez. Ouch. I still liked his arm. I still think there's a chance the Rangers ultimately trade him. He's got some good talent. The question for him has always been able to, stay in the strike zone. He is a little bit wild. Reminds me a lot of Jose Leclerc in that way. When Leclerc was younger, he struggled with the same issue. Still does from time to time. But Jonathan Hernandez, DFA'd to make room on the 40-man roster for him. Yeesh. So hopefully we see a Jonathan Hernandez trade here. I don't think he blows at all. I think he's got the potential to be a great 8th inning guy. And a couple of years ago, I would have said he had a chance to be a legitimate closer. Right now, I think that has gone by the wayside. I still think he's got a legitimate chance to be another great setup guy in somebody's bullpen out there. But maybe a team that's looking for a 6th, 7th inning guy here at the deadline. Maybe the Royals want to beef up their bullpen a little bit more. Royals and Rangers have been frequent trade partners over the last couple of years. Maybe that's another fit. They seem to pick up every Rangers pitcher they put out there on the market. So maybe there's a fit. But Hernandez should be able to get somebody's attention on the market. Okay, so this from John Heyman. Roman Anthony Scratch has no relationship to a trade. He's basically untouchable according to the Red Sox. Makes some sense. Top 15 player before the season. We shall see what the Red Sox ultimately do. I think they're still looking for some starting pitching. Ryan obviously blows if he was DFA'd. I don't think so. The Rangers face a roster crunch. I've been saying that for the last 2 weeks. Players that normally would be on other teams' 40-man rosters are going to be cut by the Texas Rangers. Why? Because they're getting so many players back from the injured list. They counted on a lot of these guys during the season. Am I saying that Jonathan Hernandez is better than the other pieces that they currently have in their bullpen? No. But am I saying that Jonathan Hernandez is the worst thing since sliced bread? No. I think there's a legitimate trade out there for Jonathan Hernandez. We've seen the Braves make some trades for the bullpen, out of the Rangers bullpen as well. Jesse Chavez comes to mind. Luke Jackson comes to mind. Rays have done so in the past. This would be a great Rays type of acquisition if they got something like that done. Bringing in Jonathan Hernandez, he immediately takes over the Jason Adam role and just goes lights out. That seems like, what's the next step for Jonathan Hernandez and what would be the worst case scenario for Texas? Jonathan Hernandez goes to the Rays and becomes the next Jason Adam. I think that's within the realm of possibility for Hernandez. Red Sox still looking to add a lefty reliever. Rangers got probably the best one on the market with Andrew Chafin. We are 50 minutes from now until the deadline, but it looks like the Blue Jays might be done with their controllable players. Braves got 50 minutes, as you mentioned, Bink. I still think they're going to add a starting pitcher. I think they're playing coy right now. We should see a flurry of reliever trades here, and of course the move of Jack Flaherty, a move of Yandy Diaz, a move of Zach Little. Those are the names I'm keeping an eye out for here in the final hour. Those are the big pieces to move. Then, of course, you get the Pete Fairbankses of the world, the Kyle Finnegans, the Dylan Floros, the Luis Garcias, the Hunter Stricklands, the Kevin Pillars, the Luis Rengifos, the Tyler Andersons. Those are the trades we could see. Maybe even a Blake Snell. I doubt that one based on how close we are to the deadline that they may end up with Blake Snell on the move. I think we're more looking towards the guys from the Rays being available and then Jack Flaherty being the big dominoes yet to go. All right. McTaggart says, Espada said that Verlander and Garcia are close to being sent out on minor league rehab assignments. Houston really needs their rotation to get healthy and stay healthy the rest of the year. A big ask considering what they've had issues with the last 2 years. That's why they made the acquisition of Kikuchi, why they paid such a high price. I don't agree with the acquisition. I would rather have stayed with Bloss, Lou Perfido, and the prospect. But ultimately, they decided to get Kikuchi in there to give them some consistent innings that they can reliably pencil in. I think they would have gotten better performance and better innings out of a guy like Bloss at this point, though. All right. Bryce Matthews is not in the Hooks lineup today. Dun, dun, dun. That was one of the names that has been bandied about from the Astros people. That would be a good piece for the Rays to be able to acquire in exchange for Yandy Diaz. Just got called up to Double-A. Let's see here. Nothing yet. Yankees don't seem overly concerned with Garrett Cole, who was scratched with general fatigue today. We agree here at the upside with that one. I mean, we saw the same thing with Scherzer. Came back, immediately looked great again. I figure no issues for Garrett Cole after today as well. I think it's just the pangs of coming back into a starting rotation at the major league level. You're going to have some fatigue when you're in spring training. Usually you have those issues sorted out in spring training. Obviously, the injury kept him out for a significant period of time, just like Scherzer going into the year. Scherzer missed one start, was back to being normal. I think Cole will be the same. Be really sad if the Braves didn't make a move. Well, I mean, as far as what they could do, I still think a starting pitcher. I think they've solved their outfield issues. Maybe an infielder to take over for Albies. Merrifield obviously didn't work out because of the injury. I don't think the Rays will play nice with the Yankees. Same division. I mean, they've already come together on trades in the past. We shall see. Refresh, deal finally went through for Brian De La Cruz to the Pirates. Yes, there is our trade number 16. John Heyman, Brian De La Cruz goes to the Pirates. Marlins continuing to sell. De La Cruz, 18 home runs, 245 average, 706 OPS. They were looking for some offense, so Pirates do finally get a bat for their lineup. Specifically, they were looking for an outfielder to help boost their chances to make the postseason. Marlins have now traded their 1 and 2 offensive pieces along with Jazz Chisholm. Maybe we see a Jake Burger trade to the Yankees before it's all said and done. Flipping back over to Twitter, see if we get a return on De La Cruz yet. Yeon Suk Shim is part of the return going to Miami from the Pirates. What kind of a return is that? So let's take a look at the top 30. Let's see here. Number 17 prospect in rookie ball. Strikeouts are very nice. Good young starting pitcher, it looks like they're getting, but still young, inexperienced. He is 20 years old, signed as a free agent January of last year. Good return, I believe, for Brian De La Cruz. To get something like that, I think is probably about as best as you could hope for, and there may be more pieces still coming, but a good deal, I believe, for the Pirates. Adding some offense, low-level prospect in your own system where you already have 3 good starters penciled in for the next several years. You needed some offense, and so you get it done. I like this tweet from Bob Nightingale. Will the last person left in Miami turn off the lights? The Marlins now trade outfielder Brian De La Cruz to the Pirates. John Heyman on it. They still have players left there, Bob. They'll still have a team. Was that trade 16, I think we said? More tweets. This one from Ken Rosenthal confirming the same thing. You think the Dodgers will make a move? Welcome back, Itai. Appreciate you joining us once again. Do I think the Dodgers are going to make a move? I do. I think they're going to add at least one starting pitcher, and they may even add some bullpen leading up to the deadline. They got 43 minutes and 35 seconds left to get it done. I think they're in there for Jack Flaherty. I think they're in there for a number of other starters if that one falls through. But I do think they will add one starter here. I think they'll also add a bullpen guy. Pete Fairbanks makes some sense, and I'm not sure if they've been connected to him too much, but I would expect them to add a reliever before it's all said and done. It's 4:17 Central. Deadline is 5 o'clock Central Time, 6 o'clock East. 43 minutes, 8 seconds right now to the deadline. We're at 16 trades so far today. And like I said, I'm expecting a bevy of trades in this final hour, primarily based off of relievers. Starters really haven't been flying off the board either today. So we'll probably see 2 or 3 starters be moved in the final hour. Atlanta been real quiet today. They haven't been in any rumors besides Crochet. True. Christian Walker officially placed on the IL. I think the Red Sox are still looking for a starting pitcher. Mets added Blackburn. I'm not sure they'd have the energy to go after another starter because Crochet doesn't sound like he's going to be moved. Scoball is off the table at this point. Rumors out of the White Sox say Crochet is off the table as well. Robert was essentially told he was off the table, or at least the market was told he was off the table heading into today. I had my skepticism about that because I thought Crochet would have been moved around 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then they would have turned their attention to him. But ultimately, it doesn't look like either player is being moved. I think both players are at the peak of their value right now. It's a little bit disappointing we don't see either of those 2 players move. Scoball makes sense that he stays with the Tigers. That team expects to be in contention for at least the division crown next year. Colt Keith looks like a really nice player for them. But as things stand right now, it doesn't look like any of the big-name starting pitchers are going to be changing hands. Biggest name that might change hands is a guy like Zach Eflin or Trevor Rogers or Jack Flaherty, Tyler Anderson, Zach Little, Frankie Montas. Players of that ilk are ultimately the ones here. Dean, wow, the Marlins traded De La Cruz. Yes, they did. That one was reported, or at least was thought about anyway over the last 3 or 4 hours from the Marlins people. Anthony was all over that one for us here at the Upside. All right. Espada plans to use Pedro in multiple ways. Marlins will receive Garrett Foster from the Pirates as part of the trade for De La Cruz. Also part of the deal was pitcher Yonsuk Shim. Who is Garrett Forrester for the Pirates? So they get the 17 and 18 prospects out of the Pirates system. Forrester, 250 hitter, catcher, first base, third base. Decent numbers. 22 years old, third-round pick last year. Could be something there. Dodgers working on a trade to receive Mark Canha and Jack Flaherty. I like that deal, actually. Gives them another platoon piece. Canha is the quintessential platoon player, and he goes to the quintessential platoon team outside of the Tampa Bay Rays or the Milwaukee Brewers, finds his way to a corner outfield spot there with the Dodgers. Flaherty, I thought, was the best starter left if Crochet and Scoble aren't going anywhere. And so they get the best starter here at the deadline if Flaherty is able to perform better than what he did last year. That would be trade number 17 if they're able to get that one across the finish line. Nothing new there. Let's flip over to MLB trade rumors. Just check in on that one for you guys. They're talking about the De La Cruz stuff there. MLB Network looking at the NL postseason picture. We shall see. Pirates and Astros working on a deal. I wonder what that one could be for. Are you positive Crochet and Skubal are not being done? I would put it at 100% certainty on Skubal. Crochet, they said they're taking him off about 20-30 minutes ago. I would put that chances of a Crochet deal at 0.0000001% chance Crochet gets moved, to say that he's not going anywhere. I think that other teams that were looking at him, most notably the Orioles, went in a different direction for Trevor Rogers. They didn't like the prices that were being talked about. I think once again the White Sox were hoping to do a big-time trade with the Orioles. Orioles ultimately balked at the price, and they said no. Dylan Cease was the same argument last year. Dylan Cease was held on to through the deadline. I think Crochet is the next iteration of that. Meanwhile, Dylan Cease was traded to the Padres the following year. So, should be an interesting last 30 minutes here of the deadline. 38 minutes, 7 seconds now until the deadline. We're at 16 trades at the moment. We expected between 15 and 20 minimum, and I'm still expecting at least another, well, we're, 38 minutes, 37 minutes till the deadline right now. I was expecting 10 trades just for relievers in the final hour here. They got to get them moving here if they're going to get those deals done. Strickland should be moved. Garcia should be moved. Fairbanks should be moved. A couple of relievers out of Oakland should be moved. Fernando just got out of another meeting. Did you miss anything? De La Cruz ends up going to the Pittsburgh Pirates from the Miami Marlins. Crochet has been taken off of the market, and it sounds like the Astros are getting close to at least acquiring somebody. Whether that be a guy like Yandy Diaz or somebody from the Pirates remains to be seen. You think Mason Miller will be moved? I do not at this point. I think that deal would have to be a big, out-of-the-blue type of deal at this point. Odds of that happening, Dodgers, I suppose, could pull it off. Orioles, I suppose, could pull it off. But we've already seen what the Orioles think of this trade deadline. They want to go a little bit cheaper here with the acquisitions of Eflin and Rogers. Not to say that those aren't good pieces. It's just that they didn't go at the top of the market guys in Skobal, in Crochet, in Estevez, in Scott. They chose to go a little bit cheaper than that and hold on to their prospects. Can't fault them there. They built up their prospect pool. That's the reason why they're successful, the way they built up this team. But for me, they could have done more and made themselves a legitimate threat in the American League. Especially from a starting pitching standpoint. Lineup, I think, was already fine. All right, let's update the page here. All right. Nothing new. Tells me that teams are trying to get these deals done rather than releasing the information out to the public right now. I think we're going to get the finishing touches on a Flaherty deal here shortly. That's probably the first domino to go as far as the starters. I think we're going to get a Yandy Diaz deal shortly thereafter. Probably a Zach Little deal thereafter as well. So those are the next three names I'm really keeping an eye out for. 35 minutes, 40 seconds left until the deadline. Kyle Finnegan is said to be one of the best relievers on the market according to Mark Feinsand. His recent struggles, specifically last night giving up 5 runs in the ninth to the Diamondbacks, I think has decreased his price. And with prices being so high, I think the Nationals are trying to capitalize on the prices being so high. I'm just wondering if the prices that they have set for Finnegan might be over what the market feels for him. Astros lost that deal for Kikuchi by a mile. I would say they lost it by 2 miles. Trade number 17. Pirates are finalizing a deal to acquire super utility man IKF, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, from the Toronto Blue Jays. This coming from Jeff Passan. Good deal here. Another offensive piece. Not exactly an offensive player, but a player that can give them some stability in that lineup and give them some versatility in that lineup as well. He was on an expiring deal, I believe. Not sure it's going to be a great return here, but a good fit here for the Pirates. Seem like their kind of player. What I mean by that is they don't really go at the top of the market for these types of names. Falefa really fits in with that. I know Paredes probably would have been the best fit that they could have gotten here at the deadline to take over for Rowdy Tellez. Ultimately, they go the route of Brian De La Cruz. Now they go with IKF. And they brought in the reliever as well from the Mets earlier today, Josh. First trade of the day, I can't remember, but 5.11 ERA, I do remember that. Itai, some NBA ball, Precious Achua back to the Knicks. Graham former guard back to the Trailblazers. Okay. Let's see here if there's a return yet for Falefa. Doesn't look like it, but trade number 17 is in the books. Still expecting a flurry of moves here, most notably for Jack Flaherty. I would expect that one here in the next 5 minutes, honestly. Everybody's still talking about the Brian De La Cruz deal. I mean, it's a good trade, but there have been bigger trades so far today. We haven't really seen any massive blockbusters. Trevor Rogers, Tanner Scott being the best moves of the day so far. Yandy Diaz of the Rays, I'm expecting to get a significant return from the Astros, I believe. I think Flaherty is probably going to be right up there as well. As they talk about Flaherty on the network right now. You'd love Flaherty in Atlanta. I would as well. They need some starting pitching, period. Anybody. Trying to keep this thing updated for you guys. We've been live now for you guys for 7.5 hours. We'll be live for about one more, 32 minutes until the deadline, and then we'll be live about 30 to 45 minutes after the deadline in case some of these deals come through after that. So make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Cover quite a bit of MLB stuff here at the Upside. We cover the MLB Hot Stove Daily. It's our primary show. That's what you're seeing it under right now. We'll have the MLB Hot Stove Daily every single weekday. Usually try to do a video around 9 o'clock Central Time. So we shall see you guys then. Now, of course, there are other sports that we do cover as well. We cover the NBA. We cover the NFL with the training camps coming around. We should do a fair amount of fantasy football and NFL coverage as well. And we should be doing some NBA stuff as we get closer to the start of the season as well. So, if you guys are new here, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Gained quite a few of you guys subscribing and liking the video today. We really do appreciate the support that you guys have given us. And the super chats that we've been given today as well. I know we've been live for quite a long period of time with you guys. Thank you guys for sticking with us. I know a lot of you guys are at work and don't like to flip between, the network and Twitter, every single one of these different Twitter pages, and the MLB Trade Rumors site. We cover all that for you here at the MLB Trade Deadline Show here with our MLB Hot Stove Daily at the Upside. So thank you guys for joining us and letting us bring you the latest from the trade deadline. Let's see if we got any more news. IKF is indeed going to the Pirates. I like this tweet from Craig Mish. Good news. They don't need me tonight. Marlins have a handful of guys at a hotel, fully stocked and ready to go over to the Trop. Hitters, pitchers, all kinds of players. Sounds like they were ready to trade pretty much everybody, and so should be an interesting period here right after the deadline. How rosters are going to be constructed, who's called up, who's put on the 60-day IL, who do they DFA. Rangers, I'm expecting to possibly move a Jonathan Hernandez, possibly in a trade to the Tampa Bay Rays. I think he would be a great fit there. Would be somebody I think could really elevate his career by going to a team that can solve his control issues like Tampa Bay. So he could be another move Texas has left. Texas is still looking to add a hitter to their lineup. I'm not sure there's really a piece out there that fits them. Diaz really doesn't fit because of the money for next year. Rooker doesn't really fit because the Athletics have really pulled him back, and the cost to bring him in would be a little bit astronomical. So we shall see if Texas does add a hitter. I feel an Eovaldi trade coming. I don't think that's happening. I think the odds of an Eovaldi trade, negative 50% right now. He is so a Bruce Bochy guy. Think back to Madison Bumgarner and how they used him with the San Francisco Giants. That's Nathan Eovaldi for the Texas Rangers. Takes the ball, really tough, rugged, and his option is gonna vest. They ain't moving Nathan Eovaldi. Grant, Jacob deGrom said today he's confident that he will pitch and contribute to the Rangers team this season after his 45-pitch throwing session today. Sounds like no issues so far, but again, they always wait to see how he recovers, those kinds of things when you're working your way back to the rotation. So I'm expecting again around September for him to come back. Looks like IKF is actually under contract for one more year, 7.5 for next year. Let's see here. Third player to be traded while on the injured list so far this year, Edmund Cobb and IKF right now. Still waiting for the Dodgers to make their acquisition. 27 minutes, 55 seconds left until the deadline. Big winners so far. Looking at this, 1,000-foot view. What teams have done best here at the deadline? The Royals have done really well as far as a buyer, but the sellers, my goodness, the sellers have done extraordinarily well. Speaking specifically of the Tampa Bay Rays, the Miami Marlins, they've done a great job of bringing in talent. I would like to see what the rest of the deadline holds for the next 30 minutes. I think they could get even better returns on what they've already brought in here at the deadline. Other teams that are winners in my eyes, looking at the Baltimore Orioles, they add a couple of starters. To me, they still need one more reliever that can take over for Craig Kimbrell. I don't have faith in him being able to lock games down, and I have issues with their lineup their rotation going into a postseason series. But they've done really well at the deadline. If they continue to get the performances that Rogers has been giving them, or given the Marlins at least for the last 11 games, then maybe they could have a number 2 or number 3, 4 type starter performing at a number 2 type of pace. But for me, I would like to have seen them go get Scoball or Crochet. Cost was still pricey to bring in Rogers. Yankees bringing in Leiter. I like that move. I wouldn't say they're a winner here today. I like the addition of Jazz Chisholm. Really got their lineup going. We saw the 2 home runs last night. Felix Bautista coming back. Yes and no. I wonder about how many innings he's going to throw, how healthy he's going to be. Same thing with the Rangers. You worry about that with deGrom coming back as well. Other winners so far for me, Diamondbacks, just because they didn't really lose anything. You look at what they have on their roster. Montgomery's probably the biggest disappointment right now. They added to their bullpen, added to their strength. Biggest boon of the season is realizing that they have depth in that starting rotation that they did not believe they had going into the year. A lot of injuries in that starting rotation, and my goodness, have the pieces that have been called up performed well for them. But bringing in Josh Bell, another nice add for them with Christian Walker going to the injured list. Texas, like what they did, adding a catcher, offloading Michael Lorenzen, and then bringing in Andrew Chafin today. Still doesn't sound like they're done. They offloaded Jonathan Hernandez. It was DFA today. I'm expecting him to ultimately be traded before the deadline here. 25 minutes to go. Rangers are still looking for a DH, left field, first base type of player, a bat that they can put into their lineup. Remains to be seen if they ultimately find one, but I think they're going to end up standing pat offensively right now. Other teams that I'm looking at, teams that sold, the Blue Jays did really well with the Kikuchi trade. Mariners did really well as far as a buyer. Giants did well to offload the deal of Soler. I think the White Sox could have gotten more for Fetty. They are in my losers column right now for the trade deadline. I think they should have gotten more for Fedde, but the market sounds like it wasn't that high on him. I still would have gotten more for him, though. Michael Kopech, the return they got alone in that 3-team trade was enough for Michael Kopech alone in my eyes. I would not have traded Pham and Fedde and Kopech all in one deal. You don't maximize your return when you do things like that, and I think that's the case in point there for the White Sox. Maybe they just really like the piece that they got specifically. The industry might not value them as much, but for me, I would have individually sold those pieces to different teams. But again, the Royals, I really like what they've done here. They've solidified their place in the AL Central wildcard picture as well. And we shall see what happens. What do you think about Edman to the Dodgers? I mean, he hadn't really played this year. There's not much to really say, at least, until he's back on the Major League roster. I wonder, Kopech is the big piece for me. I think even if Edman gives you nothing, getting Rosario kind of bolsters your position no matter what you thought Edman was going to do for you. Sounds like they might be getting Flaherty and Canna here in a trade. But overall, I like what the Dodgers have done so far in the offseason, spending all that money and then still going out there and adding to this team even at this point. All right, so let's update the Twitter page, see if anything is happening. Charles McAdoo, part of the return. Good get for IKF, honestly. Matzik is on the IL, so 4 players have been traded that have been on the that are currently on the injured list. Alex Verdugo could be on the move here. Still think Carlson will be traded. Yes, I do. Jackson Holiday is not in the lineup. That's one way to get Orioles fans a little nervous. I would agree there. No way they're trading Holiday. Another Marlins trade loading. Wow. This is what, trade number 17? Or is this 18 of today? IKF, I believe, was 16. Who's the trade going to be this time for the Marlins? Nardi? Berger? Marlins are literally trading everything not nailed down. Kind of like that for them, honestly. This team was not going anywhere, specifically offensively. Their pitching is going to be better next year once they get those guys back in that rotation anyway. And a bullpen is always mercurial. One year they're great, next year they're horrible. And they've really capitalized on the arms that they have back there. Nardi could be the next one to go. But to your comment there, Ryan, do I still think Carlson will get traded? I do. I think the Angels and Nationals might finally come to a deal here shortly. Give me something, Atlanta. They need a starter. They might end up holding pat, though. What do you guys think the Marlins trade is going to be here? Mets are getting Husker Brazoban from the Marlins. Okay. That's what, trade 17? 18? How funny would it be if Holiday is just getting brought up to the Major League club, but Orioles pull him at this time? I don't think they're going to play around with a prospect of his caliber. Craig, tell me about a Braves trade. We shall see. We are 20 minutes away. I'm still expecting some trades here from Atlanta. Still expecting some from the Los Angeles Angels. Marlins continue to make some trades. Rays have Diaz that they're going to make a move on. Tigers have some pieces they're going to move. A's have some pieces they could move. White Sox as well. Rockies have a couple of pieces. I think that's 17 or 18 trades. I can't remember. What do you guys remember what the count is? I think that's 17. Nervous about the Dodgers? I think the Dodgers are going to make a trade here today. Don't worry. 18, 19 minutes left. Okay. I don't know where all the pieces are going to go for the Mets. They've traded so many relievers, both into and out of that bullpen. Been kind of incredible to see all the pieces they've had moving in and out of that bullpen in the last month. Especially the last week. Oh my goodness. Still waiting on some more of these bigger names to go. Flaherty's the big piece we're kind of watching right now. Yandy Diaz offensively. Zach Little from the Rays. Pete Fairbanks as well. I mentioned Flaherty already. Angels have Pilar, Rengifo. I expect those guys to go here in the next couple of minutes. 18 minutes, 5 seconds left right now. And remember, we're going to be live for about 30 minutes after the deadline. So if something big happens, maybe we see something after the deadline here as trades are going to get into that queue. We'll have about 30 minutes is usually what it takes for some of those deals to get through the trade call list anyway. So kind of keep it peeled or keep it tuned here to the upside as we keep you guys updated on all the latest. Not going to lie, though, deadline day this year, none of the big names that we were really hoping for coming into the day, and even those names weren't big compared to Scherzer and Soto and Turner and Machado and all these other trades we've seen at previous deadlines. Still a fairly active deadline, especially for the sellers. They did really well this year's deadline. Some of the buyers did really well as well. The Royals, in my mind, did incredibly well. The Mariners did what they had to do to be able to get the job done. Fernando, someone tell Andrew Friedman to do something. Well, you said Andrew Friedman was far better than AJ Preller for the Padres. I still think Friedman's going to get a deal done here for Flaherty, possibly Canna as well. A lot of trades coming in. Orioles. Eloy Jimenez. Wow. That's a surprise. That's trade number 19. Jimenez has been a disappointment offensively so far, but I think this gives them a big-time bat in the middle of that lineup, somebody with a lot of power. Probably going to be a DH in that lineup for them. Curious what the return is here. Maybe a Mountcastle going the other way. Somebody off of their Major League roster. Still surprised that Jimenez was able to find a market here in at this trade deadline. Trade number 19. Orioles adding a hitter in Jimenez. Okay. Mark Feinsand, never say never until the deadline has passed, but it appears that the Rays will not be trading Yandy Diaz today. Ouch. If I'm an Astros fan, that one hurts. Guerrero's not getting moved. Alonso's not on the market like you were hoping. You miss out on Paredes. You think Yandy Diaz is your fallback option. You have a big-time hole at first base. You overpay to bring in Kikuchi, thinking you're going to add to that lineup a little bit at first base. Singleton has been a little bit better than Abreu, but come on, they need improvement there. And if they don't get Diaz, that's a tough deadline for them to overpay for Kikuchi and ultimately not end up with a first baseman. So Holiday being pulled, thoughts? No thoughts on that one. I don't think he's going anywhere. We are 14 minutes, 35 seconds until the deadline. Still waiting on the Jack Flaherty deal. Maybe a Tyone, a Bassett. I don't think we'll see a Blake Snell deal. White Sox are dumping Jimenez's contract to the O's. Makes sense. Mainly about them saving the money on Jimenez. Again, they're trying to save money. They're not going to be good. Alrighty. We are, 4:46 right now. 14 plus minutes, maybe a little bit less at this point now, until the deadline. Biggest names we're still watching for. Jack Flaherty. We're still waiting for a lot of the relief options that are out there. Yandy Diaz was one of the names we were looking at as far as a bat. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere, unfortunately, for Astros fans, Yankees fans. Looks like he's going to stay in Tampa Bay. We're also looking at Pete Fairbanks, Zach Little as well. Braves always do something at the very end of the trade deadline here, so maybe they'll do another trade here. 13 minutes, 15 seconds left. Red Sox are still in need of a starter. Much of the league is still in need of some starting pitching, honestly. Jimenez was entering the $13 million, was earning $13 million in the final year of a 6-year contract. They finally found a taker for Jimenez. Makes sense. Again, hasn't earned that deal, I would say. Hasn't really lived up to that contract. And so the White Sox just hoping to get off of it. Welcome back, Sub-Zero. Can you get a recap on Yankee trades? Well, they made the trade earlier, of course, for Jazz Chisholm. They bring in Mark Leiter as well, but pretty much they haven't really done too much. Caleb Ferguson goes to the Astros in exchange for some international bonus pool money and a prospect, but that's basically been it for the Yankees. They were looking at some back-end relief help. Ultimately, they miss on Scott. Doesn't look like they're going to get Fairbanks. So Leiter might be their only addition to that bullpen. I thought they would look at a corner infielder even after bringing in Chisholm. Ultimately, still have nothing there. Starting rotation, they were said to be interested in Jack Flaherty, going heavy for him last night. Nothing got across the finish line. And if they did get a deal done, Hector Neris or Nestor Cortez was supposed to be the one that was supposed to be out of that rotation. We obviously haven't seen that happen either. Tanner Banks to the Phils. That is trade number 20, I believe. Tanner Banks from the White Sox going to the Phillies. I like that deal. Phillies trying to add to their bullpen just a little bit. We are at 20 trades so far today. $11 minutes, 5 seconds left until the deadline. Expect a lot of relief pitchers and what's left of the starting pitching market to really move right now. That and the 4th and 5th outfielder types are really what you're going to see here over the final 10 minutes. So guys like a back-end, part-time reliever anyway, going to the Phillies. Banks there makes some sense. But it doesn't sound like some of the big pieces that we were hoping to move, like a Diaz, are going to be moving at all. Let's see here. Just trying to update you guys as quickly as we possibly can. 10 minutes, 20 seconds left until the deadline. And remember to stick around for about 30 minutes after the deadline. We might get some more deals. We'll also recap the trades that we saw today, in addition to the trades we saw building up to today, and then the trades we saw earlier in the season. Luis Arraez, Dylan Cease, give you some grades, who to look out for, and our predictions going into the second half, who's ultimately going to win each division. We'll give you predictions for the wild card, and then, of course, our World Series matchup. We may even give you a champion. I don't know yet. Depends how confident I feel yet. Alrighty. Still waiting for a few more trades here. We're up to 20. 9 minutes, 35 seconds left. Remember, if you're trying to make a trade here at the deadline, you have to get the trade the players agreed to first. You have to agree on the medicals. You can't be pending medical review. You have to get that call placed and to the league office. Now, it's up to the league as far as how quickly they go through those calls and move contracts from team to team, but you're not really going to see the league reject a trade after the deadline as long as it's already been agreed to, those kinds of things. If a team still has questions about the medical, obviously the trade's not going to go through. And so we should still see some trades here. 9 minutes even right now left here at the deadline. Still waiting on Flaherty. Kind of surprised it's taken this long to get Jack Flaherty traded. I wonder if that's the one they're kind of waiting for out there in LA. Orioles very aggressive at this deadline. Phillies the same way. And then even more aggressive were the sellers this year. Marlins, Rays did really well. Blue Jays did well. Tigers, I think, could do well if they still trade a guy like Flaherty. White Sox, to me, though, really missed the boat. An opportunity with Fetty. Eight minutes. I like that one from Mish. Gladiator. Are you not entertained? Honestly, not as much as I was hoping to be. The big names we were watching coming into the day weren't really going to be moved. It looked like Guerrero looked like he was going to stay. Scoball was going to stay. Robert was going to stay. This offseason, though, should be fairly active. Teams freeing up a little bit of money. I wonder if we still see more teams free up money here in the final 7 minutes here of the deadline. 7 minutes, 20 seconds left. Ken Rosenthal says it's official. Garrett Crochet will not be traded today. Feinstein reporting that about an hour that nothing was going to happen. Six minutes, 55 seconds left here until the deadline. Looking at you, Dodgers. You need to make a trade for a starter. Looking at you, Atlanta. Same thing. Orioles, you need a bullpen piece. Let's get it done. Rangers could find a home for Jonathan Hernandez here over the final few minutes. Pirates and Astros working on a deal. That does sound like what we've been hearing for the better part of the last hour. With Yandy Diaz coming off the board, I wonder if this is a first base type player for Houston. More people announcing Crochet not going anywhere. 6 minutes, 4 seconds left. Dodgers in deep talks for Flaherty. Mark Canha was also part of those talks as well. Clubs have to make their decision here within the next 5 minutes, 50 seconds. You have to get that call placed. Reliever goes back to the White Sox, Trey Magoo, for Eloy Jimenez. Dodgers are acquiring Kevin Kiermaier from the Blue Jays. They add another platoon piece to their outfield mix. Could have used some upgrade out there in center field. Pages, Outman, etc. haven't exactly been great. Kiermaier would be a nice step up, I believe, there. You believe it's for Araldis or Martin Perez. Perez, I think, would be a good fit for the Astros. They need some back-end starter help there, so Perez would make some sense. So we are at 21, 22 trades now. On deadline day. See if we get close to that 30 mark we were hoping for at the beginning of the day. I think we will. I think we're going to see probably 4 or 5 relievers here in the final few minutes. Maybe Rengifo gets moved. Flaherty goes to the Dodgers, 22. That coming from Jeff Passan. I wonder if Canna is a part of that deal as well. That one just breaking now. We have 4 minutes, 20 seconds left until the deadline. Dodgers add Kiermaier, they add Flaherty, and maybe even Mark Canna here at the deadline. A nice trade here, getting probably the best starter, the rental starter here on the market in Flaherty. Good get for the Dodgers when their rotation is in need of some upgrades there. Exactly, Itai. Dodgers get Flaherty. Let's go ahead and refresh here. 3 minutes, 48 seconds left. Dodgers were heavily involved in talks for the White Sox, Garrett Crochet, before pivoting to Flaherty. Makes sense as to why they waited so long to get the deal done. Decision apparently rests with Detroit. They're obviously going to accept at this point. They need to trade Jack Flaherty. I mean, he's performed well for them unless they think they can get a long-term deal done. But Flaherty needs to go to the Dodgers. If I'm a Tigers front office person. I do wonder about the return. Should be a decent return for the best rental on the market. We are less than 3 minutes until the deadline here. So make sure you guys hit the subscribe button on the video. It really does help us out. Like the video as well. We're going to be live with you guys for about another half hour here after the deadline. Maybe a little bit longer as we continue to get more trades in. Martin Perez to San Diego. Makes some sense. Former Texas Rangers prospect going to a team that has significant connections to Texas. I have yet to see that one though, JG. Ooh. Interesting. Just a random thought. I'm not reporting this at all. If Martin Perez goes to San Diego's been looking to get off of Cronenworth. They need a first baseman in Houston. Cronenworth is signed long-term, big-time money, etc., but at a conservative-ish number. Could be a fit there. Not saying it's a great option compared to Yandy Diaz, but just a random thought. They've been trying to trade Cronenworth. Maybe there's something to it, especially when you consider that the Pirates and Astros have been talking about a trade for the past hour. Looking for some of the returns here. 1 minute, 30 seconds left until the deadline. Clubs are going to have to get those calls in. We should get the returns here shortly. Looks like the deal is done. Jack Flaherty is going to the Dodgers. Detroit has agreed to the deal with LA. It is truly a hot stove right now. Flaherty, no Mark Canna. They're getting Liranzo anyway, and Trey Sweeney. Okay. Looking at the return from the Dodgers. Let me flip over to their prospects real quick. Number 8 in their system. And 22 in their system. 24-year-old shortstop in Sweeney. Okay. They're looking for an upgrade, I suppose, over Jack Flaherty, I suppose. And catcher, first baseman Liranzo, 21-year-old in Class A. Numbers, not great this year at High A. Not a great return, honestly, for Flaherty, considering the prices that we've seen be paid elsewhere. Dodgers definitely won that trade as far as I'm concerned. Yankees to acquire Enyel De Los Santos. Another trade there. Luis Garcia, we told you guys relievers were going to move. He goes from the Angels to the Red Sox. Rays acquired Dylan Carlson. I wonder if a reliever is going from the Rays to St. Louis there. Padres get Martin Perez. We are up to, what, 25, 26 trades? And that's it. Deadline is passed. Teams that are in the call list, anyway, are going to have to hold on there. Make sure they finish that call. Rays are getting Carlson. Cardinals are getting Armstrong. Not a bad trade for both teams. Really like the get of Luis Garcia by the Red Sox here. Curious what the return is going to be. My guess is not a whole lot, as Twitter is popping off on my phone right now. All right, deadline is passed. Like I said, we're going to be live with you guys for about a half hour afterward just to see if there's any other trades that are still in the queue. We knew Flaherty was going to have to go. He obviously has gone. It doesn't look like the Braves have added a starter. They needed one. The Red Sox could have used one. Doesn't look like they've added one, but they've certainly beefed up their bullpen. They brought in Paxton already to help out with their rotation, so maybe they're already satisfied there, I suppose, especially when they consider the prices that were on the open market for a lot of these pieces. We're at, what, 26, 27 trades, I think, today. I still think we got one or two that are still in the pipes waiting to be flushed out. Looks like Jameson Taillon is staying with the Chicago Cubs. We saw that one earlier, Dean. I'm still curious to see if there's any more pieces traded from that Angels team. Looking at Pilar, I think he would be a great fit on a number of postseason teams out there. I don't think he really needs to stay there in with the Anaheim or Los Angeles Angels. I think he would like one more chance to win a World Series. Angels aren't winning it, obviously, but a good clubhouse presence. I'm sure Ron Washington would hate to see him go, but I think they should do right by him and trade him at the deadline. Now, of course, they'd already have to have the deal agreed to by now. We're 3 minutes past the deadline, but we have yet to see his name pop up here. That's one name I was kind of waiting for. Jameson Taillon not going anywhere. We just talked about that one. Another Orioles trade. This is trade number 28, prospects only. Pirates are sending Patrick Riley to the Orioles for outfielder second base prospect Billy Cook. So that's 28 trades now here at the deadline. Jonathan Mayo reporting that one, a prospect for prospect deal. And I still think we probably got two more in the hopper here. I would say Pilar's got to be one of them. Strickland would make sense as another. Fairbanks would make sense. I don't think Diaz looks like he got traded. Astros still haven't addressed first base. That's the big problem right now. I think maybe they could get a deal done, but we'll see. Alrighty, we'll be back in just a few minutes as we kind of look through the trades here and see if anything else comes through. And welcome back to the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Been a lot of fun talking some baseball with you guys today. Not any really big trades that we were hoping for. Crochet, Skullball, Guerrero, Diaz, those names did not get moved. Ultimately, best pitcher that got traded today, probably Jack Flaherty to the Dodgers. As far as the relievers go, Tanner Scott commanded a huge return from the Padres. Padres adding multiple relievers to their bullpen at this trade deadline to kind of shorten the game for their starters who have injury risks in that rotation right now. But our winners here at the deadline have to be the sellers. It was a seller's market and then some. You look at the way the Rays were able to capitalize on their pieces. I still think they left some meat on the bone. You look at the Mariners or the Marlins, they did great as well. Blue Jays, I think, did a decent job. I think they could have done a little bit better. As far as the buyers, who are my winners today? One, to a lesser extent, the Baltimore Orioles. I think they needed to add a better starting pitcher than what they did. But given the prices that are out there currently, it's understandable why they ultimately didn't get Crochet or Skubal or Flaherty done. Ultimately, though, they get Eflin, they add Rogers, years of control after this as well. If they lose if they lose Burns in the offseason, they already have some replacements in-house, and they're going to be getting healthier next year as well. My hope for them, though, is to get a number 2 starter in a postseason series. Right now, I would say they're probably the worst starting pitching rotation out of the elite teams on the American League side. They got better, but that floor that they already had, I thought was already good enough to get through 162. It's about getting through the tournament at the end of the season, and I don't think they really elevated their level of play with the trades they made here at the deadline. So, to me, this was improvement as far as their number 3 and 4 starters for this season. But I don't think they did anything to change their playoff hopes to win a World Series. As far as other teams that won here at the deadline, for me, the Seattle Mariners, I would have liked to see them get the deal done for Vladimir Guerrero. Ultimately, they don't get that one done. Yandy Diaz, of course, didn't happen either. Paredes ends up going to the Cubs. They did a really good job, though, of bringing in a ton of different pieces here. Most notably, guys like Justin Turner, guys like Randy Arozarena. This team should be significantly better offensively. I'm not sure how good they're going to be, though. They've changed so much out. They have so many issues with their injuries right now in their lineup. It remains to be seen how good they're going to be after the deadline. 5:08 right now, 8 minutes after the deadline. See if there's anything else kind of passing through the system. Another trade number 29. San Francisco Giants are getting Mark Canha from the Detroit Tigers. Why? I don't get that one at all. Giants are a seller. Canha goes from one seller team to another seller team. Yeesh. Rays ultimately hold on to Diaz, Fairbanks, Lowe, and Littell. A little surprising there. Feinstein says the Rockies are holding on to Quantrill, Gomber, Rogers, and Diaz. Bergolia is the return for Banks in that deal with the White Sox and Phillies. We're up to 29 trades. Let's see how close my expectation of 30 is. I'm still expecting one more trade here. Feinstein, for all the chatter around Skobal, Snell, and Crochet, all 3 lefties are still on their clubs after the deadline. Exactly. Mark replaces Soler. I suppose that's the reason why they're doing it. If you're a Giants fan, I guess they still want to have an outside chance. Now, if they're just acquiring him for cash, that'd probably be the best case scenario, but I would have tried to at least, save more money on offloading more salaries like Conforto, moving on from Snell, seeing if you could find a home for Ray's contract, and then really going full bore into free agency. Ultimately, prices were so high, I don't think that there was a legitimate discussion had between the Giants and other teams out there for guys like Snell or for Ray or any of their other high-priced guys. Mets were the one team that was said to have interest in Conforto. Ultimately, doesn't look like he is going anywhere. All right, let's refresh our page one more time. Diamondbacks get deal number 30. They acquired Dylan Floro from the Nationals. Another good bullpen acquisition here for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I really like what they've done building out that bullpen. Curious to see what the return is here. I'm not expecting a whole lot, but a good option overall. 30 trades so far. I like this from Craig Mish. Marlins, period, are, period, done, period. Are they? I think is a fair question to ask at this point. They traded so many pieces off of that roster, rightfully so. Reds, trade 31, trade outfielder Austin Slater to the Orioles. What the heck? 31. Reds, I thought, still had some bullpen pieces they could offload. Orioles adding multiple pieces to their outfield. I'm not sure how those pieces now fit in that outfield there for Baltimore. Jimenez, I wonder if Pache goes in this one. I mean, they only offloaded what? The only piece they really traded out of that regular lineup, Austin Hayes. We were at 31 trades. Told you guys we'd have some trades after the deadline. Nationals get Andres Chaparro in return. Okay. I'm with you there, Bink. I'm wondering if the Braves still have one more move in them. I'm still wondering if the Rangers moved Jonathan Hernandez before the trade deadline here. And I'm wondering if they added a bat. We haven't gotten the all clear from Texas yet. Eric Silva goes from the Giants to the Tigers in the deal. Still waiting for possibly a Pilar trade. Upset at your Braves. They already did what they could, I suppose. But to me, they needed a starter. That was what I was hoping for them to be able to acquire. I knew they would be able to get some outfielders. But they brought in Luke Jackson. That's your quote-unquote pitching help. That you address the lineup, I suppose. But to me, it's so thin, wafer thin in that rotation and in that bullpen. Ultimately, to not get a starting pitcher to at least give them some help down the stretch, that's a little rough. Marlins do look like they're done. Rockies look like they're done. Still waiting for the all clear from Houston, Texas, New York, Baltimore, Mets, Atlanta. Those are the teams we're still waiting for the all clear from. And then here in just a few minutes, we'll go ahead and give you our predictions for the rest of the way in the second half. What teams are going to make it to the World Series, who ultimately wins the division, what teams get the wild card, and we'll see if we can give you a World Series prediction for you as well. Thank you, CL. Appreciate you. I know my voice is pretty much shot. You can hear it starting to crack at this point. Suffice to say, I'm off tomorrow, thankfully. I probably won't be speaking the rest of the night. Maybe just hand gestures to my significant other, and going to rely on her as I usually do. She's incredible. She's the one who helps us behind the scenes. I can't thank her enough for putting up with me and my interest in building this channel with you guys. I know it's not easy on her, so I wanted to take a moment to say thank you. Jess, you've been incredible. So, all right. Hoping to see some all clears here or some further trades. We are at 31 so far and counting. I do still think there's one more. Pilar, I think, needs to go to a different team. We haven't seen the all clear there from the Angels. They did have Luis Gonzalez going to the Red Sox at the end here. I wonder if they have multiple trades in the queue. Jose Canseco tweeted the Mets are trading Canseco for... That sounds like Canseco. Orioles acquire Austin Slater from the Reds. Second time he's been traded in 3 weeks. Yikes. Brandon Hyde makes some sense. Organizational tie to Eloy Jimenez. Okay. He really hadn't lived up to it, though. Another great year of streaming this all day. Thanks for what you guys do. Absolutely. We're really thankful to have you guys as well. Fernando, thank you guys for the super chats today. I know we got 3 of them today. We had a lot of fun with you guys going over the trade deadline stuff for the past few weeks. We'll continue with our MLB Hot Stove Dailies. Probably skip tomorrow night, let my voice rest up a little bit, and then we'll get back at it Thursday evening. So we'll see what happens the rest of the way here for the next probably 15 minutes or so. Finish out this trade deadline with you guys, give you our predictions, and then we'll be back on Thursday. We might make some short videos for those of you hoping to get some content in between now and then, so keep your eyes peeled for that one. 31 trades just on deadline day. Very nice number. We kind of figured 30 would be the max today. We are a little bit above that, and I still think there's might be one more in the queue. Trade has to be agreed to. Medicals already have to be agreed to. It's just literally getting the call into the office. You already had to have placed the call. I doubt any of these moves that are in the hopper are going to be life-changing trades, but hopefully we get some decent last-minute trades here. I'm hoping Kevin Pillar finds his way to a team for at least to make it to a contention. Last time the Braves traded for Soler, they were in the middle of a series with the Bruku. In his first game, he went 3 for 4. Let's hope he does do that tonight. I know we got some Brewers and Braves fans out there. Both of those teams, I think, did well here at the deadline. I think the Brewers did great adding and adding and adding over the last month or two. Frankie Montas really helps them out. Braves, I think, missed the boat, missed an opportunity here to bring in a starter. From a Braves analyst, the Braves did not make a last-minute trade. Lopez will throw Saturday and Fried through a bullpen. Ouch. No depth starter added for the Braves. Yuck. Oh, there we go. Trade number 32. Orioles add another trade. Gregory Soto from the Phillies. Wow. What is up with the Orioles tinkering with the edges of that roster? How are they going to fit all these guys on there? That's what I'm curious about. How many of these guys even make it through the day on that roster because of how many different pieces they had moving? Phillies moving on from Gregory Soto, though. Curious. Trade number 32. Seems like the Orioles are one of the teams that's got multiple trades in the hopper. Seth Johnson goes the other way. Okay. I agree with this sentiment from Baseball America. The Dodgers did really well getting Jack Flaherty for as little as they did. The best rental on the market. You look at what Kikuchi went for. I would say Flaherty's a significantly better pitcher, and Kikuchi went for more. Michael Lorenzen went for a comparable package as far as I'm concerned, maybe a little bit less than what Flaherty went for to the Tigers, or from the Tigers to the Dodgers. Braves are confident in their team? Well, I hope so. You got to be confident in your guys' ability to stay healthy as well. I wonder if Aroldis Chapman found a new team. Didn't look like he was a fit there with the Pirates. Not sure who would buy him, though. I'm still hoping for a Pillar trade, hoping for a Strickland trade. Still waiting for the all clear from Texas. I haven't heard anything yet. Alrighty, so while we wait for that, let's look at the standings real quick. And who's going to win the division in the AL East? We'll run through these really quick for you guys. Orioles and Yankees, probably the two favorites there. To me, Orioles have done enough raising their floor, like I've mentioned several times now, to where I think they're going to be a little bit better than the Yankees, at least offensively, to where I think they're ultimately going to win the division by a game or two. Yankees, I believe, end up in a wild card. That leaves the teams like the Red Sox and Rays competing for a wild card. We shall see. AL Central, Guardians, Twins, and Royals. 6.5 back are the Royals, but I really like what they did here at the deadline. I just wonder if they added enough offense. Twins, to me, they needed to add some pitching. They get Rogers there, I suppose, or Richards. I suppose that helps them out. I'm not sure it puts them over the top. To me, they're not going to have enough firepower to win the division. I think the Guardians have done enough to really hold on to this division. Unless the Royals can surprise some people, I think the Twins fall back into third place in this division. Tigers, White Sox, obviously not making it. But for me, MVP candidate Bobby Witt, does he have enough offensively around him with the pieces that they've added to that bullpen to make them a good enough team to overcome the Guardians? Run differential is right there with the Guardians. I think the pitching has gotten a little bit better. Guardians, I think, could have done a little bit more as far as trades here, but prices were so high. I don't want to do it, but I'm leaning towards picking the Royals. The heck with it. I'm picking the Royals to win the AL Central, Guardians to win a wild card spot. Twins ultimately finish outside of the postseason picture. So, Orioles win the division, Royals win the division, and I've got the Yankees and Guardians in wild card positioning. AL West. Astros, Mariners, Rangers. Rangers, we still haven't gotten the all clear, but right now I still like the pieces that they're going to be getting back. They're 3.5 back in the division. Still have questions about how the Mariners' offense ultimately is going to look. I know they're going to be better. I worry about that bullpen in the second half as well. To me, the Rangers are a step better than the Mariners. I think at worst case, Rangers easily win a wild card spot on the AL side. Astros, though, the only move they made was for Kikuchi. We haven't gotten the all clear yet that they haven't acquired a first baseman. And I think that's going to really haunt them down the stretch here. They needed some more depth in that starting rotation. They did so by bringing in Kikuchi. I would rather have kept that stand pat anyway with what they ultimately gave up for him. But I'm going to go ahead and say the Texas Rangers win this division. They're only 3.5 back. They're getting so many pieces back. And they don't have any glaring holes on this roster like the Houston Astros do. Astros, I think, are going to get healthier. I think they're going to be neck and neck with the Seattle Mariners. The question is, does Seattle have enough offensively to overcome the Astros? I think the playoff pedigree and this being the last real hurrah with the group that they have in Houston is enough to propel them to a wild card spot. So, for my money, Texas wins the division, Houston gets a wild card, and Mariners just missed the playoffs yet again, and we'll see Cal Raleigh go to the media all over again. But for me, Orioles, Royals, Rangers win the division, Yankees, Astros, and Guardians are your wild card teams. Not sure it'll be in that order for the wild card, but for me, those are how it's going to shake down. On the NL side, NL East, clearly the Phillies are going to run away with the NL East. They're your division winner. Braves and Mets are going to be right there for a wild card spot. Nats and Marlins are out of the playoff picture. NL Central, I think there's really 3 teams, maybe 4, that have a chance to make a wild card or even win the division. I do think it comes down to the Cardinals and Brewers, I believe, for the division. I like the offensive pieces that the Pirates added. I just don't think it's enough. I do like the acquisition of Fetty. I like the acquisition to the bullpen as well. I like Pham. I'm going to go ahead and say that the veteran presence on the Cardinals is enough to get it done, while the Brewers are going to be right there for a wild card spot. Pirates, I just don't think the offense is enough to push them over the top. They're a year away from being a wild card team. Cubs did a great thing by bringing in Paredes. I just think they're too far back to really be able to get back into the picture. Reds, they sold a little bit here at the deadline. To me, they don't make the playoff picture either. NL West, you got the Dodgers, of course, out front in that division. Some Padres fans would have you believe the Padres still have a chance to win this division. I do not think so. I think the acquisition of Flaherty really solidified their rotation going into the second half here. Really like the acquisition of Kiermaier. Their one deficiency in the outfield was center field. He really solves that problem for them. Dodgers win the division. I think Padres will win one of the wild card spots. That bullpen is quite formidable. Will they ultimately upset somebody in the postseason? You'll have to wait and find out. Diamondbacks really did a great job upgrading here at the deadline. Giants sold and bought here at the deadline, but I think they are outside of the playoffs looking in along with the Rockies. Division winners, Phillies, Cardinals, Dodgers. That leaves you with your wild card teams. I'm going to go ahead and say the Padres get one of those spots. I'm going to go ahead and say the Braves get another one of those spots. It's going to come down to teams like the Brewers, the Diamondbacks, and the Mets to win that final wild card spot. And right now, the way things stand, I'm going to go ahead and say the Arizona Diamondbacks win that final wild card spot. I think they've got too much starting pitching that they developed this year that they should be able to hold on and at least get one of those wild card spots. The Mets, Blackburn, I think, is the difference there. If they'd gone a little bit bigger as far as a starting pitcher upgrade here at the deadline, I would probably have the Mets in that wild card spot. As it stands right now, I really like the lineup for the Diamondbacks. Of course, it's about the Diamondbacks' health, whether or not Montgomery regains his form, Christian Walker, how he comes back, those kinds of things. No more trades. Let's see what's happening. J.D. Davis goes to the Rays. Trade number, 32, 33? Small piece. Maybe he can turn into something after the season. Platoon player. I thought I just saw a tweet from Bob Nightingale about the Angels. Let me see here. I still haven't seen a Pilar trade. Really was hoping he would go on to a team that could compete this year. Good guy. All right, back over the standings. Let's give you our predictions for the playoffs. How do things shake out on the NL side? To me, it's still a two-team race on the NL. It's the Phillies, it's the Dodgers. Padres, I think, could surprise some teams because of how good their bullpen is going to be. But I still think the Dodgers have enough to overcome that. Better top-end talent, Ohtani, Freeman, Betts in that lineup. Rotation is going to be very good. Yamamoto, Glasnow, and they're still going to get Ohtani next year. They're going to be right there to win the NL pennant. Phillies, they did a great job kind of keeping their team together. They made a great acquisition bringing in Carlos Estevez. I would have liked to see them add one more bullpen piece here. Ultimately, though, I still think they got enough there to really be able to compete with the Dodgers. I think it'll probably be a 7-game series. Before the trade deadline, I would have said that the Phillies are probably the favorite on the NL side, just because of how good the Phillies have performed. I think we're going to see some regression, though, from that Phillies team. And I think the Dodgers ultimately are going to flex their muscle, and we haven't even seen the best of Shohei Ohtani offensively. I think once we get him into the postseason, we're going to see him ascend to another level of player. And I think the Dodgers ultimately win the pennant on the NL side. On the American League side, the wild card teams we picked were Houston, the Guardians, and the Yankees. Only one of those teams I consider as a possibility to make it to the World Series is the Yankees. And that's because they have a little bit better starting pitching, because they have better health in that starting pitching right now at least. Astros could hold a candle to them, but for me, Yankees are just a little bit better. That lineup in Houston is a little bit better, though, there. So it's a very close race. To me, though, the best teams in the American League are still Baltimore, and it's still Texas. Same thing as it was last year for me. I really like Baltimore, but like I said, to me, they still don't hold the best pitcher in any postseason game against the Texas Rangers. That was my issue before the season. That was my issue here at the trade deadline. And while they increased their 162 game roster, that tournament at the end of the season, that roster leaves a lot to be desired in that starting rotation. They don't have an elite number 2 option to really go to. I know they're wishing and hoping for Rodriguez to really ascend to that level of pitcher, but Burns is really only pitcher on that level that's a true ace. You get 2 really good number 3, 4 type starters there to really elevate your regular season status, but to me, you were already going to win the division. And so, for me, I think the Rangers ultimately win the American League and go on to the World Series. Now, you guys know I'm a Rangers fan. I try not to hide that at all. So kind of take that with, grain of salt, whatever you want to call it. But looking at what a series could look like between the Dodgers and Rangers, I would expect the Dodgers to win that series. They have so much talent on that roster. The top-end talent offensively, I think, is better than what the Rangers roll out there. I think the pitching is almost as good as Texas, but I think they're right there, neck and neck, 1A, 1B. You couldn't really go wrong either way. Bullpen leaves a lot to be desired out there in LA, but I think Kopech covers up quite a few of their problems. I like the additions that the Rangers have made to their bullpen and are going to make by having starters go back there. They should have plenty of options come a postseason series. I'm going to say it goes 6 games. I think the Dodgers ultimately are going to get home field in that series, I believe. I'm going to go ahead and say the Rangers. I know that's just the homer inside of me or whatever. I just think that the Rangers starting pitching, the Rangers bullpen is going to be able to get it done again. And Game 6 is going to be in Texas. And so I think if it goes to Game 7, I think the Dodgers win. But for me, I think Texas wins it in Game 7. Or in Game 6, anyway. So that's my predictions. We'll see what ultimately happens. Rangers still haven't given the all clear. But let's go ahead and check in with these headlines just to see if anybody has made a trade here. Doesn't look like it. There is the all clear from Jeff Wilson. The Rangers are indeed done. they do not find a trade home for Jonathan Hernandez. I wonder if he finds a way onto the roster still, not as a 40-man, but is going to be there as a minor league option that they can call up eventually, should the need arise this year or next. If I'm another team, though, I try to claim Hernandez off of waivers. I really like the ability that he has demonstrated in the past to be a great setup guy. So I would expect him to end up in another spot. Cole Irvin looks like he was designated for assignment from the Orioles. Let's see. Looks like Pilar has not been traded. Looks like the deadline has come and gone. Looks like Chapman did indeed stay with the Pirates. Appreciate those of you sticking with us all day long. 8.5 hours today. 8 hours, 34 minutes, and counting. And quite a few guys subscribed, liked the video. Thank you guys for hitting that subscribe button. It really does help us out. The super chats that we got as well. Sarah, thank you for joining us once again. Fernando, John, and Paul, the super chats that we got. Appreciate that. Thank you again behind the scenes to Jess, who's really helped us out and made it possible for me to do all this for you guys. Randy, thank you again. Really do appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much. It's been a great time doing the trade deadline with you guys. We'll do the same thing again next year. We'll do the MLB trade deadline, NHL trade deadline, the NBA trade deadline, and the NFL trade deadline. The next one up is the NFL trade deadline in October, so we'll have that one for you guys all day long as well. We'll have our MLB Hot Stove Daily. We'll be back on Thursday for that one. Give my voice a rest for tomorrow. But you got my predictions for the rest of the year. We've seen all the trades that I think we're going to see. I think the smoke has officially cleared, and teams have pretty much announced their positioning here at the deadline. Teams are going for it. Others sold off their chance for a wild card run, and should be a fascinating second half. Let us know in the comment section what you guys thought of the stream, what teams you thought did great, what teams left meat on the bone, and ultimately, where who ultimately is going to make it to the postseason and win a World Series. Appreciate you guys joining us, and y'all have a great day. We'll see you guys on Thursday.